Never Silly Sophie. Written by Jessica Spencer. Chapter 1. London, 1817. Once again, Sophie peered out of the carriage window. Does it always rain like this in London? I can't see anything except umbrellas and closed carriages. Mrs. Bridget Hastings ignored the question like she ignored everything about her daughter. With a worried frown, she leaned forward and took Isabella's hand. My dear, I hope you don't catch a chill. I assure you I'm not in the least cold, Isabella said. Bridget fussed with Isabella's shawl. She had insisted upon bundling her up when they had left the ship. You have a delicate constitution, dear. We cannot be careful enough, she said, pulling the shawl a little lower over Isabella's face. Isabella's delicate constitution was a mystery to everyone, her included. But Bridget constantly worried about Isabella. As she could not be gainsaid, Isabella meekly obeyed her strictures. She was the daughter of an earl whom chance had brought into Bridget's care. Bridget took her role seriously and did everything in her power to provide Isabella a life befitting her noble birth. She also showered her with love and care. That same love did not extend to her own daughter. Sophie usually caught the rough side of her tongue. As a child, she tried to cling to her mother for whatever scraps of affection she could get. Over the years, she learned to pretend that Bridget's neglect of her did not matter. The carriage stopped outside a modest house. Sophie, don't just sit there and gawk. See to the trunks, Bridget said irritably and shepherded Isabella into the house. The rain was now a drizzle. The driver grumbled about the trunks and the absence of a servant to help him. Sophie was worried he would dump everything on the road and leave. We've just arrived on the ship. There has been no time to hire servants, she said, wiping the raindrops off her face. The driver grunted and to Sophie's relief, brought the trunks inside the house. Sophie thanked him and wished Bridget would tip him, but Bridget counted out the exact fare. She peeled off her outerwear and dumped it on Sophie. Make yourself useful. I'll go speak to the landlady. Her house is back to back with this one. Sophie opened a couple of trunks and unpacked a change of clothes for all of them, and night rails. She helped Isabella change. I think I shall sleep for some time. It feels strange to be off the ship, Isabella said, suppressing a yawn. Sophie started to shiver and felt the beginning of a headache. Her hair and clothes were damp from standing in the rain while the trunks were brought in. She would have liked a bath but did not know how to arrange for one. If she was in India, she would have drawn water from the well and bathed. Here, the only water she found was in a pitcher and it was cold. Isabella and Bridget had bathed on the ship. Bridget had bribed a crew member for hot water. In a rare spurt of rebellion, Sophie decided not to wait for Bridget. She cleaned herself with a wet washcloth and changed into dry clothes. She undid her tightly braided hair and toweled it dry. On an impulse, she went to the oval mirror in the room. Serious blue eyes in a heart-shaped face looked back at her. Her eyes were as blue as Isabella's. Her hair too was of the same rich gold. Why didn't her mother care for her? Bridget never ceased to praise Isabella and her looks. Why then did she not delight in her daughter?
Chapter 2. Christopher, 7th Duke of Henderson and holder of 2 lesser titles, suppressed a yawn. He was finding Lady Caroline's flirtatious behavior tiresome. For a moment, he considered snubbing her so that she would leave him and look for other quarry. Then he perished the thought. He was a prize catch and she would not easily let him slip. Lady Caroline tittered and moved closer even though the party was not a crush. Henderson, Lady Heather called out. In a not too subtle manner, she edged her bony frame between Christopher and Lady Caroline. Lady Heather was Christopher's aunt and the reason he was at the Bowles house party. She had used her advanced age and state of health to command his escort. As she did not exert her privilege too often, Christopher went along with the farce. For it was a farce. Lady Heather was a sprightly 70 and as healthy as a farm animal. She carried an ebony cane not because she needed it but because it served her in various capacities, all detrimental to the health of others. "Henderson, I want you to meet Lady Morgan and her daughters, Lady Eliza and Lady Esther." "They are twins," Lady Heather said, ignoring Lady Caroline's ingratiating smile. The girls were rather plain. Christopher guessed his aunt would take them under her wing. She had a soft spot for unassuming debutantes who did not use wiles. Christopher rendered the girls speechless by speaking a few words to them. Mrs. Morgan cast him a grateful look and shepherded her daughters to meet another notable. Such charming, unspoiled girls. "The one thing I cannot abide in a woman is lack of modesty," Lady Heather said, looking pointedly at Lady Caroline. When that did not dislodge Lady Caroline from Christopher's side, she brought her cane down on Lady Caroline's trailing gown where it mysteriously got entangled in a flounce. Lady Caroline gasped and spluttered. Lady Heather met her outraged looks blandly. "I would advise you to repair that tear. I once saw a woman trip on her torn lace. She fell flat and broke her nose. Never saw her after that. Loss of face, I presume." Words failed Lady Caroline. She clenched her hands and turned on her heel. When she was out of earshot, Christopher shook his head and frowned at his aunt. "You might have maimed her. Don't be ridiculous. 'Tis only a cane. In your hands, it's a lethal weapon." Lady Heather swatted his arm. "Stop being a sap skull. You know she deserved it." Christopher sighed. "Shall we leave? This is a deuced boring affair." "We shall leave after meeting Lady Bull's niece." Christopher's lips curved in one of his rare smiles. "The mystery is solved." "What mystery?" "Your mysterious ill health that made it necessary for me to accompany you." Lady Heather was not the least embarrassed to be found out. She considered it her duty to steer Christopher in the direction of suitable young women. He was her brother's son and the head of their family. "Lady Bowles has told me so much about her niece that I think she may be just the one for you." The other duty that Lady Heather scrupulously performed was to guard her nephew from conniving females. Christopher did not stop her. Her interference helped him extricate himself without causing undue embarrassment. Christopher escorted his aunt to her cronies and walked over to his cousin, Lord Barrington. His progress was made slow by women determined to catch his eye. That he refused to stop or do little more than coldly incline his head did not deter them in the least. "I count my blessings when I look at you," Lord Barrington said. "Being a second son has its advantages." Lord Armitage begged to differ. "Henderson, I wouldn't mind being in your shoes. Lady Caroline was falling all over you." "Lady Caroline cares nothing for me. It is those shoes she's in love with." "I wouldn't say that. I happened to overhear a conversation. Your anatomy was under discussion. The ladies could not decide whether it was your gray eyes, your dark hair, or your patrician nose that they found irresistible." "Did they mention Henderson Park?" Christopher drawled. "They did that before dissecting you. I rest my case." Christopher was an enigma to most people. He was not known to gamble or indulge in any of the pastimes popular among men of leisure. He could have easily shone as a Corinthian or joined the dandy set. Beau Brummel declared him to be the only gentleman who dressed well without trying to be fashionable. The well-known whip, the Earl of Sefton, called him a worthy opponent and regretted that he did not race. Most peers below the age of 50 followed the Prince Regent and did everything in excess. They had only contempt and ridicule for those who did not follow their way of life. Yet, they were careful never to jest about Christopher. Tall and well-proportioned, with a sculpted face that spoke of strength and noble lineage, Christopher wielded an aura of power. At the age of 26, he was a respected voice in the House of Lords. Those who didn't know him well, and very few did, mistook his reserve for arrogance. Women found him fascinating. The combination of his good looks, his aloofness, his titles, and his wealth drew them like moths to a flame. Christopher returned to his townhouse late at night. He noticed that his butler appeared rattled. "I trust nothing is the matter, Lister." "A minor disturbance, Your Grace." Christopher glanced towards the staircase. "I wouldn't consider it minor if it has kept Mrs. Alice from her bed." Mrs. Alice was the housekeeper. She usually retired to her room by 10. Lister stayed up until the house was shut down for the night. "I'm to blame, Your Grace." Lister's forehead glistened with perspiration. The young lady looked respectable. She had a maid with her. "You had better tell me the whole of it. Did she steal the family silver?" Lister turned white. "I didn't check." Mrs. Alice intervened. "Your Grace, the hussy, pardon my language, was not after the silver. She didn't even go towards the butlery." Mr. Lister was enjoying a glass of port after dinner when a footman reported that a young lady was at the front door. "It was pouring, Your Grace." When Mr. Lister heard that the lady was accompanied by a maid and they looked to be in some distress, he permitted them to come inside. The lady gave him some yarn about being Lady Heather's neighbor in the country. The maid said their carriage had met with an accident and they were new to London, and quite lost. In short, Your Grace, Mr. Lister permitted them the use of the small parlour. He lit the fire and left them to dry off. "I'm sorry, Your Grace, I should have seen through them," Lister said in an abject tone. "I don't know how the woman slipped past the 2 footmen in the passage. She tried to enter your bedroom but Mr. Williams was awake. He apprehended her." Christopher's valet, Williams, joined the conversation. "She didn't expect I would be guarding your rooms, Your Grace." Alice said, "Mr. Lister and Mr. Williams wanted to detain the women but that would only give rise to talk. I thought it better that they left. I spoke to the maid separately. She was frightened and had been coerced into accompanying her mistress. I have the details if you wish to lodge a complaint, Your Grace." "Mrs. Alice, you acted with admirable tact." Christopher noticed Lister stiffen. "Lister, you cannot be faulted for your chivalrous behavior. If the women were indeed Lady Heather's friends, they would have had a claim on our hospitality." A word of praise to his valet for being vigilant, and Christopher retired for the night.
Chapter 3. "Mrs. Parker is a nosy biddy," Bridget said, her lips pursing. "I've told her Isabella is my daughter. Don't you tell her anything different." Sophie was surprised Bridget wanted to conceal Isabella's birth from their landlady. In India, she liked to tell people about how Isabella's father had left Isabella in her care. Moreover, they were in London to restore Isabella to her noble family. Bridget had become secretive on the ship. She had not allowed them to mingle with the other passengers. They were allowed on the deck only when it was deserted. If anybody tried to strike up an acquaintance, Bridget froze him off. She told them it wouldn't do for word to get around that the daughter of an earl had not sailed in a style befitting her birth. Bridget was good at secrets. She refused to reveal the name of Isabella's family, though Sophie suspected that she had told Isabella and had sworn her to secrecy. "When shall we call upon my brother?" Isabella asked Bridget. "All in good time, dear. First of all, we shall need new gowns if we are to gain an audience with your brother. I dare say his lordship's servants will take us for beggars if we go as we are." "I think our gowns pretty," Sophie said, rushing to defend the Indian tailor woman. "Don't be silly," Bridget said with a derisive curl of her lips. "The gowns are outmoded. In fact, they were never in fashion. Sushila tacks on some native design to whatever you ask her to make." "That's not true. Sushila is very careful." Isabella usually kept out of any conversation between Bridget and Sophie. But she was excited about shopping in London. "Sophie, you can continue to wear those gowns if you want to. As a well-born lady, I am expected to dress. Isn't that so, Mrs. Hastings? Of course, dear. Sophie lacks the sense God gave a goat. She will change her mind when she sees the lovely muslins here. The muslins in your London shops come from India, Sophie retorted. That doesn't mean anything. The gowns here are more fashionable, Isabella said. Sophie knows nothing about fashion. She will wear a sack if Sushila made it. I wonder if it wouldn't be better for all of us if I'd left Sophie with Sushila. I told you I wanted to stay back with Captain Hastings, Sophie snapped back, hurt by her mother's slight. You know why I had to bring you. Stop being silly and make yourself useful. Sophie marched to the window and perversely stared out of the window. Tears welled up in her eyes. Why did her mother have to keep calling her silly? She did it all the time. If only her stepfather had not decided to retire and follow them to England, she would have stayed back and kept house for him. She stood at the window until she managed to blink back her tears. Then she made herself useful. The next morning, Bridget took them to a modiste on Bond Street. She's a tailor woman, isn't she? Why do you call her a modiste? Sophie asked. Isabella, dear love, you go on inside, Bridget said. I'll have a word with Sophie. Sophie's face fell. She knew that tone. Her mother was going to lecture her. I won't have you making a laughing stock of us, do you hear? Bridget hissed, giving Sophie a hard look. What did I do? I know what you will do if we take you inside the shop. You will behave like the bumpkin you are. I don't want to come in either, Sophie retorted, stung by her mother's cruel words. The place looks like a pagalkhana. Bridget's Hindustani vocabulary was limited, but she knew the word Sophie had used. So you think this looks like a mental asylum? Very well. Stay here until we come out. Bridget swept past Sophie and went into the establishment. Sophie stared after her mutinously. She had enough of being bullied. If she was in India, she could have gone to her friends. They were mostly daughters and wives of clerks and other lower-rung employees. Many were Anglo-Indians, mixed race, who were shunned by the British. Bridget couldn't tolerate the sight of them, and that made it easier for Sophie to lie low in their houses. Sophie squared her shoulders and stared in front of her as one well-dressed woman after another looked at her as if she was a strange being. Some time later, an assistant came out and told her to move aside as she was blocking the display. A tear trickled down Sophie's cheek. She dashed it away with the back of her hand and peeped into the shop. Her mother and Isabella were nowhere in sight. The shop assistant, however, was frowning at her. Sophie started walking down the road without bothering to look where she was going. She hated her mother for bringing her to England. There was hardly any sunshine and the people were all alike, they didn't smile at all. The clouds shifted to let in some pale sunshine. Sophie tried to untie her bonnet but got the strings into a snarl. She tugged harder and the string snapped. Sophie turned into one of the lanes. Her new shoes started to pinch. She was used to wearing soft sandals. She looked around for a place to sit. Shops lined the street on both sides. To ease the pain, Sophie removed her shoes and held them. She barely took a few steps when she heard laughter. A gaggle of urchins was following her. A tomato whizzed past her ear. Sophie walked faster and broke into a run. She darted between people and carriages. When she looked over her shoulder, two loutish boys had joined the urchins. They were making rude gestures and jeering at her. Sophie ducked behind a carriage and then crawled under it. She would stay there until the pests left. Surely, they would get tired of waiting for her.
Chapter 4. Christopher was at the breakfast table perusing the day's freshly ironed news sheet when his aunt barged in. A footman followed in her wake, as helpless as a gasping fish. Christopher guessed that he had done something foolish like trying to announce Lady Heather. "Henderson, must you have imbeciles in your employ?" Lady Heather said with her usual asperity. "Good morning to you too, Aunt Heather. Lister, please fix a plate for Lady Heather. Toast, a slice of ham, and fruit preserve, please. See that you don't char it to cinders." Christopher waited until his aunt was served before dismissing the servants. "I trust you are well, Aunt Heather. You saw me not a few hours ago. What could have happened between now and then?" "Of course, I'm well." Christopher recognized the signs. His aunt was using bluster to have her own way. He leaned back in his chair. "You do look remarkably well. Riding roughshod over the staff seems to agree with you. None of your balderdash. Don't forget I held you when you were a red-faced squalling infant." "I suspect you dropped me on my head," said Christopher with a mournful air. "Don't be daft." "How can I help being daft? Dropped on my head at birth and all that." Lady Heather smacked Christopher on the knuckles with a fork. "I didn't come here to listen to your inanities. What brings you here, Aunt Heather, if it isn't to grace my lowly table? You could have been trapped last night. Baron Mulberry didn't raise idiot daughters. His firstborn is now the Countess of Rolling. She gained entry into his house by deceit. When he came home at late night, she was in his bed. Her nurse and the servants were witness to. Lord Rolling had to marry her by special license. Now she's leading him a merry dance with her shenanigans. Cassandra was here to follow in her sister's footsteps." Christopher's eyes narrowed a fraction. "How do you know the woman was here? How did you learn her name? Do you have a spy in my household? Don't be ridiculous. You sound as if I've uncovered a secret pertaining to the crown. You must know that servants talk." Christopher raised an eyebrow and looked fixedly at his aunt. "I told Alice to keep me informed," she grudgingly confessed. "I thought it better after last season." "What did you threaten her with? Dismissal?" "Really, Aunt Heather, how do I trust my servants if they do your bidding? Your servants are loyal and know what is good for you. They don't want a repeat of last year." "Neither do I," Lady Heather said, glaring at her nephew. "Don't forget you called me to help get rid of that scheming piece of baggage." Christopher groaned. His aunt never missed an opportunity to hold that incident over his head. An enterprising young woman had claimed to have lost her memory. The only fact she was certain about was that he had married her secretly. When the threat of a magistrate had not worked, he had sent for his aunt. A few well-chosen words and, he suspected, the use of her cane had the woman remembering the direction to her lodgings. "It is your fault." Lady Heather shook her head and resumed to eat. "You are like a tempting fruit within the reach of these young women. Why don't you find someone suitable and make her your duchess?" "Lady Bull's niece?" Christopher asked with a chuckle. "Don't be impudent. Lady Bowles misled me about her. The chit is poor-spirited and whining. Fortunately, she isn't the only woman I had in mind." Lady Heather stayed long enough to list out the eligible young women who would fit the role of Duchess of Henderson, and left. Soon after, a footman announced Lady Egerton. Groaning, Christopher once again put aside the news sheet. His dear sister would have come on the same errand as Lady Heather. She was a good 4 years younger to him but presumed that her married status gave her the right to meddle. Charlotte waved aside breakfast and accepted a cup of tea. Once again, Christopher dismissed the servants. By gad, wasn't he to be allowed the luxury of breakfasting in peace? He was besieged by managing females. It mattered not a whit that he was 26, and the possessor of 3 titles. "It is early yet," Charlotte said, sending a covert glance at her brother. "Of course it is early. At least half the ton, the female half, is still in bed." Charlotte lightly rapped her fan against her brother's arm. "I didn't mean that. The season is only now begun. You should acquaint yourself with the better prospects before the social scene becomes too hectic." The Duke of Southall's daughter is a beauty. I met her yesterday. Christopher's eyes shot up. Lord, she can't be a day more than 16. Let me remind you, dear brother, that you are only 26. 16 is a perfectly suitable age for a young woman. I got married at 16. I remember, said Christopher, the edge of his mouth quirking up. Father threw a fit. He wanted to shoot Egerton. That was when he thought him a fortune hunter. It had nothing to do with my years. If 16 is too young to marry, pray why do we see so many debutantes of that age? Beats me. The girls look like lost lambs. Lady Charlotte Egerton rolled her eyes. Henderson, do you realize your precarious position? You are young, handsome, and the only unattached duke. You are every young woman's dream of making the most eligible match. You are like a tempting fruit within their reach, Christopher suggested. Exactly. You can't blame them for trying desperate measures. What will you have me do? Offer for the first female who throws herself at me? Of course not. Choose among the most eligible families. Make an offer. Unless you hope to marry for love. Marrying for love is not a bad idea. Our cousin Barrington fell in love and even after 3 years, had a fatuous look on his face around Amy. You and Egerton are no better. But it is different for me. I am the Duke of Henderson. Charlotte understood what her brother meant. Lord Barrington was the second son of a duke. Her husband was a viscount. They did not have women trying to trap them by pretending to be in love. It will be far better for you to look for an eligible young woman from the best families. Someone who earns your respect by her decorous behavior. Most marriages in the town are based on respect and affection. Christopher thought he had humored his sister enough. I shall be going to Parliament for an hour. You are welcome to stay on. I don't think I shall. Charlotte slipped on her gloves. Will it be too much trouble to take me up in your carriage? You can leave me at Barrington House. It is a bit out of your way but not enough to signify. Where's your carriage? I sent it back, Charlotte said, not quite meeting his eyes. Should I order another carriage for you? I can't be bothered to wait. I would rather come with you, Charlotte said with a shrug. Christopher gave up. He knew his sister well. She wanted to prolong the discussion and would give him no peace in the carriage. Henderson, shall I invite His Grace the Duke of Southall for tea this week? Charlotte asked, and they were in the carriage. You can meet his daughter. She is a pretty young thing. I was much taken with her. I am rather busy this week, Christopher said. How about next Monday? You will be delighted to make Lady Priscilla's acquaintance, I can assure you. Lady Priscilla? The Duke of Southall's daughter. What is that cloak you are wearing? I haven't seen it before today, Christopher asked. I thought it fetching when I ordered it. Madame Capel told me it would soon become the rage, especially for carriage rides in the morning. Christopher suppressed a smile. His sister was easily led when it came to fashion. How many yards do you think went into the making of it? I would guess at least 20. Do you not think it attractive? Christopher cocked his head. I haven't seen anything like it. It's a cross between a cloak and a gentleman's cape. Only a gentleman would not wear damask and velvet. Actually, it's a bit too much for a lady too. I can't find you in the midst of so many frills and flounces. You look weighed down, my dear. Charlotte picked at the neckline of the cloak and chewed on her lip. For the moment at least, she had forgotten about Southall's daughter. It is rather heavy, she confessed. There's whalebone at the shoulders and a layer of taffeta on the inside. By gad, is it an article of clothing or a ship's sail? A gust of wind could take you up. Charlotte giggled. You mean like a hot air balloon? That would be droll. But I think I shall perish before that if I don't remove it. It is too warm. You can remove it. Your walking dress is rather pretty. Why do you want to cover it with this monstrosity of a cloak? Charlotte slipped the cloak off as the carriage came to a stop. Don't bother to send the cloak, she said, I shall not wear it again. Christopher did not suffer any pangs of conscience for having distracted his sister from her matchmaking. The cloak did not become her at all. The thing could serve as a tent for a family of 3. He picked it up from the floor of the carriage and threw it in a heap on the seat. He directed the carriage towards Parliament. He knew nothing important was up for discussion, but if he didn't go, he would feel a cad for having lied to Charlotte. She was as subtle as a brick wall in a desert, but he loved her all the same. The first person Christopher ran into was Lord Barrington. Have you heard the latest on Dit? He asked, a worried frown creasing his forehead. Nothing I heard could have put that look on your face. What is it? Lady Dorothea is coming back. By a surprising chain of events, her brother has inherited a fortune. An eccentric, miserly uncle left him everything. He was in the habit of making small investments on a weekly basis. At today's booming prices after the war, Baxter is worth £35,000. Christopher had no interest in Baxter's inheritance, but Lady Dorothea was bad news. She would either seek to avenge her humiliation or try to snare him again. We can expect to see her everywhere, Lord Barrington said gloomily. I can't abide her. She loves to make trouble. She was furious when I married Amy. I didn't know you had an interest in her. I didn't. She made a play for Henry because he was the heir. When he didn't encourage her, she directed her charm on me. I didn't have any experience with predatory women, as they usually go after a title or an heir to a title. For 2 weeks I followed her like a besotted fool. When I saw through her, I left London and rusticated at one of our properties. That was the best thing I did. I met Amy at a village assembly and married her. 3 months later, I ran into Lady Dorothea. She spewed venom against Amy. I would have planted her a facer if she was a man. Surely, Lady Dorothea will not hold a grudge for 4 years. With her beauty and fortune, she will not lack for suitors. May I speak plainly? Of course. I wasn't in London last year, but I know what Lady Dorothea did. She is dangerous, Henderson. Be careful. She will want to avenge her humiliation. Christopher remained impassive as his cousin voiced his fears. Lady Dorothea was forced to flee London after last year's scandal. She had moved to Boston where, it was strongly rumored, she used her wiles to trap Lord Nethercote. Her trickery had backfired and she and her brother had become persona non grata in Boston society. And now, buoyed by the inheritance, they were all set to return. Lord Barrington wasn't the only one to inform Christopher about Lady Dorothea. He guessed that the Tawn was eager to see sparks fly between them. He would not be able to avoid her. She would not lack for invitations. With her brother's fortune and her undoubted beauty, her old indiscretions would be forgotten.
Chapter 5. Sophie watched the feet of men and women getting in and out of the nearby carriages. Suddenly, the carriage beside the one under which she was hiding started to move. Fearing exposure, she scrambled out and climbed into the carriage. When she peeked through a gap in the tasseled curtain, the boys were still there. Sophie dropped the curtain. For the first time since she left the shop, she realized the extent of her troubles. Her clothes were smeared with dirt. Her bonnet was a mess and her shoes were ruined. Bridget would kill her. By now, she would have finished at the modiste. She would not take kindly to be kept waiting. Compared to her, the boys seemed a lesser problem. Perhaps she should leave the carriage and ask for help. But the thought of talking to strangers terrified her. Before she could act, she heard voices. Too late she realized it was not at all the thing to enter a carriage without permission. A heap of clothing was lying on one seat. She couldn't make out what it was except that it was voluminous. She lifted one end of the garment and dived under it.
After leaving Parliament, Christopher directed his coachman to a shop that sold artifacts and curios from around the world. It was rather a small shop and was known only to serious art lovers. He could ask for a collection to be sent to his house but rather liked discovering treasures on his own. An hour later, he emerged, pleased with his selection of a pair of jade vases from the Ming dynasty. As he approached his carriage, an acquaintance stopped him and took pains to tell him about Lady Dorothea's imminent arrival. He was only the 5th person in 2 hours to do so. Christopher got into the carriage and stared gloomily in front of him. From the age of 22, when the title descended on him, he was always on guard. The only woman who had nearly succeeded in trapping him was Lady Dorothea. And now she was coming back. As if it wasn't enough to have matchmaking mamas and fresh-faced debutantes snapping at his coattails, now he would have to deal with a woman scorned. Christopher wasn't given to profanity. But that moment he was so full of ire that he let out a string of curses, all capable of putting a lady to blush, and felt better. He told himself Lady Dorothea was not a threat. If she had even a modicum of sense, she would keep out of his way. By the time the carriage slowed down in front of his imposing mansion, he managed to regain his equanimity. He informed Walter, his coachman, that he did not require the carriage for the rest of the day and went into his study. His estates were well administered, but he made it a point to involve himself in the business of running the duchy. First, his man of business and then his secretary took up his time and attention.
Sophie's heart thudded against her ribs. It sounded so loud that she was afraid the carriage's other occupant would hear it and pluck the cloak from over her. She was also in agony about whether the garment fully covered her. Though she was curled into a tight ball, the glimpse of her shoe or gown would give her away. When the untoward did not occur, she frantically thought of what she should do when the carriage stopped. If only the rightful passenger was a kind-hearted old lady who would take mercy on her. Perhaps she would even employ her as a maid. It was a disloyal thought to wish for a life away from her mother, but it wasn't the first time Sophie had longed to go away from Bridget. Sophie's hope, that there was an old lady in the carriage, was shattered when a manly voice reeled out a string of curses. The swearing didn't bother her, she had heard worse in English and Hindustani, but she was terrified that the man had discovered her. Trembling under the suffocating garment, she braced herself for the terrifying moment of exposure. But nothing happened. The curses stopped as suddenly as they had begun. Sophie desperately tried to think of a plausible tale that would explain her presence. Her panic increased when the carriage came to a stop. She squeezed her eyes shut and hugged herself. Any moment now, the man would discover her. She heard the carriage door open and the man leave. The carriage started. A few minutes later, it stopped again. Once again, filled with trepidation, Sophie waited. She heard footsteps outside the carriage and 2 men talking. Suddenly, she fell back against the carriage wall and the floor of the carriage tilted. The horses had been removed. Silence reigned after that. Sophie moved the cloak aside and with some difficulty got out. The jump from the carriage caused her to stumble but luckily, did not cause an injury. She guessed the large barn-like building with 2 high windows was a carriage house. The men were outside the closed door, talking. She stood on the other side of the door, debating whether she should shout out. But what would she tell them? Sophie walked away from the door. The carriage house was dry and fairly clean. The windows, though a little high, did not have bars. She would wait for the men to leave and make her escape through a window. Sophie sat down cross-legged on the floor. It was something she had learned in India. The natives were comfortable sitting on the floor. The poorer families did not buy furniture. They spread a mat, a chatai they called it. The mats were woven out of reeds or other tree fiber and painted with vegetable dyes. As a child, she had once told her mother that she preferred the mat to her bed in summer. And her mother's reply was, "Don't be silly, Sophie." The stone floor was cold and uncomfortable, making Sophie wish she had a chat tie. She paced the floor. The men were still outside. She couldn't fully understand what they said because they had a funny accent and some of their words were new to her. She remembered the cloak. It would keep her warm, but it was an expensive garment and she couldn't dirty it by spreading it on the floor. She pulled herself into the carriage and snuggled under the cloak, to wait until the men left. But the voices droned on and lulled her into sleep. When she opened her eyes, she thought she was in the small cabin of the ship and panicked that the ship had tilted. As she came fully awake, she remembered where she was and carefully climbed out of the carriage.
At 8, Christopher sent for his carriage, a smaller one that he preferred when he was alone, and sallied forth to the theatre. Lord Armitage had invited him for an evening with some of their Eton friends who were in town. However, very soon he regretted coming. Their friends were only keen on the topic of Lord Baxter's windfall and Lady Dorothea's imminent return. "I've always admired Lady Dorothea. She possesses such countenance," Lord Harris declared. "Doing it rather brown, aren't you?" Mr. Meade sniggered. "You never evinced an interest in her." "I didn't say anything because I had neither fortune nor title. I had no chance of gaining her favor." "What makes you think you have a chance now? Viscounts like you are aplenty. Lady Dorothea will angle for title of Duchess." "I say, Your Grace, are you interested in courting Lady Dorothea?" Lord Harris asked. "Begging your pardon, but you wounded her deeply last season." Christopher shrugged and sent Lord Harris a bored look. "You have harbored a long and deep devotion for the lady. It is only proper that you gain her hand." "That's dashed sporting of you." Christopher inclined his head and turned his eyes towards the play. The leading lady was like a ray of sunshine, a veritable sprite, and had a smile that lit up the stage. Unlike most other actresses who were voluptuous, she had a neat figure and an angel's face. But her voice was that of a siren. It was rumored she was looking for a protector. Gentlemen were going to absurd lengths to win her favor, showering expensive gifts and performing ridiculous acts in the name of chivalry. During an intermission, a young man from the theatrical company came to their box. "Your Grace, La Flora will be honored to receive you in her dressing room," he informed Christopher with a smirk. Christopher had no wish to join the throng of admirers outside La Flora's dressing room. He also held the belief that actresses were more trouble than they were worth. "Perhaps some other day," he said, and the young man went away, satisfied.
Blinded by the dark, Sophie stubbed her toe against the hard floor. She was hungry and also afraid. For the first time, she wished she hadn't walked away. She wondered whether her mother was looking for her and woefully decided that Bridget was most likely happy to be rid of her. Her plan of escape through the high windows, so plausible during daylight, now seemed impossible. She was locked in for the night. "I must stay calm," she said aloud, the sound of her voice a relief in the silence. "I'm safe and unmolested. In a few hours, someone will open the door and I will be able to go home." But the opening of the door would be followed by questions. Her problem remained. She still needed to come up with an explanation. Sophie racked her brains. Nothing came to mind until she remembered a childhood incident. A white man had wandered into their compound. He did not know his name or address. The doctor had said he had lost his memory. They had all felt sorry for the man and had looked after him until bit by bit his memory had returned. That was it. She would pretend to have lost her memory. It would gain her sympathy and a place to live. She needn't return to her mother. Her absence might even make Bridget value her. In spite of her plan, Sophie could not settle down. She might have if there was some light. But the darkness spooked her. It was colder now. She had left the cloak in the carriage and also kicked off her shoes. Sophie was suddenly desperate to get out. She just couldn't stay locked up the whole night. By feeling the door, she found a dangling metal chain and started beating it against the door. She also used her fists. "Help," she cried every now and then. She kept trying even when her hands hurt and her throat felt hoarse. She did not stop even when she heard voices. When the door opened and lanterns flashed into her face, she slumped to the ground. Chapter 6. Sophie knew she was in great trouble. The men kept referring to their master as His Grace and the Duke. A duke was the noblest of the nobly born. He was almost as important as the king. Bridget had often told Sophie that the nobility treated others like dirt. During the long, tiresome voyage she had warned her to behave herself with Isabella's family. "You will find yourself in the streets if you annoy them with your silliness." She had committed a serious crime by slipping into the Duke's carriage. The funny cloak must belong to him. Was it something dukes wore, like priests' robes? "What's your name?" Sophie stared mutely at the woman speaking to her. The men had brought her into the kitchen of a great house and were ranged behind the woman. Maids in mop caps and aprons stared at her with curiosity writ large on their faces. Someone opened the kitchen door, bringing in a draught of cold air. Sophie hugged her chest and shivered. To her embarrassment, her stomach rumbled loudly. At a word from the woman, the men left and the maids resumed their tasks. "Would you like to wash before you eat, dear?" the woman asked, and without waiting for Sophie's answer, led her to a sink. A bucket filled with water stood beside it. Sophie also found a piece of soap. She returned to a plate heaped with sandwiches and a mug of hot, sweet tea. When she finished eating, the woman said, "I am Mrs. Alice, the housekeeper. How did you come to be locked up in the carriage house?" Sophie bit her lips and looked down at her hands clasped in her lap. "My dear, your family will be worried about you. Give their direction and one of His Grace's carriage will take you home." Sophie knew how her mother would react to that. The best thing would be to pretend she had lost her memory and slip out later when an opportunity presented itself. "Where am I? Who brought me here?" she asked. "Don't you remember?" Sophie shook her head. "I woke up in a dark place and called for help." "What's your name?" "Sophie," she answered without stopping to think. "Who are your parents?" "What's your full name?" Sophie made a pretense of thinking hard. "I don't remember." Mrs. Alice looked at her unconvincingly and stepped outside the kitchen to have a whispered conference with Lister. "We should send her away. His Grace will be displeased to have another young woman lose her memory," Lister said. "The streets aren't safe at this late hour. Besides, she does not look interested in His Grace." "Do you believe she has lost her memory?" "Of course not. She made that up. She's in trouble, though. It is better if she stays here the night." "Mrs. Alice, you can't keep her without His Grace's knowledge." "I know that, Mr. Lister. Maybe I should send her to my sisters." Just then a footman hurried up to them. He jerked his head in the direction of the kitchen. "His Grace wants to speak to her." "Did you tell His Grace?" Mrs. Alice demanded. "His Grace already knew about her. Someone told him as soon as he came in." Lister stood in the kitchen door and beckoned to Sophie. "His Grace will see you now." His eyes traveled over her dirty sleeves and the grime-encrusted edge of her gown. He visibly shuddered at the sight of her soiled feet. Sophie had only washed her face, arms, and hands. "Give her a pair of slippers. She will ruin the carpets," he told Mrs. Alice. "And you," he glared at Sophie, "hold your skirts 2 inches above the floor and keep away from the walls and furniture. I will not have you leaving dirty fingerprints." Sophie held up her hands. "They are clean. I just washed them. Pick up your skirts and follow me." Sophie slipped her feet into a pair of slippers that were at least 2 sizes big. Holding up her gown a good 5 inches above the floor, She followed the disapproving Lister, dragging her feet in footwear that threatened to slip off.
When Christopher returned to his townhouse, he was not in the best of spirits. Lister was somewhere inside the house. The footman at the door helpfully informed him that Mr. Lister was occupied with the young woman found in the carriage house. "She has lost her memory, Your Grace." Christopher was immediately incensed. A man's home was his castle. What were his servants doing if they couldn't protect his castle? Dash it, Aunt Heather was right. He had imbeciles in his employ. It was time he took a hand in the business. If the conniving female thought to trap him, she was in for a shock. He would have her bodily evicted after giving her a piece of his mind. "Bring the woman to my study." Immediately. 15 minutes later, he watched incredulously as the woman waddled into his study. She kept her head lowered as she lifted each foot carefully before planting it in front of the other. "Stop right there," he ordered, and watched her freeze mid-step, one foot in the air and the other on the floor. Wobbling on one foot, and for some mysterious reason clutching her skirts up, she looked like a bird with an injured wing. Christopher forgot himself to the extent that his jaw dropped. He held his breath as she carefully brought down her foot to align with the other foot. And then she looked up. Christopher forgot why he had called her. The young woman's well-shaped eyes, so clear and blue, held all his attention. Slowly, he became aware of her wide forehead and her heart-shaped face framed in soft golden curls that had escaped her coiffure. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice no longer commanding. Sophie." Christopher dragged himself out of the spell and went behind his enormous desk. "Is it true you have lost your memory?" Sophie nodded at first, but then she slowly shook her head. "So you know who I am?" "Duke," the word came out like a tiny squeak, and with a look of alarm, Sophie lurched forward. Christopher rushed to her side. "What do you think you are doing?" "I forgot to curtsy," her voice wobbled along with her. "I am sorry, I can't curtsy because I have to hold my skirts." "And why must you do that?" "The man who brought me here," Sophie flushed and looked down, "he said I must not let soil the carpet with my filthy gown." Christopher studied her from head to toe. "Are those slippers meant for the same purpose?" Sophie nodded. "You must not blame him. My feet are quite dirty. But it's not my fault. The floor of your carriage house is none too clean. I'm sorry if the upkeep of my carriage house did not meet your exacting standards." "What were you doing in there?" Sophie clapped a hand to her mouth. Almost at once, she removed it to hold a clutch of her skirts. "Your Grace, I'm sorry. Please don't punish me. I didn't mean to touch your ducal robes." "My what?" "I'm also sorry for not addressing you properly, Your Grace. And for not curtsying. But that's not my fault, Your Grace. I want to curtsy. Do you have something that I can use to hold up my skirts so that they don't brush the carpet?" Christopher's eyebrows shot up. "A length of string or a rope?" Sophie asked, casting her eyes about hopefully. "You can leave your skirts. But Lister will be angry. As Lister supervises the servants, it is his fault for not keeping the carriage house clean. Do you agree?" Sophie nodded and let go of her skirts. Christopher locked his hands behind his back and watched Sophie sink into a curtsy fit for a room full of royals. He was sure she would topple over or at least need his help in rising from the floor. But she rose on her own, her movements as graceful as those of a trained dancer. "What is this about ducal robes?" "I have no ducal robes." "Your robes, Your Grace. You left them in the carriage, Your Grace. The carriage house was cold because of a draft from the window. Your Grace. I would not have used them had I known they belonged to you." "Your Grace," Christopher supplied and bit back a smile. Sophie looked into his face, unsure whether the Duke had made a jest or had corrected her. "Sophie, you know what dukes do when someone tries to make a fool out of them? There is a prison in London. It is called Newcastle. It is on the River Thames. If anyone annoys a lord, he is thrown into the prison. Christopher hid his surprise. The young woman was either missing a few marbles or had led a sheltered life somewhere in the country. It was obvious she didn't know anything about London and certainly had not entered his house intending to catch his eye. But she was hiding something. She had already confessed that she had pretended to lose her memory. He would get to the truth. That's right. You'll go to Newcastle prison. Sophie's chin wobbled and tears came into her eyes. She knew it was her fault. Everything was her fault. She was silly and stupid. Her mother had told her countless times that she lacked even the sense God gave the goose. Christopher tugged at the bell pull. The door flew open. Lister and Alice both rushed in. He guessed they had been trying to listen at the door. Alice immediately went to Sophie and spoke to her in a soft voice. "Mrs. Alice, find a room for Sophie. She is tired." Sophie looked at Christopher with her eyes swimming in tears. "You aren't going to any prison. Dry your eyes and go with Mrs. Alice." Sophie nodded. When she saw Lister, she immediately picked up her skirts. Christopher watched as she went out, dragging her feet in her oversized slippers. When the door shut behind Sophie and his staff, he suddenly remembered her efforts to curtsy and started laughing. Later, he startled his valet twice by laughing without any apparent reason.
Alice took Sophie to the room beside hers. A maid brought hot water for Sophie to freshen up. Alice lent her a dress. It was big for Sophie, but it was clean and Sophie was grateful for its warmth. "You must be tired, dear. Sleep if you want to." "I'm not tired, Mrs. Alice. I fell asleep in the carriage. I think I slept for hours." "If you are not sleepy, I will sit up with you," Alice said. "I like to do some mending before I retire." Alice picked up a pillowcase and set to repairing its torn lace. "Have you lived in India?" she asked. "I have." "How did you guess?" "You have an accent. It's very mild." "I picked it up because I used to work for a nabob. Mother will be surprised. She is careful about accents and proper behavior." "Your accent is barely noticeable. Did your mother teach you herself?" Sophie bit her lip. "Not exactly. I went to a school and then to the Academy for Young Women. The teachers must have been very good. It is often seen that the native tongue of a place colors a person's speech. Mother made Isabella practice for hours." "Who is Isabella?" "Your sister." Once again Sophie looked uncomfortable. She picked up a crocheted serviette from the mending basket and plucked at its edge. "Isabella is a pretty name. So is Sophie." "Is Isabella as pretty as you?" Alice asked. "I am not pretty. Mother says I have no charm and I'm quite silly." Alice lowered the pillowcase and stared. Sophie had spoken in a matter-of-fact manner, but her careless tone was at variance with her stricken eyes. "Sometimes parents say things they don't mean," Mrs. Alice said cautiously. Sophie shrugged. "His Grace is very handsome," she said. "I didn't notice at first. I was terrified he was going to punish me. He is handsome as well as kind. He has such beautiful eyes. I have never seen a man with long eyelashes. I thought Stanley handsome, but His Grace is much, much more handsome." "Who is Stanley?" "He's a clerk in the East India Company. Mother says he is vulgar and has no manners, but he is my friend all the same. Isabella refuses to talk to him but concedes that he is handsome." "You didn't tell me who this Isabella is." "She is an orphan. Mother brought her up." "Your mother must be a very kind lady." Sophie nodded and looked around the room. "This is a beautiful room and the house is also magnificent. His Grace must be very proud of his home." With sudden insight, Alice realized that Sophie was talking to avoid her questions. A maid came in with Sophie's dress, bonnet, and shoes. Sophie eagerly took them from her. "Thank you. You have cleaned them so well. You have also mended the bonnet string." Alice gathered up her things. She wished Sophie a good night's sleep and resolved to try to win her confidence in the morning. But when morning came, Sophie had already left. Chapter 7. "Mrs. Hastings, Sophie is not here," Isabella said on coming out of the modiste's establishment. "That tiresome girl. She must be in one of the shops. It will serve her right if we leave without her." "You can't mean that. She will be frightened." Bridget frowned irritably. "Go and wait inside. I'll look for her." Isabella spent a pleasurable half-hour going through fashion plates. She wasn't overly concerned about Sophie. She knew Sophie was an inquisitive thing. Most likely she had seen something new in a shop window and gone inside. Bridget came in. "Let's go." "Is Sophie outside?" "She must have returned to our lodgings." "Why would she leave without telling you?" Isabella asked. "The silly girl must be sulking after the scold." "Let's go." Isabella expected Sophie would get into trouble with Bridget. She had already purchased a pretty reticule for her as a gift. Now she would have to give it to her secretly. Sophie had not returned and Bridget refused to look for her. "She'll come back," she told Isabella, "she's only being difficult." "What if she's hurt or in danger?" "Don't fret on her account. If Sophie gets into trouble, it will teach her not to wander away." Isabella tried to convince Bridget that Sophie's safety was more important than teaching her a lesson. But Bridget would not listen. Isabella stood at the window hoping to see Sophie return. Bridget came over and pulled the drapes close. "It is vulgar to stand at the window. Someone might see you." After a supper of cold meats and store-bought bread, Bridget insisted that they retire. "It is pouring outside." Sophie would have found shelter somewhere. Early the next morning, Isabella was again at the window. "Mrs. Hastings, Sophie's here," she cried as a hack stopped outside the small gate. She would have rushed out had Bridget not stopped her. "Where were you, Sophie?" she asked as soon as Sophie came inside. "We were so worried." "I got lost," Sophie said, looking apprehensively at her mother. Bridget grabbed Sophie's arms and shook her. "Where did you spend the night? I always knew you were up to no good." "I got locked in a carriage house by mistake. Luckily I found a hack to bring me home." Sophie gulped. "He's waiting for his fare outside. I refuse to squander money on the likes of you." Isabella tried to placate Bridget. When that did not help, she pointed out that the driver was bound to create a scene if he was not paid. Bridget grabbed her reticule and marched out. "How much?" When the driver named the sum, she bristled. "Do you take me for a fool? Here, take this and be off." The driver stared at Bridget, his brows knitted together. "Bridget? Where did you get such fine togs?" Bridget gasped but recovered quickly and schooled her face. "You are mistaken, my good man. Take your fare and be off." "I'm not mistaken and you know it well. If you need a reminder, my name is Jeremy, and I have an account to settle with you. I'm happy to see you back in dear OL, London. What happened to your husband? You had a little girl too." Jeremy whistled under his breath. "She's your girl. The one I picked up now." Bridget flung the coins into the hack and turned on her heel. Jeremy's mocking laugh followed her. "You'll see me again. Soon." Bridget had not expected anyone from her old life to recognize her. Her present lodgings were in a respectable locality. And later, after Isabella's family accepted her, she had expectations of moving to Mayfair or Berkeley Square. Now Sophie's folly had exposed her. She knew Jeremy. He was worse than a dog with a bone. He would not let her alone. She would have to move to other lodgings. Isabella, we must leave this place. Pack your bags and be ready to leave within the hour, she announced. Why are we leaving, Mrs. Hastings? Because of her, Bridget jerked her head in Sophie's direction. If word gets around, your reputation will be ruined. We must move before anybody connects you to her. Mother, I'm sorry I walked away from the shop and got lost. I won't do anything like that again. I know you will not because I'm disowning you. You are no daughter of mine. With that shattering announcement, Bridget calmly stepped out to inform Mrs. Parker that they were leaving. You know your mother. Isabella squeezed Sophie's arm. She doesn't stay angry for long. Go and pack. Sophie half-heartedly gathered her scattered possessions and packed them into a satchel. The shoulder bag was a parting gift from a friend in India. To be on the safe side, she added 2 apples and the leftover pie to her bag. She was used to secreting food because Bridget usually punished her by locking her in her room. Sophie, help me with the trunks, Isabella called. Sophie dutifully repacked the 2 trunks she had opened on arrival. Sophie told herself that her mother couldn't leave her behind. That she only meant to frighten her. But to her shock, Bridget came back looking even more determined. I've told the landlady about you. She refuses to let a disreputable young woman darken her doorstep. You had better go back to that carriage house before she throws you out. Mother, you can't mean to leave me. What will I do? Sophie pleaded. You can go back to the place where you spent the night. I can't have a hussy like you corrupt Isabella. Bridget turned her back on Sophie. Isabella, my dear. I have managed to find suitable conveyance. Help me move the trunks to the door. We can be gone immediately if everything is ready. Sophie tried to catch Isabella's eye. Isabella had the knack of restoring Bridget to good humor. But Bridget sent her out and started dragging the trunks out of the bedrooms. When she came to the smallest trunk, she plunked it in front of Sophie. Sophie jumped back just in time. The landlady came in, balancing her bulk on swollen feet. She looked spitefully at Sophie. Miss, your mother's told me all about you and your shameless ways. I keep a respectable house. Be gone before I call the watch. Sophie ignored her and tried to stop Bridget. Mother, please. Where will I go? I don't know anyone here. A sturdy carriage arrived at the door. The driver and a young boy made easy work of transferring the trunks to the carriage. Bridget took leave of Mrs. Parker. Isabella tried to speak to Bridget, but she told her to get into the carriage. Isabella locked eyes with Sophie and gave a helpless shrug. Just before climbing into the carriage, Bridget looked back at Sophie and smiled. The twisted smile, dripping with malice, stopped Sophie from running after her. It stayed her please and kept her rooted to the spot until the carriage disappeared from her sight. Now, look here. If you think to encroach upon my goodwill, you are mistaken. Mrs. Parker's eyes raked over her. You can stay in the scullery in exchange of honest labor. You will have to help in the kitchen and keep the yard clean. Dazed by the sudden knowledge that Bridget did not and never had cared for her, Sophie didn't answer. Are you daft? Now pick up your things and follow me. Sophie picked up the trunk and with head held high, walked out of the gate. How many times she had blamed herself for Bridget's behavior. That she was clumsy and lacking and not good enough. She had blamed herself for her mother's cruelty. And she had tried to believe that in spite of everything, her mother loved her because mothers loved their children. Now she knew. Bridget hated her and had always hated her. Finally, she was free of her hatred. She did not have to try to win her approval.
Christopher inquired about Sophie as soon as he returned from riding in Rotten Row. He was eager to learn more about her, and also help her. Whatever trouble plagued that little waif, he would save her from it. She left, Your Grace. A scullery maid saw her leave but didn't think to inform me, Alice said. That was dashed uncivil of her. Christopher knew he was overreacting. The girl was in dire straits. She could have a good reason for slipping away. She left a thank you note. Alice produced a sheet of the plain stationery in which Sophie had thanked him for allowing her to spend the night in his beautiful home. I can't help worrying about her, Your Grace. I suspect she fears someone. She may have hidden in the carriage to escape from him. But the only carriage that was out yesterday was the one that you took. She couldn't have been in it because you would have seen her. Not if she was under the ducal robes, Christopher answered with a straight face. Ducal robes? Didn't you know dukes wear robes made out of taffeta and whalebone? With frills and flounce? Alice didn't know what had come over her employer. He usually treated young women with suspicion and undeserved contempt. But now he had a look of fond amusement on his face and was talking strangely. Ducal robes, Your Grace? Alice asked again. Lady Egerton's cloak. Charlotte left behind that monstrosity in the carriage. Sophie hid under the robes, I mean the cloak. I didn't notice her. We still don't know who frightened her into hiding in the carriage, Your Grace. Christopher rubbed his jaw. She speaks with a faint accent and has no knowledge about London. She used to live in India, Your Grace. London is strange to her. I hope she has found her way back home. Christopher immediately sent 2 footmen to ride the neighborhood, to look for Sophie. He knew that chances of finding her were remote because she had left at least 4 hours ago, but he felt he had to try. Chapter 8. The mail came in and Christopher forgot all about Sophie. Lady Dorothea had fired her first salvo. Addressed on extravagant vellum in a sloping feminine hand, it made the lady's intentions clear. I hope to be in London soon. She had him in her sights and meant to pursue him. She referred to the scandal as their indiscretion and hoped he was as eager for her society as she was for his. Christopher cursed and tossed the letter into the fire. An hour later, he was closeted with Lord Barrington in the latter's study. If my presence was not required in Parliament, I would consider leaving London for a few weeks. Lord Barrington was not surprised that his cousin preferred leaving town to Lady Dorothea's machinations. The lady did not play fair. It might help if you got engaged, he said. A mere engagement will not deter her. It might even make her do something desperate. You will have to meet her. If you ignore her, people will notice and gossip about last year. She will pretend it was a lover's spat. I know that. Now that Baxter is rich, she will easily gain admittance into society. A knock on the door preceded the entry of Lady Barrington into the study. She was a petite woman with a pert nose and large, wide eyes that gave her a rather startled expression. Barrington thought the world of his wife. In the 3 years of his marriage, his family and friends had also come under her disarming spell. There was something wholesome and good about her. Christopher rose and greeted Lady Barrington with a peck on her cheek. Amy, my dear. You are a sight for sore eyes. I can understand why James snapped you up when you were just out of the schoolroom. He didn't want competition. He would have bested it, never fear, Amy said, smiling up at her husband with affection. He smiled back and leaned down to kiss her. The two were unlike the usual Taun couples who treated each other with reserve. James dear, I'm leaving with nurse now. We'll spend some time at the Serpentine and feed the ducks. Stephen loves watching them. Go along, love. Henderson and I shall be going out too. Amy paused at the door. I'll stop at Bond Street and pick up a snuff box for Uncle Henry. It's his birthday next week. After Amy left, Lord Barrington said, Amy has never had a London season. I hope Lady Dorothea doesn't ruin it for her. Is it Amy's first foray into London society? I remember you were in London the year after you and Amy were married. Amy never got to enjoy our stay. We discovered she was increasing. The physician insisted that her condition was more delicate than usual and advised her to rest. She refused to come last year because Stephen was not yet one. Amy is a devoted mother. She wouldn't have agreed to this visit either. My mother convinced her. She told her that she had attended the season by bringing the children and their nurses along. Lady Dorothea likes to polish her wit at the expense of other women, Christopher said. Amy is too trusting. I wish Mother was here to guide her. Charlotte has promised to take her under her wing but Charlotte is Charlotte. She is easily taken in herself. What about our aunt? Aunt Heather is excessively fond of Amy. She will look out for her. The Duchess of Wimberley will also be a help. She is Lord Daventon's sister. Wimberley and Daventon were with me at Eton. We are close. Then you have nothing to worry about. Nothing, except for Lady Dorothea's venomous nature.
Sophie didn't realize the strange sight she presented, with a satchel and a trunk, and her bonnet askew. Her thoughts were in a whirl. Shocked and hurt in equal measure, she was barely aware of her surroundings. Her feet ached and once again she remembered the sandals and soft, worn shoes she used to wear. With every step, her trunk felt heavier and cumbersome. She was startled when a hack drove within inches of her and the driver shook his fist and yelled at her. Sophie realized she had left the cool leafy streets and was in a busy part of the town. The street was lined with shops, most of which were just opening. Sophie was not sure whether it was the same street that she had visited yesterday. She stopped in an archway. It made up the entrance of a shop that was closed. Sophie sat down on her trunk. Her feet were sore. She would have loved to remove her shoes, but she had learned her lesson from her misadventure of the previous day. For some reason, bare feet attracted attention. She absently watched the street grow busier as she thought about her predicament. The landlady had offered her a place to live in exchange for work. But Sophie knew her type and had no wish to become an unpaid slave. Her only hope was Alice. If she could find her way back to the Duke's mansion, Alice would help her. The Duke had such a grand house. Some work could be found for her. But first, she would rest her feet. She would also eat. Sophie moved to a spot behind the archway and took out an apple. An urchin she hadn't noticed came into her view. He was about 9. Sophie had a lot of experience with children. She knew he watched her as he pretended to play with a piece of stick. "Come here," Sophie said. The boy came closer. His clothes were worn out at the elbows and knees. His cap, worn at a jaunty angle, was threadbare. Sophie broke a piece from the pie and offered it to him. She expected him to gobble it up. Instead, he sat down on the doorstep and took a small bite. "What's your name?" Sophie asked. Jem. He looked curiously at Sophie. "Are you running away from home?" "I have no home now. I'm going to His Grace's house. His housekeeper will give me a job, I'm sure." Jem brightened. "Will you take me with you? I can work really hard." Sophie was surprised. She had thought that England didn't have poor children. "You can't come with me. You are a child. Your place is with your parents." "I am an orphan," Jem said. "I sleep at Miss Sally's." Sophie forgot about her troubles. "Who is Miss Sally? Is she your grandmother?" Jem shook his head emphatically. "She lets orphans sleep in her house. I've been sleeping in her house after Sammy told me Pa is dead. She must be a kind woman, to take care of orphan children." Once again Jem shook his head. "She makes us work." He gestured to the road. "Look." Sophie saw 2 boys sweeping horse droppings. She also saw something else that had her running across the road.
On the way to the club, Lord Barrington continued to be gloomy. I hope Lady Dorothea doesn't arrive until Nethercote is married. I heard that she tried to come between him and his betrothed. I'm not surprised Nethercote saw through her. He was my hero in school. He saved me and my friends from Maxwell. Maxwell was a bully. Nethercote was the only one who stood up to him. Barrington's usually cheerful features clouded. I must say his choice of bride worries me. She caused quite a scandal on her come out. The papers lampooned her as Flighty Fanny. He is not a callow youth. He rebuilt his family fortunes. I know that. The thing is, after he lost his family, Daventon, Wimberley, and I got into the habit of looking out for him. Christopher reined in the curricle as the barouche in front of him came to a standstill. Something seems to be holding up the traffic, he remarked. Lord Barrington stood up and craned his neck. It's Amy. She's carrying Stephen. I think there's been an accident. He vaulted down from the curricle and rushed through the small crowd. Christopher drove to one side of the road. Luckily, he found a boy willing to hold the horses. He saw Lord Barrington leading Amy out of the traffic and followed them. Barrington was already checking Stephen for injuries. He appears unhurt. What happened, Amy? An older woman who was Stephen's nurse answered. My lord, it was my fault. I was standing outside the shop with Stephen. Her ladyship was inside, buying a snuff-box. Suddenly, Master Stephen slipped his hand from mine and darted into the road. Before I could realize it, he was in the center of the road and a heavy carriage was coming down the road. I thought. I heard nurse screaming. Amy's voice shook. Stephen had fallen down. You know he is still a little unsteady. The carriage was almost upon him when a young woman ran to him from the other side of the road. I thought she would be mowed down along with Stephen. Where is she? I don't know. She pulled Stephen to safety in the nick of time. And then a crowd gathered around us. I didn't even thank her. Over there, my lady. That's her. The nurse frantically pointed. Lady Barrington picked up her skirts and ran. Wait, Lord Barrington called after her. I'll go. You better stay here and keep Stephen safe. Christopher strode after Lady Barrington and managed to steer her across the road. And then he stopped in his tracks. The heroine of the moment was none other than his waif, and she seemed to be in another pickle.
When Sophie saw the carriage bearing down on the child, she didn't stop to think but ran. She was not a moment too soon. As she scooped up the boy, the tip of the carriage glanced along her shoulder. Moments later, a lady snatched the child from Sophie's arms and smothered him with kisses. The carriage driver and bystanders surrounded the mother and child, and Sophie returned to the archway. You're hurt. Jem pointed to Sophie's sleeve. Sophie looked down at the growing patch of red. Hungry, tired, and still in shock over what Bridget had done to her, the sight of the blood made her nauseous. She carefully sat down and leaned against the pillar. You must tie it up. Wait here. I'll look for a bandage, Jem said, his eyes wide with alarm. Just then a large, slatternly woman sauntered up to them. She cuffed Jem and shook him. You good for nothing. Why are you not earning your keep like you're supposed to? Ma Sally. I only stopped for a minute, Jem whimpered, rubbing his head. The woman pushed Jem aside and eyed Sophie as one would a leg of mutton. Dearie, come with me. I'll take care of that cut. Don't go with her, Jem cried. He clung to Sophie even as Sally rained blows on his scrawny frame. You mustn't hit him. Stop. Don't hit him. He's just a child. Sophie managed to put Jem behind her and said, Thank you for offering to help me, but I don't need it. Sally clamped her talon-like fingers on Sophie's arm. Better do as I say or I'll have the watch on you. I bet you've run away from your mistress. What do you have in that trunk? Stolen jewelry. Sophie desperately looked around for help. To her great relief, she saw the Duke who had been so kind to her. Your Grace. Please help me, she cried. Sally's eyes widened at the sight of one who was clearly of the nobility. With accustomed cunning, she changed her tune. You must help me, Your Grace, and make my daughter come home with me. That's not true. I don't know this woman at all. Jem tugged at the Duke's riding coat. Ma, Sally is lying. She's a bad un. You must help the lady. The Duke didn't waste time on words. He gripped Sally's wrist until she loosened her fingers. Is she your mother? Have you run away from home? He asked Sophie. She's not my mother, Your Grace. Sophie bit her lower lip. My mother was angry with me. I had to leave. I wanted to go to Alice, your housekeeper, and ask for work. Jem nodded in his emphatic manner. Ma, Sally saw her alone and tried to take her home. She doesn't even know her name. The boy has a point. What's your daughter's name, my good woman? Sally glowered at Jem, who once again took shelter behind Sophie. Amy rushed to Sophie and took her hand. My dear, I can't thank you enough. What you did was very brave. Your arm is bleeding. You are hurt. It isn't as bad as it looks, Sophie said, embarrassed by the praise. You can never tell. You must come home with us so that I may attend to it. The Barrington carriage stopped beside the pavement and Lord Barrington stepped out. James, you must ask this young woman to come home with us, Amy told him. Lord Barrington did as his wife directed. Any further hesitation Sophie felt vanished when she saw Sally leering at her from behind the arch. She agreed and a footman picked up her trunk. Jem slipped his small hand into Sophie's. His eyes appealed to her to take him with her. Sophie pressed his hand and together they followed Amy into the carriage. Chapter 9. Lady Barrington was in a flurry of activity, directing her maid to find something for Sophie to wear and telling her husband to immediately send for the physician before the poor dear collapsed due to loss of blood. She calmed down when the nurse, Mrs. Dobson, cleaned and bandaged the cut and pronounced it not life-threatening. Sophie assured Lady Barrington that she had other clothes in the trunk and her ladyship was not to bother on that account. Jem hovered on the periphery, anxiously waiting to know whether he could stay. Sophie went to him and took his hand. My lady, she said. Jem is an orphan. He is looking for work. Will you please help him? Lady Barrington rested her eyes on him for a moment and nodded. We'll find something for him. For now, Mrs. Dobson will look to his needs. Satisfied, Sophie followed a maid to quite the grandest bedroom she had ever seen. The maid helped her wash and change and later brought in a tray. I would have come down to the kitchen, Sophie said, feeling awkward at being waited upon. The maid only smiled and arranged the food on a table. Has Jem eaten anything? Sophie asked. Oh yes. Cook has taken a shine to him. Says she's not seen a young un who's so polite. Lady Barrington came to check on Sophie. She stayed a while talking about the accident and asking questions.
Lady Barrington sailed into the billiards room. James, Sophie will be our guest until her arm heals. Lord Barrington put down his cue. Shall we discuss it, love? By all means. The cut on Sophie's arm is deep. If it isn't properly treated, it could get inflamed. She might lose her arm, even her life. As she was injured while saving Stephen, it's our duty to look after her. I agree with you, love. We should take care of her. But she needn't live here. We could send her to the country. Mother will be happy to have the care of her. So will Augusta. Lady Barrington drew herself to her full height, which wasn't imposing in the least. But the light of battle in her eyes made up for her lack of inches. Why would I trouble your mother or sister? I want you to enjoy the season. This is your first season and you should not be encumbered in any way. James. How can you be so selfish? And how will Sophie's presence stop me from enjoying the season? Amy, Barrington is concerned about your safety. Christopher told Amy about Sophie hiding in his carriage. If Sophie is in trouble, he doesn't want it to touch you or Stephen. You are letting your imagination run away with you. Sophie is new to London. She got lost yesterday. Some urchins chased her and she hid in your carriage. Her mother, who sounds simply horrid, was furious she didn't return home and refused to have anything to do with her. How do you know this? Christopher asked. By talking to her, of course. Now that you know the facts, I hope you will have no objection to Sophie living here. She stood on tiptoe and kissed her husband on the cheek. That's settled, then, she said and sailed out of the room. The woman doesn't play fair. Lord Barrington gave a rueful smile. I always end up agreeing with her. Do you still believe Sophie is in trouble? This isn't about Sophie. I don't wish her harm, but my family comes first. I would be happier if I could send Sophie to the country. She would be safe and so will Amy and Stephen. Why didn't you tell Amy that? Because I'm an old married man. I know what will happen if I insist. Christopher rose to leave. You had better come around tomorrow morning, his cousin told him. I might need your help. Why do you need help? An old married man like you should be able to muddle through on your own. What? This has nothing to do with Amy. I want you to meet someone who has an interesting business plan. Christopher wasn't surprised at the request. He had a reputation of being both prudent and modern. While most of their class preferred to stick to conventional means of bettering their income, he diversified his profits but wasn't reckless to go after non-existing silver and copper mines.
What a charming gown. What is this material? Amy asked Sophie. It's made out of a sari. I don't know the name of the material. What is a sari? It's a long unstitched piece of cloth. Indian women drape it over a petticoat. Sophie did not add that it wasn't usual for English women in India to wear such gowns. When she had started shooting out of her clothes, Bridget had hit upon the idea to economize. The peach color becomes you. I dare say you will look pretty in anything you wear. Sophie flushed with pleasure as her hand went up to her curls. Amy's maid, on orders of her ladyship, had arranged her long hair in a fashionable style. Stephen was engaged in some game with Jem when he suddenly ran to Sophie and jumped into her lap. Play, he demanded. Don't indulge him, Sophie, Amy said. Your arm must be hurting. Sophie easily lifted the child with her unhurt arm and straddled him on her slim hip. Mrs. Dobson suggested they go out. Lord Bingley loves playing in the garden. Sophie found the title incongruous. Stephen was only 2. But Mrs. Dobson used it as a matter of course. Play. Garden, Stephen repeated, bouncing on Sophie's hip. Laughing, Sophie followed Mrs. Dobson and Jem out of the nursery while Amy went into the drawing room to await callers.
The next morning, Christopher went over to see Lord Barrington. When he saw a number of carriages lined up, he guessed that the tawn had descended on Amy and decided to spend a few minutes in the drawing room. His entry caused a visible flutter. Among the callers were 3 mammas with their young daughters in tow. Christopher managed to avoid 2 of them, but Lady Barton was immune to his frigid politeness. Your Grace, may I introduce my daughter, Lady Alicia, she gushed. She is quite accomplished. Alicia, please tell His Grace about your watercolors. Your Grace, her drawing master says she has quite surpassed him. Alicia, speak up. She is modest, Your Grace, which you will agree is an admirable quality in a well-bred young woman. Lady Alicia shot a startled look in Christopher's direction as she tried to comply with her mother's multiple instructions of sitting up, speaking up, and describing a watercolor that probably did not exist. Christopher took pity on her. Lady Alicia, words are often insufficient to describe works of art. I would rather see the painting than hear about it. Any time, Your Grace. I hope you will visit us soon. Lady Barton tittered. Lady Alicia can bring it to you, Your Grace. It will be an honor. Amy gasped at such bold words and Lady Goodall narrowed her eyes. Lady Barton did not know it but she had just made a formidable enemy. Lady Goodall always had nieces in need of husbands. Lady Drake, another lady who thrived on gossip, asked, My dear Lady Barrington, do you know Lord Baxter and his sister Lady Dorothea? Amy answered in the negative. Lady Drake looked suggestively at Christopher. Lady Dorothea is an acclaimed beauty. She is sure to cast all the other young women in the shade. I'm quite sure she will make a most advantageous match. Christopher was careful not to betray his thoughts about Lady Dorothea and her prospects. He made polite conversation for a few minutes and escaped. His lordship is in his study, a lackey informed him. Christopher waved him aside saying he would find his own way. He walked down the passage that led to the study. As he crossed an open window, the sound of laughter and the happy squeals of a child made him pause. He looked out to see Sophie and Jem playing with Stephen. Stephen's nurse sat on a bench, knitting. Christopher watched, mesmerized. The sun glinted off Sophie's golden hair as she ran around a bench. Stephen followed her but he stumbled over his own feet and fell. Apparently, he was unhurt because he laughed all the more. Sophie scooped him up and resumed running. Jem ran after them. When he caught Sophie's gown, she collapsed laughing on the lawn. Stephen either found that funny or it was the sight of Sophie and Jem laughing. He beat Sophie with his little hands and shrieked with laughter. Christopher's mood shifted. The sour taste left by Lady Drake's innuendos and Lady Barton's crass behavior dissipated. He thought he had never seen such uninhibited and natural beauty. Sophie's lithe form held vigor and strength. Everything about her was beauty in motion. He smiled as Stephen tugged at her curls. The kid was always up to some mischief. Sophie's hair came unpinned and fell down to her waist. From where Christopher stood, it looked like a sheath of silk. Sophie bundled the whole of it into a careless knot at the nape of her neck. A thick strand escaped and caressed her cheek. Sophie tucked it behind an ear. Christopher strolled out into the garden. Sophie had her back to him. Stephen stood beside her, clutching the skirt of her gown with one plump hand. Just then Jem threw a ball at Sophie. It sailed over her head. She lifted her arms in an attempt to seize it and winced. You should rest your arm if the wound is to heal quickly, Christopher said. Startled, Sophie turned around. At first, she looked confused and then color flooded her face. She patted her hair and tucked the stubborn curl behind her ear. You have grass in your hair. I see a daisy too. Sophie blushed a fiery red but managed to stay composed. She looked directly at him and said, I know. I put them there. What about the dirt on your cheek? Did you put it there too? Sophie rubbed one cheek and examined her hand. It was clean. The teasing glint in Christopher's eyes gave him away. Sophie's lips quivered. She pulled out a weed from a flower bed and delicately shook out the dirt on her palm and pressed a few grains of soil to her cheek. There. I never wear grass in my hair without some dirt on my face. How does it look? Christopher stepped closer and looked at Sophie through hooded eyes. It was a piquant face, rather thin to be deemed fashionably beautiful. The years spent in a warm climate had lightly bronzed her fair skin so that a smattering of freckles appeared on her shapely nose. Her hair was not golden but a mix of shades of brown and pure yellow gold. Her eyes were a luminous blue with golden flecks that invited one to examine their depths. Mrs. Dobson broke the spell. Your Grace, she murmured and sank into a curtsy fit for the regent himself. Immediately, Sophie recalled his exalted status. She murmured an apology and followed suit. Stephen chose that precise moment to hurl himself at her legs, causing Sophie to crumple into a heap at Christopher's feet. Christopher helped her up and stayed long enough to ascertain whether she was hurt. Satisfied that the only harm was to her pride, he left Sophie to Mrs. Dobson's ministrations and sauntered back to the house. "We had almost given up on you," Lord Barrington said in a peeved tone, and proceeded to introduce Mr. Henry Jacobs to him.
Chapter 10. "What did His Grace say to you?" Mrs. Dobson asked, waiting only long enough for the Duke of Henderson to be out of earshot. "He said I must rest my arm. It was exceedingly kind of him to take notice of you. My dear, you must learn to observe the formalities. You cannot stare into a duke's face." "I'm sorry. I forgot he was a duke." Mrs. Dobson was stunned. "I haven't lived in London or England," Sophie explained. "Her ladyship told me you're from the colonies." Mrs. Dobson shuddered. "I hope you did not have to mix with the natives. I hear they are quite uncivilized." Mrs. Dobson continued to engage Sophie in conversation until it was time for Stephen's afternoon nap. All the time, Sophie was conscious that from inside one of the windows facing the garden, the Duke was perhaps watching her. The thought made her heart race.
Christopher tried to focus on the figures Mr. Jacobs presented. He even managed to ask a few pertinent questions. After Mr. Jacobs left, Lord Barrington asked what he thought of the scheme. Christopher blinked. "What? I really don't know." Mr. Jacobs presented a strong case for a new type of carriage, but he admits that with the present state of roads, it will not offer a significant improvement in speed. "There is the new bill coming up," Lord Barrington pointed out. "There is that. I'll think about it." However, on his way back home, Christopher's thoughts were only about Sophie. He admitted to himself that she intrigued him. He admired her pluck. He had seen her for the first time only a day ago and barely knew her, and yet he felt a connection with her. His lips twitched at the memory of her in his study. Balancing herself on one foot like a bird on a precarious perch and babbling about ducal robes and Newcastle, she made an adorable picture. Innocent and free of guile, she was as natural as a bloom in the woods. He wondered if Sophie was truly safe. Amy seemed to think she had left home after a quarrel with her mother. He hoped it was only that. He would try and find out if she was in danger. If fate had not intervened, Sophie would have landed herself in great trouble. The woman Sally was a harpy and quite capable of preying upon helpless and homeless women. And she wasn't the only one. London was a dangerous place for a young woman who was alone and without protection. He would speak to Barrington. If he had qualms about housing Sophie, he would move her to Henderson House.
Amy steered the conversation away from the Duke of Henderson's matrimonial plans and managed to keep it going smoothly until her callers left. The last to leave was Lady Barton. "I will forever remember that my dear Alicia met His Grace at your delightful home," she gushed. "I have high hopes for her. She is a pretty girl. If His Grace shows an interest, she will be a success. Lady Alicia does you credit." "I am sure she will be a success," Amy said, including the young woman in her warm smile. No sooner had they left that the butler announced the Duchess of Wimberley. "Your Grace, how kind of you to call." Amy led the Duchess to a chaise and sat down beside her, thinking that the Duchess looked absurdly young for her title. "I couldn't wait to make your acquaintance. My sister-in-law wrote to me that I should meet you at the earliest." Amy flushed with pleasure. "Your Grace, Lady Maria knows I shall miss her. That's why she wants you to befriend me. You must call me Laura if we are to be friends. I expect we shall see each other often as our husbands are good friends." Amy readily agreed, and soon they were chatting like old friends. Laura expressed a desire to see Stephen. Amy was always happy to talk about her son and to introduce him. She took Laura to the nursery. Mrs. Dobson put a finger to her lips. "Lord Bingley is sleeping," she mouthed. "He looks like an angel," Laura said after they tiptoed out of the nursery. "He is an imp," Amy said. "It is nigh impossible to keep him out of trouble." "He might have been grievously hurt this morning," Amy described the near mishap and Sophie's timely rescue. "There is a mystery attached to her," she continued. "I can't help her until I know more about her. She has genteel manners and the look of good breeding." "What did she tell you about her family?" "She is rather secretive. She had given me only her name. She says she came from India a week ago and then her mother forced her to leave home. Barrington is alarmed that I want her to stay, but I know he will not evict Sophie or do anything drastic. I'm more worried that Sophie might leave. She is rather proud and not comfortable about accepting charity." "May I meet Sophie?" the young Duchess asked. Sophie decided to ask Lady Barrington to help her find employment. She had never worked for anyone before, but she was a quick learner and never shied away from work. She was hopeful that Lady Barrington would help her. It must be the good karma that Sushila often invoked that had made them meet. Unaccountably, she thought of the Duke. She may not have lived in England, but Bridget had gone to great lengths to teach her about her place in society. She knew the Duke lived in a world far above her reach. But when he looked at her, she forgot who he was. She also forgot she was silly and foolish, without home and family. When he had stood close to her in the garden, his grey eyes holding her in an unwavering spell, she had almost reached out and touched his face. A maid peeped in. "Her ladyship wants to introduce you to her Grace." Her Grace? The Duchess? The Duke's wife? What else will a Duchess be? So the Duke was married. Not that it mattered to her. "Laura, this is Miss Sophie, recently come from India." Sophie executed an appropriate curtsy. She remembered what Mrs. Dobson had told her and kept her eyes downcast. "Sophie, please join us for a repast. It will keep you going until tea is served." "You must tell us something of your life in India," Laura said. Very soon, Sophie lost her reserve. She blossomed in the congenial company, more so when she understood Laura was not her Duke's Duchess. After the snacks and lemonade, not wanting to impose, she excused herself. "What do you think of her?" Amy asked after Sophie left. "Keep her safe with you until she is reconciled with her family." Sophie did not know which of her gowns would suit. She was dining with Amy. Her ladyship had said, "It will be only the two of us. Barrington is going out. I usually change for dinner, but you don't have to." Finally, she chose a gown of green muslin. It was her second best gown. Bridget had it made for Isabella, but later decided it did not become her. Sophie was tempted to try something different with her hair. She managed to create a chignon at the top of her head. It made her look quite pretty. But the old doubts came back. Her mother had always told her not to ape her betters. A moment later, she removed the pins and braided her hair into her usual style. She felt self-conscious as she took her place opposite Lady Barrington. It felt odd to have the staff treat her as if she was a person of consequence. She was Sophie, Silly Sophie, who was not allowed to attend parties with her mother and Isabella. But her ladyship was both kind and funny. She made Sophie feel comfortable. Bridget had always told Sophie not to forget her place. Sophie had believed her, but during the last 2 days, her experience with the nobility had led her to think that Bridget could be wrong. Lady Amy and Lady Laura were kind and friendly. And the Duke, he had teased her like an old friend. After the meal, Amy suggested that Sophie stay on as her companion. Sophie gripped the arms of her chair. "My lady, I'll embarrass you by doing something wrong. My mother. Your mother? Amy asked. She always said I didn't know when to keep my mouth closed. And it is true. I don't always stop to think before I speak. I'm sensible to the honor you have bestowed, but I can't accept it. Lud, you make it sound like a marriage proposal. Don't look so pale. You have every right to choose your employment. My lady, I can help in the kitchen. I would have to dismiss a kitchen maid, and they have all been long with us. Instead, how would you like to help Mrs. Dobson? She was his lordship's nurse and I value her experience, but she can't keep up with Stephen. Won't she mind? She won't. Barrington already suggested the notion to her last month. Thank you so much, my lady. I would love to take care of Stephen. I mean, Lord Bingley. Ah yes, Lord Bingley. Mrs. Dobson will be the first to throw a fit if you don't observe the formalities. Sophie rose. I'll go up to the nursery and see if Mrs. Dobson has need of me. Do sit down. Mrs. Dobson will be asleep by now. I'll speak to her tomorrow morning. Mrs. Dobson beamed at Sophie. There couldn't have been a better choice. Lord Bingley has shown a marked partiality for you and that young scamp, Jem. Mrs. Dobson was so happy to have Sophie to help her that she made dozens of plans for her adored Lord Bingley. She wanted them to go on excursions to parks and the Serpentine and the menagerie. Sophie, Mrs. Dobson will have you traipsing all over London. Do you mind if we see whether your wardrobe will suffice? Amy asked. Mrs. Dobson was indignant at the idea of such ingratitude. She won't mind, my lady. You are too kind to take notice of her. I don't mind, my lady, Sophie said, and along with Mrs. Dobson, followed Amy to the room allotted to her. Mother said there was no sense in having maid gowns made in India. They were sure to be outmoded, Sophie said apologetically as Amy examined her gowns. Your green muslin is pretty, and the gown with this pretty border that was made out of what did you call it? Sorry. It's pretty. And this gown in rose pink is elegant. It looks new. Sophie's eyes filled with tears. My friends gifted it. They put together the money for the material and the lace. Sushila made it for free. They must love you a lot. Do you miss them? I do. I want to go back. I'll go back after I earn enough for my passage. What a notion. What will you do among those heathens? You are English and this is your home, Mrs. Dobson said huffily and added, you will find new friends here. Sophie dashed away her tears. I'm sorry. I don't know what came over me. I never get upset. Mother says I have no sensibility. That's a good thing. I can't abide females who are watering pots, Mrs. Dobson said. My lady, Sophie's green muslin and pink gown will do for when there is company and fine ladies come up to the nursery. Her other gowns are quite serviceable. A gown for outdoors with a pelisse or a shawl will be enough for now. If I may be so bold, something suitable can be found among Miss Anna's clothes. They are of a size. Anna is Barrington's cousin, Amy explained. She had the use of this house for 3 months. She's married now and lives in Scotland. She left some gowns behind because they weren't modish enough for her new station. Do you mind wearing her gowns? Sophie shrugged. Almost all my gowns are Isabella's. Mother wanted her to have the best. Amy had an urge to shake Sophie's mother. How could she neglect her daughter? Anyone could see the hurt behind Sophie's careless manner. It is time you had a new gown. We shall visit my modiste tomorrow. Sophie's hand flew to her mouth. I didn't mean that. I don't want a new gown. I only meant to say that I do not mind one of Miss Anna's. Don't fret yourself. I know what you meant, dear. I do have a new gown. My friends gifted it to me. So shall I, unless you don't want to number me among your friends." Leaving Sophie speechless, Amy left the room. Sophie wrung her hands and turned to Mrs. Dobson. "What should I do?" "My dear, her ladyship has a kind heart. She will be hurt if you refuse."
Chapter 11. Jeremy had not always been a hack driver. Years ago, he had made a promising start in life in his cousin's tavern. Like all merchandise, the value of a bawdy woman came down over time. Jeremy found such women at a bargain. His cousin let him the use of 3 narrow rooms on the top of the tavern for a price. Trade was good. The women were happy to work for him. Compared to the damp alleys and doorways they were used to, the shabby rooms were a luxury. Jeremy was doing so well that he expanded his business to another tavern and by dint of rotating the merchandise, increased his customers. Bridget lived with her widowed mother Patience on the upper end of the street. It was a little cleaner and boasted of petty tradesmen. It was rumored that Patience received a monthly annuity for services rendered, the result of said services being her daughter, Bridget. She was a friendly woman and nobody held her past against her. Rather, they respected her for being smart enough to find someone who was providing for her. But Bridget was always a cut above them. She learned how to speak posh and dress like a real lady. Some said her mother taught her. Others said the knob arranged for private lessons. Patience died and the money stopped. In 2 months, Bridget was homeless. Jeremy told her if they worked together, he would pay her more than any madam would. She agreed. He invested money in hiring a house in an upmarket place. He used up all his savings and also borrowed money. When he was all set for business, Bridget disappeared. Jeremy lost heavily. He couldn't find a replacement. For what he had in mind, he needed someone with polish. 3 years later he learned that Bridget had found someone on her own, a soldier or a sailor who worked in India but was visiting England. Some said she married him and bore a daughter, and later followed him to India. Jeremy was not a man to nurse a grudge. He went with the flow. When he lost money and his cousin took over his business, he shrugged and worked on the docks. He tried his hand at different things. He supplied runaway boys to chimney sweeps. He brewed cheap liquor. And when in need of ready money, he rented a hack and drove it. Sometimes he told his cronies about Bridget and his stories held more admiration than rancor. She had pretended to go along with him and had insisted that he advance her money to buy suitable clothes and gewgaws. And then she had coolly pocketed the sum and left. She must have planned well because nobody saw her leave. But 21 years later, the sight of Bridget dressed up like a lady and haggling over the hack fare stirred Jeremy's ire. "I'll make her pay. She owes me." A few hours later, he stopped at a tavern and weaved his way to his usual chair. He nodded to the others crowded around the scratched and rickety table and raised a finger to the tavern wench. She plunked a glass of gin in front of him. Jeremy heard a familiar voice spewing curses. The tavern wench leaned her hip against the side of the table. "Oh, Sally is in a regular taking. One would think she was robbed of the crown jewels." Jeremy walked over to Sally. "What's got your groat?" So young and pretty she was. "I could have retired instead of picking nickels and pennies off worthless orphans who eat much more than they bring in. Did you let slip a girl? That was mighty stupid of you." Sally launched into the day's events. Jeremy leaned forward when she described the girl. Golden hair, blue eyes, about 17 and spoke like a lady. What was she wearing? A white and yellow gown. Why do you ask? Just like that. She took my gem too. The boy is quick and I've promised him to Glenn. He's looking for a new boy after his Noah was caught with his hand in a gent's pocket. I told him Jem is nimble and would take to the trade. Jeremy left her to her lamentation. He was sure the girl was Bridget's daughter and could be the means of his revenge. He returned to the house where he had seen Bridget. It was locked. Jeremy wasn't a bad-looking man and knew how to flatter the ladies. In no time, Mrs. Parker told him that Bridget had left. She didn't give me the directions, but I recognized the carriage driver. He lives quite close by. 2 hours later, Jeremy stood outside a door in a terraced building. The hour was late, and that suited Jeremy because there was less chance of other tenants being out and about in the passage. He knocked briskly. Nobody answered the door, but he glimpsed movement behind a curtained window. Bridget. Instead of the knocker, Jeremy banged the door with a metal-tipped cane that he carried and used for various exigencies. A hand drew aside the curtain by a few inches. "You want me to shout my business in the passage?" Jeremy mocked. "You can't expect me to entertain visitors at such a late hour. Come tomorrow morning after 11. Don't pull the highfalutin lady act with me. Whatever your game is, I can spoil it." Bridget sullenly let him in and shut the door. "Has your daughter come back?" "That's none of your business." "I want to make it my business. I'm interested in the girl. Your landlady told me you don't want her. What's your interest? Want to adopt her and leave her your fortune?" Jeremy laughed. "I want to make the fortune that I would have 21 years ago. Sophie isn't here." "I know that." Jeremy told Bridget about Sophie going away with a lady and a gentleman in a carriage. "I'll find her and then we shall raise a hue and cry. You must demand recompense for losing your daughter. They'll pay and we'll split it." Harebrained as ever, Bridget smiled derisively. "They may return Sophie to me instead of recompensing for her loss. She saved their son. They will be grateful. Not for long. People of that class have short memories. If Sophie annoys them with her behavior, they will be happy to be rid of her." Jeremy saw his plan crumble. "What about you? What's your game?" he asked. "Oh yes. You want to spoil my game. Well, go ahead. I'm here to take up the post of governess in an earl's family. The earl's sister lives in India. I was governess to her children and also worked in 2 other families. They have all recommended me for the post. And there is nothing they don't know about me, so your blackmail is not going to work." "I don't believe you." "You may do as you please. Why did you turn out your daughter?" "Sophie is almost of age. I was prepared to help her find decent employment, but the girl is wayward. I know just the thing. I'll kidnap her and you can marry her off to me. If she is my wife, she will have to do whatever I say. Do this and your debt to me is paid." Chapter 12. Christopher ran into Lord Barrington and the Duke of Wimberley. Like him, they were enjoying an early morning ride in Rotten Row. The Duke of Wimberley insisted they return to his townhouse, to sample his new chef's fare. Wimberley House was a majestic structure and one of the few London residences that boasted a big garden. Planning a ball, Christopher asked on noticing a small army of servants cleaning and polishing already gleaming surfaces. "A wedding breakfast. You would have received the invitation. I'm hosting the wedding breakfast for Nethercote." Lord Barrington exchanged a look with Christopher. "How did Nethercote meet his wife-to-be?" he asked in a casual tone. "They met several years ago in London and fell in love. But something transpired to keep them apart." Lord Barrington picked up the salt shaker and put it down again while toying with his food. He cleared his throat. The Duke of Wimberley was quick to guess the cause of his unease. "Look, Fanny was subjected to the most malicious gossip when she made her come out. Unfortunately, I wasn't in London or I would have put a stop to it. I've known Fanny since she was a little girl. She is as dear to me as a sister and I'm giving her away. I was worried that Nethercote was being trapped into an unsuitable alliance," Lord Barrington confessed. "Fanny wouldn't stoop to trap anyone. Nethercote had to persuade her to accept his offer. She thought the old gossip would harm him." Lord Barrington speared a kipper with gusto. I shall be delighted to make Lady Fanny's acquaintance. I only hope Lady Dorothea doesn't create problems for her. The Duke of Wimberley turned grim. That woman is vicious and conniving. She used despicable means to gain Nethercote's favor. Woe be on whoever she pursues next. Christopher made a choking sound at the Duke's ominous words. Lord Barrington also looked worried.
Alice sat on the edge of the chair beside Lady Heather's bed. Any more pestilent young women sneaking into his Grace's bedchamber? Lady Heather asked. No, my lady. Lady Heather tapped a finger on the counterpane. I heard differently. 2 nights ago, a young woman gained admittance into the house. You must mean Sophie. It was an accident, my lady. She was locked into the carriage house by mistake. After she hid in my nephew's carriage. Really, Alice, it's a good thing I don't rely only on you for information. Alice crossed her arms and remained silent. Did she meet my nephew? His Grace thought she was like the others, my lady. He wanted to send her packing. But he didn't. She must be wily if she could hoodwink all of you. It was late, my lady, and raining. His Grace let her stay the night. Lady Heather sat up abruptly, making the tassels on her cap nod like poppies. Did you post someone outside her door? No, my lady, but I sat with her for some time. Alice, did you wits go a-begging? First you encourage the presence of a scheming piece of baggage and then you leave her free to sneak into Henderson's room. My lady, please don't get into a taking. Sophie had no designs on his Grace. She slipped away before breakfast. I think it was on account of her mother. She was afraid of getting a scolding. Not that it helped. Lady Barrington's upstairs maid told me her mother threw her out of the house. Where does Lady Barrington come into this? Alice explained the whole of it. Lady Heather heard her out and frowned. Your Sophie is more cunning than I thought. She knew Henderson would be there and drew his attention by playing the heroine. Alice tried to defend Sophie but Lady Heather brushed her aside and rang for her dresser. I'll have to see to this myself. Amy was nervous. She knew Lady Heather did not suffer fools or waste time on inanities. She guessed the summons had something to do with Sophie but couldn't imagine what interest Lady Heather could have in her. Fortunately, Sophie was oblivious to her tension. Amy had only told her that she wished for her company. Dressed in her rose-colored gown, her face flushed with the excitement of an outing, she looked beautiful. The butler led them to a moderately sized drawing room. Introductions and greetings later, Lady Heather told Sophie to sit beside her. Tell me about yourself. My lady. Are you hard of hearing, Miss Sophie? No, my lady. Aunt Heather, Sophie is unused to company, Amy nervously intervened. Thank you. I'll ask for your opinion when I need it, Lady Heather said bitingly, all the time holding Sophie with her unblinking gaze. I grew up in India. My mother took me there when I was 2. My father is dead. My mother married again and my stepfather adopted me. Spare me those details. When did you come to London? A week ago. The questions kept coming. Amy couldn't understand what Lady Heather's interest was in Sophie. Finally, she seemed satisfied and said gruffly, I was mistaken in you. I took you for somebody else. Lady Heather and Amy conversed about common relatives and friends while Sophie sat quietly. The table beside her had a jumble of flowers. After some time, she sorted the flowers into small bunches. The vases are over there, Lady Heather said. I saw some ferns outside, Sophie said without stopping to think. Lady Heather's stern features relaxed. I like a good flower arrangement above anything else. Tell Tim whatever you need and he'll cut it for you. Sophie left the room with alacrity. The gardener Tim was singing to a patch of marigolds. He smiled up from the dirt, revealing tobacco-stained gums and a solitary tooth. Sophie told him what she wanted and sat down on a stone bench. The clouds parted. English weather, thought Sophie, bemused, and squinted up to look at the sun. A dark shadow crossed her view and sat down beside her. It was Christopher. His sudden appearance startled Sophie. "What are you doing here?" she demanded ungraciously. Christopher smiled down at her. "I know your secret. You are the garden fairy. And you are touched by the sun." Christopher pointed to marble statuary of a fairy holding flowers in her arms. Sophie had not noticed it. She went closer and traced the face with her finger. "It's lovely." "It is." Christopher's eyes were on Sophie's face as she artlessly gushed about the statue. "Come, I'll show you the rest of the garden." Christopher offered his arm, but Sophie tripped ahead of him to a small fountain in the midst of different colored rocks. "Aunt Heather installs whatever catches her eye." "The garden is a veritable hodgepodge of design," Christopher said. "Is Lady Heather your aunt? Am I interrupting your visit with her?" "I see her almost every day. I'm here to discuss the changes to her house in the country. She wants a stone facade and turrets. Unless I dissuade her, she will hire an army of masons to do the job." "Oh, turrets. They will look beautiful. They will spoil the house. It is too small for such grandeur." "How can you be sure? This garden is lovely even though it has such peculiar things like toadstool-shaped seats and that grotto. Lady Heather may have planned it this way." Christopher listened attentively. Sophie was serious in his aunt's defense. She wasn't trying to impress him, and she wasn't flirting. As they went past Tim, he pulled his forelock and bowed from the waist. Christopher inclined his head and walked on. "Your Grace." Sophie blushed. "I'm sorry, Your Grace. I don't know how I forget to greet you properly." Christopher waggled his eyebrows. "The lack of my ducal robes." Sophie's blush turned even more fierce. Christopher took pity. "You are unused to observing the formalities. As you spend more time in England, you will get accustomed to the ways here." "Yes, Your Grace." Christopher had the absurd desire to ask Sophie to call him by his title or even by his given name, but he quelled the thought. It could mean trouble for Sophie. "Did you accompany Lady Barrington?" he asked. "Lady Heather sent a note." Christopher was surprised. His aunt only met visitors during her at-homes. He had a sudden suspicion. "Did my aunt speak to you?" "She wanted to know about me." Sophie scrunched her nose. "I was surprised until Lady Heather admitted she was mistaken. She had taken me for somebody else." Somebody else, his foot. When it came to him, his aunt was as busy as a hen with one chick. If she came to know he had spent 10 whole minutes in the garden with Sophie, she would ring a peal over her head. "Sophie, I must leave. I forgot an appointment with my man of business. Please don't tell my aunt I was here. She will be upset that I left without speaking to her." And as suddenly as he had appeared, he was gone.
Chapter 13. All the talk about Lady Dorothea at Wimberley House had soured Christopher's mood, but Sophie had pulled him out of the dumps. Sophie. The child had courage. Growing up with a mother like Bridget who did not hesitate to throw her daughter out would not have been easy. But Sophie had not allowed her painful childhood to embitter her. She laughed and played with Stephen as if she had not a care in the world. How different she was from Lady Dorothea. Lady Dorothea had the advantage of birth and education. She was blessed with beauty and brains. There was no need for her to use deceit. She could have won him with a loving heart, or with honesty. Were those qualities so rare in his world? He ought to have known better. On his 16th birthday, his father had passed on a piece of practical wisdom. A legacy, in fact. He told him that the Henderson dukes always married for duty and not love. They kept away from actresses and women of loose morals because such liaisons brought disease. Instead, convenient arrangements were found among the upper servants, especially governesses who were more refined. His father offered to find someone suitable for him, to sow his wild oats. Christopher had blushed like a girl and excused himself from his father's study. He had found it difficult to believe his ears. His father always preached a high moral standard. On his orders, a footman was whipped for dallying with a housemaid. It did not matter that the woman was willing and both hoped to marry. They were dismissed. Until then, he had not given much thought to his parents' marriage. But with his newfound knowledge, he saw how barren of emotion it was and dreaded leading a similar life. But when his Barrington cousins and his sister found love, he decided to make a love match. And because he was looking for love, he failed to see Lady Dorothea's game. Lady Dorothea was an acclaimed beauty and also accomplished. She spoke 4 languages, played the harp and the pianoforte with equal ease, and excelled in equestrian sports. Christopher admired her but was a little wary of her. Behind her sweet smiles, he sensed a hard woman. Lady Dorothea flattered him with her attention. He heard from others that she had declared her love for him. More than one friend told him, "She is so besotted with you she talks of nothing else." At the next ball he attended, Christopher approached Lady Dorothea for a dance. "The supper dance?" he asked, and was rewarded with a ravishing smile and a look filled with so much love and adoration that he was transfixed. No one had ever looked at him with such feeling. Her heart shone through her eyes. He was mesmerized. The supper dance was the waltz. Lady Dorothea was a consummate dancer, but there was something more in her movements. She was simultaneously fluid and languid. It could have been only the two of them. When the dance came to an end, she touched his face with her gloved fingers. "Your Grace, I need fresh air," she murmured. Christopher had followed her outside. He thought he heard suppressed laughter behind him but ignored it. When they entered the garden, Lady Dorothea took his hand and turned around so that she was in his arms. She raised her face to him and then slumped against his chest. Before he knew it, guests surrounded them. Some looked aghast while others tittered. Lady Dorothea clung to him and moaned. He looked down at her and was shocked. One shoulder of her shimmering gown was torn and his hand covered her almost bare bosom. Christopher pushed her away. She covered herself with her arms and broke into loud sobs. Her brother, Lord Baxter, materialized in front of him. "I shall wait for you to call," he said loudly. "Then you shall wait forever," Christopher ground out. "Your Grace, you have compromised my sister. You must offer her the protection of your name. That's only fair." Christopher turned to his hostess. "Madam, I beg you will have someone examine the state of the lady's gown. I see loose strings attached to it. Could the reason for the catastrophe be an unreliable stitch? You cannot humiliate my sister like that. You lured her outside to molest her. Do I look daft enough to choose such a well-lit spot for the deed?" "Your Grace, I shall take care of Lady Dorothea," his hostess said. "Won't you proceed for supper?" He had left the ball. Lady Dorothea's friend had confessed that Lady Dorothea had planned the scene. At first, Lady Dorothea had tried to brazen it out. She had blamed him for frightening her friend into speaking a falsehood. But nobody believed her. The scandal and Lord Baxter's debts compelled the duo to leave England. Lady Dorothea's escapades in Boston proved she had only grown bolder. Drat the woman. Wishing her to the Hades, Christopher once again thought of Sophie. How adorable she was.
Chapter 14. Sophie accompanied Amy to Madame Jolie, the modiste who enjoyed Amy's custom. "Ah, madam, why didn't you come yesterday for the fitting? Lord Nethercote's wedding for which you ordered the gown is only a week away." I want you to take Sophie's measurements, Amy said before surrendering herself to Madame and her assistants. Sophie put up a mild protest and let herself be swept into the business of having a gown made by a Bond Street modiste. When Amy picked up fabrics for not one but 3 gowns, Sophie again demurred. Amy brushed aside her protest. You will be accompanying us for the wedding breakfast. It is quite unusual for children to be invited, but Lady Laura has 2 little girls, her stepdaughter and her adopted daughter. The girls and other children are to have a feast in the nursery. Naturally, the children will be accompanied by their nurses. Mrs. Dobson will be there and so will you. You will do us credit if you are dressed well, don't you think? Sophie suspected it was a ruse. An assistant to the children's nurse was no more than a servant, and wouldn't wear calico or chintz. When they were ready to leave, Amy stopped to speak to an acquaintance and Sophie came out. Jem had accompanied them and was supposed to be waiting outside. Are you looking for the boy? A shabbily dressed man asked. You had better hurry. He got into a quarrel with 2 boys. They dragged him into the lane yonder. Sophie thought to call the coachman and looked around for the carriage. Miss, you had better hurry, the man repeated. They are only boys. They will leave him if they see he isn't alone. Sophie hurried into the lane. The shops were smaller and the people moving about looked less affluent. She didn't see Jem. A woman selling apples pointed to an alley. They took the boy that way. Sophie picked up her skirts and ran headlong into the dark alley. A man coming from the opposite direction slammed into her. She would have fallen had he not held her. Thank you, mister. The man laughed. Before Sophie realized what he meant to do, he twisted her arms behind her and dragged her into a doorway. Her scream was cut short by a foul-smelling rag stuffed into her mouth. As she continued to struggle, the man tightened his grip. A sharp pain at the back of her head made her stagger and everything went black. Sophie fought to open her eyes. Even in her befuddled state, she knew something was wrong. Her eyes were heavy with sleep. She was so drowsy that she only wanted to sink back into slumber. But when she felt the rope cutting into her wrists and realized that her hands and feet were tied and she couldn't move, she started to panic and frantically moved her head from side to side. The room was dark and airless. She was on a pile of rotting straw through which she could feel the cold stone floor. She tried to shout for help but managed only a hoarse whisper. Her tongue felt heavy and swollen and her throat parched. A vile taste filled her mouth. Sophie heard the door open. A man came in with a small lamp that gave off more smoke than light. Sophie shut her eyes when the light flickered in her direction and willed herself to lie still. The man brought the lamp close to her face. Sophie felt its heat scorch her cheek. The smoke got into her mouth and nose. Somehow she held back a fit of coughing. Still asleep. Didn't expect the old crone's drug to work so well. The man touched her cheek. You are my ticket to an easy life. Who would have thought I would be going back into business? He laughed and moved away, taking the light with him. Sophie opened her eyes. Muffled cries of vendors and other street sounds came to her. She remembered the lane and the alley, and the man who had grabbed her. He had hit her, she guessed from the throbbing pain at the back of her head. Daylight had faded. She must have been unconscious for several hours. Not unconscious but drugged. The bitter, nauseous taste and the drowsiness were because of the drug. It still had its effect. Though the straw was thin and smelly, and the floor cold, she wanted to drift back into sleep. But that wouldn't do at all. She had to escape somehow. Worry and fear soon made her wide awake. She sat in the dark room, ignoring the sound of scampering mice, and alert for footsteps at the door. The man checked on her twice. Both times, as soon as she heard him at the door, she fell back on the straw and made her breath heavy. Her arms were aching, and the cut on her arm that had healed a bit now throbbed with pain. She had no hope of escaping except to wait until the man removed her bonds and then to run. To save precious time, Amy directed the carriage to her husband's club. Lord Barrington came out to speak to her. At first, he refused to believe Sophie had been abducted. "James, you must do something." Baroness St. Clair was outside the shop. She overheard a man tell Sophie that Jem was in trouble. Sophie foolishly believed him and ran into a lane. When our footman went to look, he couldn't find either of them. "She's in trouble, James. Amy, I want you to go home. Henderson is inside. We'll do something." Lord Barrington persuaded Amy to leave and hurried back inside the club.
Christopher shut his mind to what Sophie might be undergoing. "We'll find her," he said, looking grim. "We don't have any clue." "I wish she had told us everything," Lord Barrington said. "We'll start at the place Sophie was seen last. Won't it be better to inform the police? They will be better equipped. Later." Christopher didn't want to waste time filing a report when Sophie was in grave danger. He ordered his carriage and quickly organized for 2 sturdy footmen to accompany them. As the carriage entered Keble Road, Christopher saw a familiar figure. Jem stood by the road, forlorn and lost. Christopher stopped the carriage and alighted. "What are you doing here?" "I don't know. Someone left me here," Jem said, looking confused and frightened. "Her ladyship told you to wait outside the shop. What happened after that?" "A hack stopped beside me. The driver asked for directions to a shop in the next street. He said it would help if I showed him the place as he couldn't read. I got into the cab. Another man was in there. He held me down and tied me up. He put his hand on my mouth so that I couldn't scream. They kept going up and down the streets. Then they stopped and told me to get down. I don't know what they wanted. They wanted Sophie. You were the bait." Jem's eyes widened. "Ma Sally wanted Sophie to go with her. Could she have taken her?" "Jem, you varmint. I knew you would turn up like a bad penny." Sally cackled until she caught sight of Jem's companions. "Where's Sophie?" Christopher demanded. "I know no Sophie." "You do. You tried to bring her here. That one?" A look of cunning came over Sally. "Did she run away?" "I know where you can get another like her." "Bah! Women are easy to replace. The problem is with children. Do you know how difficult it is to find orphans? Give me my dear boy back and I'll give you the whereabouts of a pretty young thing, fresh from the country." Jem shrunk back until he was tightly pressed against Christopher's long legs. Christopher quelled Sally with a look. Lord Barrington tossed a gold coin at Sally. She caught it as adroitly as a trained monkey and said, "I didn't take the girl, my lords. I may know who might have." "Who?" Sally rocked in her creaking chair. "I can't remember now." "No games, woman." Sally looked like she would defy the thunderous Duke, but only for a moment. After mumbling about how hard it was to feed her poor young orphans, she said, "Jeremy has been saying he means to go back into business. He was mighty interested when I told him about the girl. Where can we find him?" Sally couldn't say. She often met him in the tavern. She knew he rented a hack and drove it. Sometimes he worked on the docks. He also acted as a fence for stolen goods. "The tavern. Where is it?" Lord Barrington asked. Sally gave directions that would have left my lords clueless if not for the footmen with them. For 5 hours all of them tramped from one direction to another, from the tavern to the owner of the hacks to Jeremy's disreputable cousin and dubious friends. "We are getting nowhere. Luckily, we informed the police. I expect they are faring better," Lord Barrington said. What he didn't add was he thought it a wild goose chase and they had better give it up. The police may still be cooling their heels. Sophie is not of the nobility. The inspector thought our purpose suspect. He may wait for a day or two before launching a search. Lord Barrington had to admit his cousin was in the right. Jem suddenly stopped. That's them. They took me up in the hack. The men tried to make a dash for it but the footmen were quicker. At first, the men pretended not to know Jeremy but with persuasion of the right kind, they confessed that the house where Jeremy was holding Sophie was in an alley that opened into the lane not far from Madame Jolie's shop. Christopher immediately sent Jem back to the carriage with the instruction that it be brought into the lane. The men led the way to a dilapidated structure. Jeremy was sitting on the stairs, with a bottle of cheap gin, slapping his thigh and singing a bawdy song.
Sophie heard raised voices outside the door. "Help," she cried, "help me please." The empty bottle was within reach of her bound feet. She used all her strength and sent it flying. It hit the door with a thud. The next moment, the door crashed in. Bright lanterns blinded her eyes and a strong pair of arms picked her up as if she was a rag doll. "Sophie! Thank God you are safe." "Your Grace," Sophie went limp in Christopher's arms. "Is Sophie all right?" Lord Barrington asked, keeping an eye on Jeremy while the footmen trussed him up. "I hope so. The earlier a physician sees her the better. I hope Jem has brought the carriage into the lane. I'll take Sophie to your house. You had better see that fellow to the police station." Though in a drowsy state, Sophie was aware that the Duke carried her in his arms, and later in the carriage, instead of lowering her onto the seat, cradled her against his chest. She tried to ask how he had found her but he shushed her with soft words. When the carriage stopped, he waved aside the footmen. Amy came hurrying into the foyer. "Where should I take her?" he asked. Mrs. Dobson met them at the top of the stairs. As soon as Christopher deposited Sophie on her bed, she took charge. "Your Grace, I'll take care of Sophie. While you are at it, check for any injury. I'm sending for Dr. Stein. You must tell him if there's anything that needs to be attended." After Christopher left, Mrs. Dobson managed to clean Sophie and change her clothes even as she fell asleep. Dr. Stein examined Sophie and said that except for a few bruises, no real harm was done. "I suspect she was given a sleeping draught. Give her a light supper and let her sleep as much as she wants."
Chapter 15. Christopher could not stop worrying about Sophie. Her kidnapping was no chance matter. The man outside the shop who misled Sophie, the apple vendor, and the two men in the hack all made it obvious that Jeremy had planned the abduction in advance. Impotent rage coursed through him. He should have pummeled the villain before packing him off to the police. He would never forget the terror on Sophie's face as he bent over her, the lantern blinded her perhaps, and her relief as she sagged against him. The police had Jeremy but did that make Sophie safe? What if he was doing somebody else's bidding? The next morning, Lord Barrington sent a note that the police inspector would call on him at 11. Christopher arrived at 10. To his annoyance, Inspector Jasper came only at 12. "Sophie wasn't really abducted," he said after the necessary bowing and scraping to a lord and a duke. "It was a domestic matter. The girl is promised to Jeremy. Her mother made the arrangement. I don't often see a marriage contract in that class but that is what it was. I expect you spoke to the mother." "I did, Your Grace. Mrs. Bridget Hastings, that's her name, is a genteel widow. To her misfortune, her daughter is wayward. She threatened to run away from home instead of getting respectably married. Jeremy is a friend of the family. He is in need of a wife. When Bridget shared her concern about the girl, he offered to marry Sophie. He was holding Sophie so that she didn't run away and make him look a fool on his wedding day. It was obvious Inspector Jasper had his sympathies with the genteel widow. For a moment, Christopher suspected that Sophie hadn't told them the truth. But he dismissed the thought. Your genteel widow lied to you. Miss Sophie arrived in London barely a week ago. When was this contract dated? I saw the date, Your Grace. It was exactly a month ago. The genteel widow, I mean to say Mrs. Hastings, told me they came from India a month ago. Jeremy called on her and they settled the marriage. The banns have already been called thrice. The woman wanted to sell the girl to Jeremy. Dig deeper and you will find that no banns were read. Until then, keep that worm locked up. The inspector dabbed perspiration from his forehead. We let him go last night itself as it was a family matter. He looked hopefully at Christopher. The girl could be lying, Your Grace. Her mother told me emphatically they arrived a month ago. Lord Barrington extracted a sheet of paper from his drawer and pushed it in front of Inspector Jasper. When my wife wanted Sophie to live with us, I initiated inquiries. The private detective gave me a report. Read it and you will see who is lying. Amy came in, frowning. Inspector, you must punish that man severely. He hurt Sophie and frightened her beyond anything. I spent an hour trying to cheer her up. Inspector Jasper hurriedly came to his feet. We'll catch him again, my lady. He couldn't have gone far. Catch him again? Did you let him go? He snatched up a young woman against her will and tried to profit from her. He wanted to marry her, my lady. Inspector Jasper recoiled from Christopher's furious glare. I was misled into believing that he wanted to marry her. But my lady, he had the consent of the girl's mother. It appears to be a domestic matter. He called her a ticket to his future and going back into business. Sophie didn't understand what he meant, but it is clear. Inspector, you must find him. Sophie will be in danger as long as he is free. She saved the life of our son and we are all in her debt. Inspector Jasper lost his look of faint disapproval. He had believed Sophie to be of interest only to the gentleman. His sympathies had been with Jeremy and Bridget. After Amy's speech, he assured them he would find Jeremy. Christopher took Bridget's directions from him before he left. I'll engage a runner to find Jeremy. Before that, I'll pay a call to Bridget, Christopher said. Lord Barrington nodded. I'll come with you. I can't believe a mother can stoop so low. The marriage contract is a farce. Bridget wants to sell Sophie. What did you say? Sophie stood in the doorway, looking stunned. Christopher strode to her side and took her arm. Why did you get up, dear? Amy asked. Is it true that my mother sent him? Amy did not know what to answer. Christopher turned Sophie towards him and placed his hands on her shoulders. She looked so helpless and fragile that he wanted to take her into his arms. He would have done it too if Amy and James weren't in the room. It is true, isn't it? Sophie asked, her voice tremulous. She tried 2 years ago but my stepfather wouldn't hear of it. He told her he had adopted me legally and any marriage would need his consent. Sophie's eyes were swimming in tears. Christopher was sure she would break down. But she squared her shoulders and dashed aside her tears. My mother, Bridget, will not stop until she has her way. If I stay here, I shall bring danger to you. Amy promptly told her not to be a goose and gently embraced her. Amy's kindness broke through Sophie's reserve and she started to sob. Christopher and James quietly left the room. Christopher did not find Bridget at the address that Inspector Jasper had given him. The landlord confirmed that she had rented rooms from him but did not know when she had left. When Lord Barrington suggested that she had bolted because the police had questioned her, he was quite affronted. Mrs. Hastings is a gentlewoman. I won't have you casting aspersions on her character. Is she a genteel widow? Christopher asked caustically. The landlord assured him that she was. This is a pickle. With that scoundrel on the loose and now Bridget vanishing, Sophie can't be safe. Lord Barrington looked anxious. I had best warn Amy not to plan any excursions. We should move Sophie to my townhouse. My housekeeper will take care of her, Christopher said. That would ease my worry, but Amy will not have it. I guess not. She looked ready to slay dragons for Sophie. You had better go back to her while I arrange with a runner to track down the genteel widow.
Chapter 16. What utter nonsense. You can't go back to that heathen place, Mrs. Dobson all but shook Sophie. Listen up, girl. You are fortunate to have found friends. Her ladyship is looking out for you as if you were her sister. Yesterday, the Duke spent 5 hours in the worst parts of London. You can bet your life he never even knew those places existed. And today, his lordship cancelled an engagement because he wanted to speak to the inspector. Sophie opened her mouth, but Mrs. Dobson wasn't done yet. What will you do in India? Your stepfather wants to return to England. How will you live alone? I hear tigers and elephants roam the streets. Snakes, too. I'm used to living there. I can manage with help from my friends. Use your head, girl. Your friends aren't exactly rich. If you don't find work, you will be a burden to them. Sophie's shoulders slumped. I didn't think of that. Sushila has a large family. She takes in more work than she can manage. I told you. What should I do? If I stay here, Mother will try something again. I don't want to bring trouble to her ladyship and the family. Mrs. Dobson's manner softened. You have a kind heart. But my dear, his lordship can take care of all of us. You don't worry your head about anything. Try to repay their kindness, that is enough. What should I do? To start with, take Lord Bingley into the garden. He so loves a good romp. Stephen ran ahead into the garden. When he saw Sophie lagging behind, he ran back to her. Never one to miss an opportunity, Mrs. Dobson remarked, you can't leave. Lord Bingley is exceedingly fond of you. Sophie swung Stephen high in her arms and he squealed, up. Up, but when he saw the swings, he scrambled down and tugged at Jem's hand. Did you see that? Mrs. Dobson beamed. He remembers Jem had pushed the swing the other day. Isn't he the cleverest little boy? He is indeed. Sophie was suddenly struck by how much Mrs. Dobson cared for Stephen. She showered so much love on her charge, whereas her mother had not a scrap of affection for her own daughter. But she had ample love for Isabella. Sophie's heart ached with a familiar pain. It was her Bridget couldn't stand. The fault was hers. She was unlovable. Mrs. Dobson settled down on a bench and took out her knitting. Sophie pushed aside her thoughts and watched over Stephen. Amy came out too but did not stay for long as the housekeeper was waiting to consult with her. Christopher walked in on the group to find Sophie playing blindman's buff with the children. Mrs. Dobson hid her surprise and hurriedly got to her feet, scattering her knitting things. Christopher retrieved the ball of wool that had rolled under the bench. Thank you, Your Grace, she murmured, flustered at having a duke show her such consideration. Mrs. Dobson, I want to get to the bottom of this affair about Sophie. Unfortunately, her mother has disappeared. That terrible woman. Where could she have gone? I'm going to talk to Sophie. She may know something that might help us trace Bridget. Blindfolded, Sophie was trying to catch Stephen. Actually, she was trying not to catch him. He was shrieking so loudly that the game could have ended immediately. The sound of a male voice, a voice she immediately recognized, had her plucking off the bandage. She smiled as Stephen literally climbed up Christopher and gleefully sat on his shoulder. When he tried to grasp the Duke's hair, Jem came to the rescue. He diverted Stephen by throwing a ball. Stephen scrambled down and chased it. Christopher turned to Sophie. let's take a turn around the garden. Sophie hesitated. It was her job to take care of Stephen. Go on, Mrs. Dobson said, putting away her knitting. I'll look after Lord Bingley. Sophie clasped her hands behind her back and kept her heated face down. She had hoped the Duke would call, but now that he had, she felt shy and awkward and feared he would know she kept thinking about him. She could not help herself. Though she knew he was so much above her, she kept reliving the last 2 days when he had rescued her and later, tried to comfort her in Lord Barrington's study. She could conjure the feel of his strong arms and the comfort of his strength. Nestled against his broad chest, she had felt safe and cherished. She wrapped that feeling around her to ward off the terror of her abduction. The tenderness with which he had sought to comfort her was balm to the pain of her mother's cruel betrayal. You are very silent, Christopher said. Sophie blushed. Your Grace, I haven't thanked you for all that you have done. No thanks are needed, my dear. You must try and put the ordeal behind you. Sophie glanced up and found the Duke looking at her with grave concern. How are you feeling? He asked. I am well, Your Grace. The effects of the drug wore off in a day, but Lady Barrington keeps insisting that I don't overtire myself. Amy is right. On top of being kidnapped, you have to deal with your mother's complicity in the crime. When Sophie did not answer, he continued. You are brave and strong. You have endured much. Don't let your mother break your spirit now. Sophie nodded slightly and continued to walk with small measured steps. Sophie, you never mention your father, Christopher said. I don't know anything about him, Your Grace. I would prefer it if you didn't address me as Your Grace. I rather like the informality between us. But consider it a whim. You may not know this, but a duke's whim is his command. Sophie flashed a smile. As you whim, Your Grace. Tell me about your father. I don't think he was a nice man. He left my mother a few weeks after they were married. She followed him to India when I was 2. He was dead by then. The letter about his death didn't reach us because we had already left England. Mother had used all her savings for the passage. She decided to stay on in India. I think an officer helped her. Later, when I was 7, she married Captain Hastings. Don't you have other relatives in England? Mother often said she was a lady of good birth who had fallen on bad times. She is very refined. Everyone in India said she has impeccable manners. Perhaps that is why she can't abide me. I'm rather ramshackle and silly. Silly. Mother often said I was silly. Silly Sophie. It was a joke, of course. Sophie attempted a watery smile that had Christopher muttering a curse under his breath. Who is the other young woman with your mother? He asked. Isabella was left in my mother's care when her father died. She is of noble birth. Christopher frowned. Who are her relatives? Mother said she would reveal everything at the proper time. Isabella's father was on the same ship as she. While drawing his last breath, he made her promise she would take care of Isabella. Why didn't she restore the child to her family? She heard that the parents and grandparents had all perished. Some months ago, she heard that the brother is alive. Christopher thought the story strange. It sounded like a scam. Just recently, Viscount Cull had accepted a young man as his long-lost son and heir. Later, he had turned out to be an impostor. So you and Isabella grew up like sisters. Sophie toyed with the end of her sash. Mother didn't allow it, she said after a longish pause. She said it would give me ideas above my station. She sent Isabella to a select academy for girls that was run by an officer's wife who was a former governess. I went to a school run by a missionary couple where the children were mostly mixed race and many of the teachers were natives. I picked up a pidgin mix of Hindustani and English from them. Bridget didn't like it. She said I would corrupt Isabella and she punished me whenever she caught me using it. I was rather wild in those days. I broke rules and did whatever annoyed my mother the most. After she married Captain Hastings, he insisted that I go to the academy for young ladies along with Isabella. That was the only time he put his foot down. There was another time too. When I was 16, he stopped my mother from forcing me into marriage. He threatened to cut off her allowance. They walked on in silence. Christopher saw Mrs. Dobson go inside the house with Stephen and Jem. "Why do you think she hates me?" Sophie asked in a small voice. The words cut through Christopher like a rapier thrust. Sophie hadn't asked whether her mother hated her, she only wanted to know why she hated her. For how many years had that question festered in her heart? "You told me your father was not a good man. He abandoned your mother. Perhaps you resemble him and that is why she dislikes you." Sophie slowly nodded and looked at him with troubled eyes. "It isn't my fault." "Of course not. You are a most lovable person. Amy loves you. Mrs. Dobson dotes on you. So does my housekeeper. She wants to come and see you tomorrow. Lord Barrington holds you in high regard. And Lord Bingley adores you." "And you?" Sophie blushed as the words slipped out. "I think the world of you," Christopher said with his teasing smile and a wink. Chapter 17. Sophie never discussed her feelings. She either pretended everything was all right or went away somewhere alone to nurse her wounded feelings. How clever the Duke was! In a few minutes, he had made her see things differently. And he liked the informality between them. She knew he was only teasing when he said she meant the world to him. It felt nice, to be teased by a friend. Sophie realized with a jolt that no one had ever teased her before. The weather changed the next day to one of intermittent rain. Stephen did not like being cooped up indoors. He grew bored with his toys and threw tantrums. To entertain him, Jem sang songs and clapped his hands and Sophie lifted him and did a quick two-step dance. Stephen chortled and clapped along. "Where did you learn to sing so well?" Mrs. Dobson asked Jem. The simple question brought tears to Jem's eyes. "My mother used to sing and play the pianoforte. Students came home to learn from her. Mrs. Andrews kept us in the nursery but sometimes I slipped out and listened." "What happened to your mother?" "Consumption," Jem pronounced the word with the ease of long familiarity. "Mother got it and then sissy. Father was a lawyer. He stopped going to his office and sent me to live with another family. He borrowed money and took mother and sissy to a foreign place for treatment but they died. Father couldn't pay back the debt. He was sent to debtor's prison. He had no money to pay the family that was looking after me so he took me with him. It broke his heart." "How did he die?" "I don't know." Jem wiped his eyes on his shirt sleeve. "He was poorly and didn't have sufficient coin to buy enough food. He sent me out with Sammy." "Who is Sammy?" Sophie asked. "He used to visit father. He promised to take care of me but when we came out, he left me with Ma Sally. 3 days later, he told me father died in his sleep." For days after Jeremy's dastardly attempt, Amy proposed another visit to Madame Jolie. "You will be safe," she said, noting Sophie's alarm. "We'll take Toby and Dick along. They'll stand guard outside the shop." The trip to Bond Street proved uneventful. After the fittings, Madame Jolie assured them that the gowns would be delivered on the morrow. Amy decided to order one more gown. "I saw a lady in a gown of silver satin. The overdress was of a gold leaf material. I want something similar," she said. Madame Jolie gently dissuaded Amy. "I already have 3 orders for gowns like that. May I suggest something else, my lady?" Sophie left Amy to pore over patterns and walked over to a gown on display. It was the color of old ivory. The material was soft and fell in gentle pleats from the high waistline and ended in a scalloped hemline. The bodice had a square neckline and the sleeves were puffed, both edged with narrow lace in the same color as the gown. A wide sash in blue satin complemented the simplicity of the gown. Sophie gazed at the gown with a rapt expression. "Sophie. My lady," Sophie went back to Amy. "You have good taste, Sophie. That gown will become you." "I don't want it, my lady. I was only looking at it because you were engaged." "I want you to have it, Sophie. It will look beautiful on you." "Please, my lady. I can't accept it. You have already given me so many gowns." A few aristocratic faces turned in their direction. Sophie lowered her voice and begged Amy not to buy the gown for her. Amy looked at Madame Jolie, who seemed to decipher her cryptic message. She had her assistant bring the gown. "My lady, you would do me a favor if you buy it off me," she said. The lady who ordered it changed her mind after trying it on. "I'm selling it for a fraction of the amount. As you can see, the material is quite ordinary and the lace is of an inferior kind. I think I shall not charge you for it at all." "Why would you just give it away?" Sophie asked, shocked. "I want to retain her ladyship's custom. The gown is a trifle to what her ladyship ordered since coming to London. She entrusted me with her whole wardrobe." Sophie found herself hustled into trying out the gown. "Perfect," Amy announced. "Now Sophie, we must not linger over long for we have other shops to visit." They went to a shop selling parasols and another selling bonnets. The bonnets especially entranced Sophie, but she took care not to express her delight in them. She was quite certain the gown was expensive. Madame Jolie had displayed it prominently. She would not have done that if it was of inferior material and lace. Sophie couldn't believe how lucky she was. A few days ago she was friendless and alone. Now she had people in her life who cared for her and took the trouble to talk to her and to understand her feelings. "You must wear your new gown for dinner," Amy said. "We are expecting a few guests." Sophie usually dined with Mrs. Dobson and the housekeeper. In the mornings, she rose before Amy and slipped into the kitchen to join the staff. During the day, Amy liked to have a light meal and sent for Sophie to join her. "Don't worry, it will just be close friends. I wouldn't have asked, but I need to even the numbers. Lady Egerton is bringing her brother-in-law. He is unexpectedly in London." Sophia wished she could refuse. She wasn't overly worried about the dining part. Though the Academy for Young Ladies was situated in India, the students were well trained in etiquette. She knew how to use the proper cutlery. But she had never mingled or conversed with her betters. Her betters. Her mother had classified everybody except the servants and petty tradesmen as her betters. She was always harping about Sophie getting above herself and shaming Bridget in front of her betters. After spending a week with the Barringtons, Sophie knew that the people who were considered her betters in India were so far down the social scale in London that they would never get a chance to speak to the nobility. Dear Captain Hastings, the bluff retired sea captain who continuously took snuff and left his collar unbuttoned, and who was an important person back in India, would not measure up to Taun's standards at all. What chance did Silly Sophie have?
"What is brewing in your pretty head?" Lord Barrington asked his lady. Amy turned wide eyes at him. "Whatever do you mean? You sent your maid to help Sophie dress. You also want her to wear your pearls. La! How you go on. 'Tis a small necklet that I don't wear. It will go well with her new gown. You bought her a new gown for an informal dinner at our place. I want her to have pretty things. Amy. All right. One would think it was a crime to help a young woman settle down in life. You will have to be more specific than that, love. Charlotte is bringing her brother-in-law. And you want him to marry Sophie. I want them to meet. That is all. Amy, Nicholson is a gentleman. You can't expect him to marry beneath him. Lord Barrington raised his hand. I agree Sophie will make any man an excellent wife, but if you want to help her, you must be practical. Otherwise, your good intentions will only result in getting her hurt. Amy rested her palm against her husband's silk waistcoat and looked up at him. You chose to marry me. You could have done better. Dash it, you are a gentleman's daughter. You can't compare Sophie's situation with yours. Amy stood on tiptoe and kissed James softly on the lips. I would have married you even if you were of base birth. Now, that's going too far. I mean it, Amy calmly stated. Your sentiment does not do you credit. Woman. I fear for Stephen's future. Silly man. Aren't we better suited and happier than most couples of our acquaintance? Amy, we fell in love. That's different from what you're trying to do. One would think I was presenting Sophie under a false pretense. How will you present her? Lord Barrington asked curiously. With the facts, of course. She is Miss Sophie Hastings, daughter of Captain Hastings, who has recently come from India, and a dear friend of mine. Lord Barrington knew when he was beaten. He offered his arm to his lady and together they descended the stairs to await their guests.
Chapter 18. Sophie found it easier to go along with Lady Barrington, who, in spite of her sweet demeanor, was quite a determined lady. She had sent her maid to do up Sophie's hair in a cascade of elegant curls and had given her a pearl necklace and matching earrings. A pair of fashionable shoes had also been unearthed from Miss Anna's room. Dressed in her finery, Sophie perched on a stool and waited to be summoned down. You can move your head. The maid smiled at the stiff picture Sophie made. You don't have to be nervous. You look lovely. Lovelier than most of the ladies. Sophie did not point out that those ladies were used to holding their own in society. But she followed the well-meant advice and tried to relax. It was a good thing too, because her face was so rigid it might not have done her bidding in the drawing room.
Larks, Miss Sophie. The footman gaped as he took in Sophie's transformed appearance before opening the door. The first person Sophie saw was His Grace, the Duke of Henderson. He was talking to another gentleman whose back was to the door. Henderson stopped mid-sentence and looked as stupefied as the footman. Sophie raised a self-conscious hand to pat her hair. Surely, it was hanging loose or something. Miss Hastings. The Duke was in front of her and bowing over her gloved hand. And then he raised it to his lips. Stop, Sophie hissed. I'm supposed to curtsy to you. Christopher lightly placed her hand in the crook of his arm. Too late. We will look absurd bowing to each other. A teasing glint came into his eyes. But if it pleases you to curtsy to a duke, I can provide you with another opportunity by presenting you to the Duke of Wimberley. The Duke of Wimberley was the gentleman with whom Christopher had been talking. He inclined his head as Sophie executed an unexceptionable curtsy. There you are. Amy came over to Sophie. Let me present you to my other guests. You have already met Lady Heather and the Duchess of Wimberley. Meet Lady Egerton. She is the Duke of Henderson's sister. And this is her husband, Lord Egerton. Lady Egerton looked at Sophie curiously before she smiled and held out her hand. I've been waiting to meet you, she said. Sophie blinked both at the words and the unconventional greeting. That's very kind of you, my lady. Lady Egerton clasped her hand. You don't have to be so formal. I have a feeling we are to be sisters, I mean the best of friends. Sophie did not know how to answer such an effusive greeting. She smiled rather weakly while wondering whether Lady Egerton had mistaken her for somebody else. Sophie, I want you to meet Mr. Nicholson. He is Lord Egerton's brother and lives in Jamaica. He is in London on business. Mr. Nicholson, Miss Hastings has lived in India for several years. I'm sure you will find plenty to talk about. Dinner was announced soon after. Christopher looked at Sophie as he offered his arm to the Duchess of Wimberley. The Duke of Wimberley escorted Lady Heather, Lord Barrington escorted Lady Egerton, and Lord Egerton offered his arm to Lady Barrington. Mr. Nicholson went last, with Sophie on his arm. It was all as it should be, and yet, Sophie had the absurd thought that if etiquette was thrown aside, the Duke of Henderson would have offered his escort to her. During dinner, Sophie was seated between Mr. Nicholson and Lord Egerton. "Is this your first visit to London, Miss Hastings?" Mr. Nicholson asked. "Indeed, sir. I hope you are enjoying it." Sophie replied in the affirmative. "Even the weather?" Mr. Nicholson asked, smiling knowingly. "We've had some good days. Miss Hastings, India and Jamaica have much in common. They are both colonies. They share the same weather. The southern part of India and Jamaica both have tropical weather. The summer months are hot and humid." Sophie felt her face heat up. The Duke of Henderson was staring at her with an inscrutable look. She dragged her attention back to Mr. Nicholson. "What else is common, sir?" "Coconuts." "Oh yes. Do the Jamaican people drink the coconut water?" Sophie found that keeping a conversation running with a gentleman was not difficult. All that she needed to do was ask questions and listen with an air of polite interest. However, she did not know what etiquette decreed when a fellow guest persisted in staring at her. She found it so unsettling that she could barely eat. Mr. Nicholson turned away from her to speak to Lady Heather. Lord Egerton was already engaged in conversation with the Duchess of Wimberley. Sophie pretended an interest in cutting the piece of lamb on her plate into smaller pieces. But when she raised a morsel to her lips, she realized that the next course was ready to be served. She let her plate be taken away and glared at Christopher. His lips twitched. Gone was the grim look of a few minutes ago. He looked happy to have discomfited her. The wretch! During the rest of the meal, Sophie was wholly attentive to Mr. Nicholson. He was a good conversationalist. And yet, she was aware that Christopher was no longer looking at her. Why it bothered her she did not know.
Sophie chose an inconspicuous seat in the drawing room. To her surprise, Lady Egerton came up to her. "Dear Miss Hastings, why are you sitting in the shadows? I thought you had retired. I declare I've wanted to meet you all week." Sophie could not imagine why but remained silent. "Alice told me about you. Did Henderson really tramp through London to rescue you?" Lord Barrington felt responsible because I was with Lady Barrington. I can't imagine Henderson do any such thing. He's quite an old stick. The only time he's done anything out of character is with you." Sophie didn't even try to speak. Lady Egerton was a force of nature and for some reason tickled beyond measure about her staid, in her words, brother's actions. Sophie thought she didn't know her brother at all. The Duke was anything but staid. Just 10 minutes ago when she left the dining room with the other ladies, he had tried to put her to blush by giving her a surreptitious wink. Mr. Nicholson came in with the other gentlemen. His manners were as they ought to be. Sophie was sure he would do nothing outrageous like discomfiting a fellow guest. He stopped to exchange a few words with Lady Heather and Lady Barrington before approaching her. When he took the seat beside Sophie, Lady Egerton frowned. "Dear Albert, you must not fatigue Miss Hastings with stories about Jamaica. Miss Hastings, you must not encourage my brother-in-law or else he will bore you." Before she could raise further objections, Lady Heather summoned her to her side. Mr. Nicholson leaned a little closer. "Miss Hastings." Sophie drew her gaze from Christopher, who was once again talking to the Duke of Wimberley. "Miss Hastings, may I call upon you tomorrow? If the weather continues pleasant, we could go to Hyde Park." Sophie was stunned. She couldn't possibly have Mr. Nicholson calling on her. Meeting Lady Barrington's guests on an equal footing itself felt like subterfuge. "Have I been too presumptuous, Miss Hastings?" Are you not yet out? Sir, you will think me presumptuous when I tell you who I am. I'm not nobly born. I look after Lady Barrington's son. She has a fondness for me. It is more than fondness, I think her ladyship feels indebted because I was in a position to save her son from a nasty accident. It wasn't anything heroic. Anyone who was in my place would have done it. Miss Hastings, now I'm more determined to know you better. You are courageous, beautiful, and also honest. Not many young women can boast of more than one of these qualities. Mr. Nicholson, please, I cannot receive visitors. It does not seem right. My dear Miss Hastings, do not distress yourself. I shall ask Lady Barrington whether she has any objection. I fear that will put Lady Barrington in a difficult position. She may feel obliged to give permission. Mr. Nicholson smiled. I shall find a way around your scruples. I have another engagement and must leave now. Sophie wasn't really surprised when the Duke of Henderson took the vacant chair. He seemed in a mood to tease her tonight. What did Mr. Nicholson want? He asked. He wants to call tomorrow and take me to Hyde Park. My felicitations on gaining an admirer so quickly. Tell him to watch out for the disreputable Jeremy. He is still out and about. The words hit Sophie like a physical blow. She turned white and almost felt the heat of the smoking lamp that Jeremy had held close to her face. Sophie, I'm a cad to alarm you so. I only want to protect you. Henderson. Lady Heather's tone demanded immediate attention. I want you to escort me home. I can't expect to stay up so late at my age. To Sophie's surprise, the Duke remained sitting by her side. We shall leave soon enough, Aunt, and you are as sprightly as a debutante. Christopher was relieved to see Sophie looking better. Sophie, I was a bore to speak like that, but men can be deceitful. You must learn to be wary of sweet talk and not accept every invitation. You are new to London and have led a sheltered life. Will that be all, Your Grace? We are back to Your Grace now. I am learning to be wary of sweet talk. Henderson. Lady Heather called out in strident tones. Christopher rose with a slight grimace. I haven't finished, he murmured to Sophie. I have, Your Grace. Good night. Sophie caught Lady Egerton staring at her. What was it with the brother and sister? Why couldn't they let her be? Lady Barrington came over to her. Sophie, you look fatigued. You may retire if you wish. With murmured thanks, Sophie slipped out. The next morning, Amy was in bed enjoying her second cup of chocolate when her maid informed her that Lady Egerton had come to see her. Charlotte was her husband's cousin and her dear friend, and Amy knew better than to keep her waiting. If there was one thing Charlotte lacked, it was patience. Sighing, she quit her bed and after a hurried toilette, went downstairs. Amy, we have to talk, Charlotte said, not bothering with pleasantries. It's about your protégé. Sophie. I have the perfect match for her. Your brother-in-law. Has he spoken to you already? Nicholson. You want Sophie to marry Nicholson when she can become a duchess. Charlotte, if you were a man I would have said you are foxed. You can't mean Henderson to wed Sophie. They are perfect for each other. At least, Sophie is perfect for my dear brother. You must have windmills in your head. Sophie is not gently born. Charlotte made a face. You thought her good enough for my brother-in-law. Are you implying the Egertons are not noble enough? You know what I mean. Mr. Nicholson has no expectations of inheriting any title. He is a fourth son and he lives in Jamaica. He is in need of a wife but will be hard-pressed to find a young woman of gentle birth willing to settle on a plantation. Sophie is perfect for him. She is used to the hot climate in India. Though she isn't well-born, she has admirable traits and has excellent manners. She is well suited to become a gentleman's wife. You really have given the matter much thought. And you have not thought about it at all, Amy declared with some asperity. What is there to think? I watched Henderson last night. He couldn't take his eyes off Sophie. I could say the same about Mr. Nicholson. He was wholly attentive to Sophie. That didn't go well with my brother. I can bet you my emeralds he wanted to know what Nicholson was telling Sophie. Did you see how he went to her the moment Nicholson left? I saw him speaking to her. She looked uncomfortable. I thought she was fatigued. That was my brother's doing. Most likely he was rude to her. Charlotte, whatever will you say next? Why would Henderson be rude to Sophie? Amy, yours is a love match. Think back and tell me whether you wanted to throttle Barrington because he was paying attention to someone else. A reminiscent smile lit Amy's face. James was being pursued by the squire's daughter. He didn't know it. He was only being gentlemanly when she sought him out and kept him talking for a quarter-hour. I can guess the rest. That was the longest quarter-hour of your life. You were filled with thoughts of violence. You wanted to tear the woman's eyes out or at least scratch her face. I recollect I was angrier with James for being such a blind fool. I snapped at him and left the place. Amy's eyes widened. You could be right about Henderson. I happened to see his face when Sophie came in. Amy chewed upon her lower lip. Though she had told her husband that a person's birth and station were not important, the Duke marrying a nobody was practically unheard of. The Queen might have something to say about the matter. Amy, I want my brother happy and safe. Safe? Whatever do you mean? Charlotte toyed with her hair and looked away. You don't know what happened last season, do you? She asked after a longish pause. What happened to whom? Haltingly, Charlotte told her about Lady Dorothea's unsuccessful attempt to coerce Henderson into marriage. She is back in London. She had the temerity to call on me yesterday morning. I fear she is quite determined to have my brother. Amy slowly nodded. I met Lady Dorothea at Mrs. St. Clair's tea. I believe they are related. Mrs. St. Clair introduced her and said Lady Dorothea had just arrived and would soon start socializing. Why do you look upset? It's a trifling matter. Lady Dorothea asked who my modiste was. And? She thanked me for telling her the name because now she could avoid her. It took a moment before Charlotte grasped the veiled insult. What a horrid woman. She would have said it loud enough for every other lady to hear her. Now do you see why I worry about Henderson? You must convince your brother to find a suitable female from a titled family. He is a duke. He must marry someone of gentle birth. He is attracted to Sophie. I think that's a good thing because she's perfect for him. When Amy continued to look skeptical, Charlotte rose. I'll prove it. I'll leave my cloak here and tell Henderson I need it back. What will that prove? He will send a footman to retrieve it. He'll come himself. Just you wait and see. Sophie wondered whether she was in love. Bridget had often enough warned Isabella that men fooled women by making them fall in love. Be careful. If your thoughts are continuously filled by a man and you keep wanting to see him, then it means you have fallen into his trap. I keep thinking of the Duke and I like to be with him. It must be love. Mother said men use charm to trap young women. Sophie's face fell. The Duke never used charm on her. On the contrary, he was a little rude and also liked to tease her. He had no interest in making her fall in love with him. But she was in love with him. Was it because he had rescued her from Jeremy? But he had invaded her thoughts from the time she stood in her mud-stained dress in his study. Once again her mother was wrong. Love did not need a reason. It just happened. She hoped the Duke also felt something for her and thought about her now and then. Chapter 19. Amy wanted Sophie to look her best in case the Duke of Henderson did come for the cloak. She summoned her to the room Anna had formerly used. "My lady," Sophie looked in surprise at the gowns draped over the furniture. "Sophie, try on one of these gowns, please." Sophie allowed Amy's maid to help her into a sprigged white muslin gown. Amy told her to turn around. "It fits you well." Mrs. Dobson was right. "You and Anna are of a size. Pick as many gowns as you wish." "My lady, I couldn't do that." "Child, you have no idea how quickly fashions change. None of the gowns will be of any use in a few months," Amy said, implying Sophie would be doing a good deed by wearing the clothes. Sophie happily selected 3 gowns. Amy added 2 more to the pile. She also chose a fetching bonnet. A footman scratched at the door. "My lady, His Grace is here for Lady Edgerton's cloak." Amy clapped her hands. "Sophie, my dear. Quick. The cloak is in the parlor. Give it to His Grace." "Where is he?" Amy was pleased to note Sophie's mounting color and overbright eyes. She would send word to Charlotte that her brother's sentiments were reciprocated.
Christopher dipped his quill in the heavy silver inkpot and raised an eyebrow. "Aren't you going to tell me what I'm undertaking?" he asked his secretary. "No, Your Grace de Mar." Chambers turned a page of the document for the Duke to sign. "Ah, you have finally realized that I won't make sense of the legal drivel." "Yes, Your Grace de Mar." Chambers kept a straight face. After a year in the Duke's employment, he knew his employer had already grasped the contents of the lengthy document. Christopher signed the rest of the pages without any more sallies. Just then, Lady Edgerton peeped in. "Henderson. May I have a minute?" Christopher waved her in. "To what do I owe the pleasure of your visit?" he drawled. "You don't look too pleased to see your only sibling." "Considering the fact that I saw you but last night, I'll let that pass. Now, why are you here? Dare I hope you have a good reason to interrupt my work?" "I don't," Charlotte smiled cheekily. "Did you like the lobster sauce at the Barringtons last night?" "Lobster sauce?" Christopher frowned. "It was good." "What does it have to do with your visit?" "There was no lobster sauce at last night's dinner," Charlotte crowed. "Charlotte. Will you please come to the point? It's about my cloak. That monstrosity you left in my carriage. I believe Mrs. Alice will know about it." "Not that cloak, silly. I wore a new cloak when I went to see Amy this morning and left it behind by mistake. Do be a dear and send someone for it." "I would have gone but must keep an engagement." Mr. Chambers stood up. "I'll see to the task immediately, my lady." "I'll go myself," Christopher said, pushing aside the document. "I have something to discuss with Barrington." "Didn't you speak to him last night?" Charlotte asked, her eyes alight with mischief. "It came up just now." "You caught me in time." "I was just leaving," Lord Barrington said, waving Christopher into a chair. "Charlotte was here this morning. I believe she left a prized cloak behind." Christopher turned to look out of the window. "I don't see Sophie. I trust last evening was not too much for her. She isn't used to company." "Henderson, why are you here?" Lord Barrington asked, his eyes narrowing a fraction. "I looked into those plans. They show promise." "Why didn't you say so last night?" "Wimberley mentioned them. I only went through them today." Lord Barrington summoned a footman. "Lady Edgerton has left her cloak behind." The footman bowed. "I'll deliver it to her ladyship's residence immediately, my lord." I'll take it with me," Christopher said. "I'll give it to your coachman, Your Grace." "Don't bother my coachman. I'll take the cloak myself." Lord Barrington said, "Ask her ladyship about the cloak and have Miss Sophie bring it here." Christopher feigned disinterest. Not so his irrepressible cousin. Henderson, you can't keep matters of the heart under wraps or under a cloak. Christopher tried to stop him with a glacial look, but that didn't work. Lord Barrington grinned. I saw the way you were looking at Sophie last night. And now you are half out of the window to catch a glimpse of her. You exaggerate. Were you or were you not looking for Sophie? I was rude to her last night. I wanted to apologize. Being rude comes with a ducal title. It shouldn't bother you unless you care about Sophie's feelings. You are being ridiculous. I like Sophie, but that doesn't imply anything. You will accuse me of being in love with her next. If you are not in love, you are giving a good imitation of being smitten. Only a lovesick duke would seize the first flimsy excuse that came his way. You are forgetting I am a duke and Sophie isn't even gently born. So it isn't wedded bliss you are after. Lord Barrington looked coldly at Christopher. Sophie may not be gently born, but as long as she is under my roof, you will treat her with respect. Christopher shot to his feet, shock mingling with fury. What do you think I will dishonor Sophie? You are in the wrong. I could never do anything to harm her. Sophie means the world to me. Lord Barrington was not the least perturbed. On the contrary, the outburst seemed to amuse him. His bland look and knowing smile made Christopher pause. I suspected you cared for Sophie, his cousin said. You are a cold fish, but where Sophie is concerned, you have been wearing your heart on your sleeve. Christopher pinched the bridge of his nose. I shall have to be careful. If you can't make Sophie your duchess, you mustn't keep meeting her. You are right, of course. Christopher sighed. The title attracts women like damn flies and keeps away the woman who draws me to her. Lord Barrington looked uncomfortable. Not my place to offer advice, but if you think Sophie is the one for you, don't let anything come in your way. You are a duke and may do as you please. It isn't as if you will be disinherited or anything. Charlotte is already married, so Sophie's birth will not spoil her chances. Christopher sat down with a rueful smile. I knew you were a romantic. Now I know you also possess radical thought. I only feel responsible for Sophie. Amy is trying to promote a match between Sophie and Nicholson. It will be cruel if Sophie becomes attracted to you. Christopher knew Barrington was right. Sophie had a future with Nicholson. He was a decent sort. He sat for a few more minutes, drumming his fingers on the edge of the table. And then he stood up, his expression set in resolute lines. Have a footman deliver Charlotte's cloak, will you? He said and left.
Sophie found the cloak and stood outside the study door. She took a deep breath and raised her hand to knock. The door was slightly ajar. She heard her name and paused. The Duke and Lord Barrington were discussing her. You are being ridiculous. I like Sophie, but that doesn't imply anything. You will accuse me of being in love with her next. If you are not in love, you are giving a good imitation of being smitten. Only a lovesick duke would seize the first flimsy excuse that came his way. You are forgetting I am a duke and Sophie isn't even gently born. Sophie ran back to the parlor and slipped behind the window drapes. As silent sobs shuddered through her, she heard Bridget's voice in her head. Don't get ideas above your station. You are a nobody. When she saw the Duke's carriage leave, she came out of the room. A footman stopped her. Miss Sophie, I was looking for you. Is this Lady Edgerton's cloak? Sophie gave it to him and went into the nursery, determined to attend to her duties. After the Duke left, Mr. Nicholson surprised Amy with a visit. He wanted her permission to take Sophie to Hyde Park. I asked Miss Hastings last night. She explained her situation. She has the notion that it isn't proper for her to have callers because she is an employee. Sophie went still higher in Amy's estimation. The girl had a spine. Miss Hastings is an employee because she is too proud to accept our hospitality. I consider her a dear friend. You have no objection to my calling on her?" Mr. Nicholson asked. "I gather Sophie has told you she is not of gentle birth." "As far as I'm concerned, she is a gentlewoman and deserving of my courtesy." Amy was satisfied that Mr. Nicholson was not going to be deterred by Sophie's birth. Even though Charlotte had told her that Henderson was interested in Sophie, Amy harbored doubts about him. He had left without making any attempt to meet Sophie, whereas the poor child was already infatuated with him. It would be better if she spent time with Mr. Nicholson. Even if nothing came out of it, she might get over her infatuation. Amy went to the nursery to speak to Sophie. "Mr. Nicholson is here. He wants to take you to Hyde Park this afternoon." "I can't, my lady." "And why ever not?" "Mr. Nicholson is a gentleman. He is interested in you. How will you know whether you suit if you don't spend some time in his company?" "Suit for what?" "What a ninny you are. Don't you want a husband and a home of your own?" "Mother wants to marry me off to Jeremy." "Sophie, we'll deal with that at the proper time. Be a dear and go down." Sophie found Mr. Nicholson admiring a painting. Last night, she had been so taken up with the Duke that she hadn't paid much attention to him. She had noticed that he had regular features and a good-natured face. Now she saw he was also a fine figure of a man, tall and broad-shouldered and with well-proportioned limbs. "Miss Hastings," he greeted her with a smile that lit up his face and kept standing until she took a seat. After exchanging pleasantries, Mr. Nicholson frankly told Sophie he was there to further his acquaintance with her. "I leave for Jamaica in 10 days, he said, implying he wanted to find a wife at the earliest. "Would you like a stroll in Hyde Park? May I call for you at forenoon?" Sophie agreed even though she had no wish for company.
Chapter 20. Christopher was disinclined to return to his townhouse where the overzealous Mr. Chambers would want him to peruse statements of accounts and letters. He did not want to attend Parliament either. The issue under discussion would be taken up for voting later in the session. Meantime, members fond of listening to their own voice were spending as much time on the floor of the House as possible. Christopher went to White's. He chose a quiet corner, and as he sipped his brandy, he tried to straighten the tangle of his thoughts. Barrington had made him confront his feelings about Sophie. He had to accept that she made him feel alive and light-hearted. He admired her courage and strength. He never tired of looking at her. He couldn't explain the attraction. From the first time he saw her in his study, her clothes smeared with dirt and her face scrunched with worry as she balanced on one foot, he found he could not keep his eyes off her. And last night, when she was perfectly coiffed and elegantly dressed, she took his breath away. He had never stopped to think what that meant. Now he understood. He was in love with her. If she was a gentleman's daughter, he would have no hesitation in marrying her. But he knew nothing about her except that her mother was a harridan who was in London to foist a young woman on a noble family. Marriage to Sophie would create a terrible scandal, though it wouldn't make him a social outcast. He was well connected to several powerful families. The Taun would not go so far as to cut them. He was a duke, after all. But Sophie's life would become extremely difficult. He knew the Taun. They were cruel to those of common blood. Sophie would suffer slights. She would be subject to snubs. The newspapers would caricature them and spread canards. Sophie would become the butt of their vicious humor. They would paint her a conniving fortune hunter. Sophie was already insecure. Her mother had belittled her all her life. It would be cruel to subject her to society's scorn. It wasn't too late to walk away. Sophie thought of him as a friend and nothing more. He would have to stop seeing her. She would make a good life as Mrs. Nicholson in Jamaica. He would be a selfish cad if he came in her way. "Your Grace." Christopher frowned as Lord Baxter pulled up a chair. "My sister, the lovely Lady Dorothea, you remember her, your grace. She will be delighted that I met you. Her feelings for you remain unchanged, your grace. Baxter, no more games. Your grace, I demand, recompense for my, shister. Baxter was clearly foxed. When he leaned forward, the strong smell of spirits assailed Christopher. Christopher snapped his fingers. 2 waiters materialized on each side of Lord Baxter. A crony who was partly sober whispered loudly to Baxter that they should leave. Can't create a scene here. Got thrown out from White's once. The warning had an impact, or it was the dexterity of the staff. Baxter left with his arms around the waiters. Christopher cursed under his breath. Lady Dorothea would strike at the first opportunity. She had the cunning of a vixen. She also managed to gather unsavory information which she liked to hold over people. After she left London, Christopher had heard surprising stories about the Baxters. Lord Baxter liked to play deep and often had the devil's own luck, but when he lost, he used incriminating information gathered by Lady Dorothea to reclaim his IOUs. If Lady Dorothea had an inkling about his feelings for Sophie, she would not hesitate to hurt her. That was one more reason for him to keep away from Sophie. A message from Lady Heather was waiting for Christopher. She wanted to visit Hyde Park during the fashionable hour and had commanded him to escort her. Christopher groaned. He usually did not mind escorting his aunt on her occasional rides through Hyde Park, but he wished she had chosen some other day. However, if he sent his excuses postponing the outing, she would have plenty to say about the ingratitude of nephews. An hour later, he helped his aunt into a barouche. Being rather preoccupied with his thoughts, he failed to notice the angry look she gave him from time to time. Really, Henderson. I found your conduct shocking last night, she ground out. What did I do now? Christopher absent-mindedly asked. Fall into that woman's trap like an imbecile. What bee has got in your bonnet? Do you deny you were completely caught up in ogling Hastings last night? Who the devil? I mean, who is Hastings? Sophie, Lady Heather hissed. Do you deny you hot-footed to meet her this morning? Madam, I shall be removing Alice from my household. Her loyalty to me is questionable. Lady Heather was momentarily struck dumb, a rare occurrence, before saying, Young man, don't forget I have your best interests at heart. I will not put up with any meddling, Aunt Henderson. She is a conniving piece of baggage. She found a way into your house and now she has Amy wrapped around her finger. Sophie saved Amy's son at the cost of her own safety. I believe she arranged it with the coachman. Did she also arrange with Mrs. Dobson to have the child run away from her? Perhaps she bribed the boy. Lady Heather never liked to admit an error. She should have taken her reward and left. Why does she stay on if it isn't because she has her eye on you? If, as you say, she has her eye on me, why did she leave my house? Don't argue, Henderson. Don't dodge the question, Aunt Heather. It was a plan to intrigue you. She has helped too. That woman posing as her mother and the man who staged the abduction are all part of a plan. Christopher clenched his jaw to rein in his anger. He could never forget the state in which he had found Sophie. Aunt Heather, we spent hours trying to find Sophie. If the abduction was staged, the conspirators would have left clues so that we could easily find her. Lady Heather did not give up easily. And where Christopher was concerned, she clung to the belief that her nephew was the victim of matrimonial plots. That belief had turned stronger after Lady Dorothea's brazen attempt. I still say she is not that innocent. She convinced Amy to let her mingle with exalted company. She was dressed in a gown of superior cut and was wearing pearls. Amy is anxious to match her with Nicholson, Christopher informed his aunt. Lady Heather chewed over the information. Satisfied, she nodded and sat back as the barouche joined the throng of carriages in Hyde Park. Their progress was necessarily slow because members of the ton frequently stopped to greet one another. Christopher had an urge to stretch his legs, but his aunt disliked walking. He looked enviously at those who were strolling. Almost immediately, he saw Sophie and Mr. Nicholson. Sophie was looking up attentively at Mr. Nicholson. He must be telling her about that plantation of his in Jamaica. Christopher grew more annoyed by the minute. Sophie had not heeded his warning about the danger Jeremy presented. He was a desperate character and could still harbor intentions of kidnapping Sophie. Serves her right, he thought savagely, and was immediately contrite. He could never wish her harm even if she saw it fit to flout his advice. The barouche came to a standstill as Lady Warren stopped to speak to Lady Heather. Christopher murmured his excuses to his aunt and got down. He decided he would exchange pleasantries with Nicholson and also slip in a word of caution to Sophie. Barely acknowledging acquaintances, he walked towards the hedge where Sophie and Nicholson stood. Nicholson's back was to Christopher, but Sophie saw him approach and her eyes widened in surprise. Just then, a lilting female voice sang out, "Your Grace. Please wait," and a vehicle came to a sudden stop beside Christopher. Lady Dorothea held out her hand, leaving Christopher with no choice but to help her down. Just before her foot touched the ground, she twisted and gracefully fell into his arms. Christopher was strongly inclined to dump her to the ground. But that would cause a spectacle, and that was precisely what Lady Dorothea would enjoy. He helped her back to her feet and with a curt nod, turned on his heel. When he returned to the barouche, Lady Heather and Lady Warren were still conversing with each other. Sophie and Nicholson had disappeared. And Lady Dorothea was gazing reproachfully in his direction. The next morning, Christopher sent for Inspector Jasper and asked for developments regarding Jeremy and Bridget. "We haven't made much headway, Your Grace. Bridget Hastings has vanished. It is a mystery. The porter confirms that when she moved in, she arrived with several trunks. Unless she had a private carriage, she couldn't have left without anyone seeing her." "And Jeremy?" "A man answering to Jeremy's description was seen at a tavern. He was raging about getting even with a woman named Bridget." "Was he arrested?" "The tavern was in a crowded neighborhood. He gave the constable a slip." Christopher felt a chill go down his spine. He had to warn Barrington. Sophie would be safer in the country. When he arrived at Barrington House, the butler informed him that Lord and Lady Barrington were out. Miss Sophie was in the garden with Mrs. Dobson. Christopher approached the garden behind the house with a surge of anticipation. Stephen was playing some rambunctious game and Sophie was cheering him on. The child was indeed lucky. In addition to loving parents, he had Sophie filling his life with so much joy. Christopher recalled his childhood. He was never allowed to forget that he was the future Duke. His father was strict and so were his tutors. He did not remember talking or playing with his mother. She floated on the periphery of the lives of her children. When she visited the nursery, they were expected to be on their best behavior. Christopher hailed the group as he joined them. Mrs. Dobson gathered up her knitting and managed to curtsy without dropping any of the balls of yarn. Sophie also curtsied and stood quietly beside Mrs. Dobson. "Sophie, I spoke to Inspector Jasper this morning. Walk with me while I share the details." "Go on, dear." "Jem will keep Lord Bingley engaged." Christopher sensed a change in Sophie. She did not look at him. She was stiff and also intent upon keeping as much distance as she could between them. "You haven't forgiven me." "Have you?" he asked. "I don't understand, Your Grace." "I told you to dispense with that formality." "I can't do that, Your Grace. You used to forget I'm a duke. I found that refreshing." "Did you forget, Your Grace?" Sophie asked. Christopher was momentarily taken aback at Sophie's icy tone. "Are you still annoyed with me for what I said the other night?" "I had no intention of frightening you. This morning I learned that my fears are not without justification. For whatever reason, Jeremy is determined to settle scores with your mother. You must be careful. Bridget has disappeared, but he knows you are here. Even Hyde Park isn't safe. Many undesirables loiter near the gates. It will be better if you leave London. Barrington can arrange it. So can I. Your Grace, please don't concern yourself with my troubles. Being of common birth, I must be below your notice. Surely, you have more important matters at hand. Why are you harping on your birth? Because it is a fact. You must recognize the gulf that lies between us. I recognize no such thing. I confess I have never felt so much in harmony with anybody else. My sentiments for you. Sophie cut him short. I wonder if your sentiments can bridge the gulf. She glared at him, her eyes blue chips of fire, and added, Your Grace. And then she stalked away, leaving Christopher slack-jawed. By gad, what was that about? He knew Sophie had spirit but had never imagined she would be livid with him. What had he done to earn her ire? Christopher watched her retreating back and ruefully admitted to himself that he could never let her walk away from his life. His resolution about letting Nicholson woo her crumbled. She was the woman for him, and he would try to win her heart. The rest would come later. He would find a way. Perhaps, if he waited until after the season and took her abroad and married her, she would have sufficient time to prepare for her role as Duchess. But Amy was promoting a match between her and Nicholson. Would Sophie wait for him if she did not know his sentiments? Chapter 21. Christopher knew Sophie had spoken in anger. It was better to give her some time before trying to find out why she was upset with him. As he went back to his carriage, Jem raced past him in pursuit of a ball. When Christopher reached the carriage, he was surprised to find his coachman holding Jem by the shoulder. Walter, unhand the boy. What do you want with him? I know him, Your Grace, Walter replied. His father is looking for him. Jem stopped squirming. My father? Is he alive? Where is he? Are you Mr. Miller's son? Walter asked. Jem clutched Walter's sleeve. Yes. Please take me to father. Jem, allow Walter to speak. If your father lives, he will take you to him, Christopher said. Don't you remember me? Walter asked. I was employed by the firm where your father worked. He brought you to the office with him when your mother became very ill. I don't remember you. Father did take me with him. Joseph and Archie shared his room. They let me write figures in an old register. You are indeed Mr. Miller's boy. Joseph and Archie are clerks in the office. How happy your father will be to see you. Where is the boy's father, Walter? He's in the debtor's prison. He was ill for some time. A man by the name of Sammy befriended him. He told Mr. Miller his sister would house the boy until he recovered. Mr. Miller agreed because he wasn't able to take care of his son. But when Sammy did not visit him after taking the boy, he grew alarmed. The authorities only blamed him for trusting a stranger with his son. They told him it was quite possible Sammy wasn't the man's real name and he had stolen the boy. How do you know this? Christopher asked. I happened to meet Mr. Miller when I went to see a neighbor in debtor's prison. I couldn't recognize him at first. His condition is pitiable. The shock of losing his son has been too much for him. Jem sobbed and wiped his eyes on his sleeve. Christopher patted his shoulder. Have patience, boy. Before you know it, your father will be out of that cursed place and you will be with him. Within the hour, Christopher's secretary Mr. Chambers was at the magistrate's office. He deposited the monies owed by Mr. Miller and escorted father and son to their new lodgings. At Christopher's orders, a matronly woman was engaged to take care of the house and the inmates. When they arrived, she was already in the kitchen, getting a wholesome meal ready. Later in the day, a physician called upon Mr. Miller's. Mr. Chambers accompanied him. They found Mr. Miller's in an agitated state. He did not want to rest until he had thanked his benefactor. Mr. Chambers kindly told him that His Grace wanted him to first recover from the ordeal. Jem has other friends too, and they are eager to make your acquaintance but have agreed to wait until you can receive them. Meanwhile, they have charged me with their good wishes. And Jem, Lady Barrington is most particular that you are not to leave your father's side. Lord Bingley will be happy to see you after a week. Chapter 22. Sophie's nervousness ebbed away when she realized that nobody paid her particular notice. The wedding breakfast at Wimberley House was a grand affair and she was but one among the 500 guests, there by Lady Laura's personal invitation. Mr. Nicholson came over to her. "I'm relieved to see a familiar face," he said, smiling in his open manner. "That can't be true. You are the son of a viscount. You must know many of the other guests." "I was sent to Jamaica after my uncle named me his heir. I was 3. Barring a few holidays in England, I grew up in Jamaica. I don't know anyone outside the family. However, I know the names of the more prominent families because Debrett's peerage was part of my education." Debrett's peerage? It gives the details of all titled families of the British nobility. Your family must be listed there too. Mr. Nicholson nodded. First is the royal family, and then the dukes. The Dukes of Henderson are among the foremost families. Sophie saw the Duke himself, looking at her from across the hall. She tilted her chin at a defiant angle and threw back her shoulders. Just because he was at the top of the list in some fancy book did not give him the right to stare at her. A beautiful woman touched his arm. He looked at her and said something. The woman's face lit up and Sophie felt a dagger turn in her heart. "Shall we find a table?" Mr. Nicholson asked. Sophie turned her back on Christopher and followed Mr. Nicholson. She was glad when he chose a table in an obscure corner. "The bridal pair make a striking couple," she said. "Anyone can see they are in love." Mr. Nicholson looked intently at Sophie. "Pardon the question, but I have to ask it. Do you aspire to a love match?" Sophie guessed Mr. Nicholson was asking her because he was considering marrying her. "Sir, my circumstances do not permit me to think of marriage at all." "What about you?" Mr. Nicholson shrugged his broad shoulders. "I had hoped to fall in love. As that didn't happen, I have decided to look for strength of character and friendship." "You mustn't give up so easily. Not unless you have a pressing reason to marry soon." Mr. Nicholson nodded, his eyes on the bridal pair. "Those two make a strong case for a love match. So do your brother and Lady Egerton," Sophie pointed out. "It is rather surprising. My brother and Charlotte are very different from each other." "What of your other brothers? Are they married?" Sophie asked. Sophie found it easy talking to Mr. Nicholson. He told her about his family and also regaled her with anecdotes from his life in Jamaica. However, even though Sophie found his conversation interesting, her mind wandered to the Duke. Had he already left? And then she saw him making his way to their table. "Sophie, come with me. It's important," he said. "Where to?" Sophie asked, surprised at the serious look in his eyes. "Bridget is here. You must come with me." Sophie's face paled and she clutched the table. What is she doing here? Seeing her in such distress, Mr. Nicholson poured out a glass of water and offered it to Sophie. She barely took a sip and put it down. Christopher sat down beside her and took her gloved hand in his. "Sophie, you have nothing to fear. Bridget isn't here for you." "Miss Hastings, do you want me to come with you?" Mr. Nicholson offered, shooting an anxious glance at the Duke. Sophie mutely shook her head and rose. Christopher threaded her hand through the crook of his arm and led her out of the hall through a side door. Sophie was grateful for his strength. Her legs seemed to have turned to cotton wool. Christopher pushed open a door in the passage and they went in. "Where is she?" Sophie asked, finding no one else in the room. "She and Isabella are in the adjoining room." "Let me explain." Sophie sank into a sofa and Christopher sat down beside her. Why are they here? Sophie asked, gripping her hands together in her lap. My dear, please compose yourself. Bridget doesn't know you are here. She arrived with Isabella just as Nethercote and his bride were preparing to leave for their wedding trip. Bridget made the claim that Isabella is Nethercote's sister who was reported dead 16 years ago. Nethercote was overjoyed to be reunited with his sister, but Henderson and I cautioned him to verify Bridget's claim. My mother never divulged Isabella's father's name, Sophie said. She only told everyone that he was an earl. I want you to be there when we question her. It will be easier to nail her lies. Sophie wrung her hands. I can't let her see me. She'll make me go with her. I must leave before she sees me here. You don't know her. She will take me away forcibly and hand me over to Jeremy. Christopher pulled Sophie into his arms. I won't let her harm you. Trust me, Sophie. I'll keep you safe. Why do you care what happens to me? I care about you, that's why. Christopher took Sophie's face in his hands and gazed into her eyes. As he came still closer, Sophie found her eyes closing. She felt his lips on her forehead and then graze her eyes before lingering on her lips. A tremor shook through her body. She pressed still closer and would have continued to lie in the circle of Christopher's arms, but he gently moved her a little away. I'll keep you safe, Sophie. I care for you, he murmured. The words brought Sophie out of the delightful kiss-induced haze. She pulled away and glared at Christopher. That's not true. I heard you and Lord Barrington. You told him you did not, that I'm not even gently born, and it was ridiculous that you would. Christopher touched her tremulous lips with his finger. I was being a pompous ass. You must know that my feelings for you run deep. Sophie almost asked whether he meant that he loved her. But she contained her impetuosity and permitted Christopher to dry her tears with his pristine white handkerchief. Sophie, now is not the time to talk about us. Nethercote must be getting impatient. Why do you want me there? I don't know anything about Isabella's family. I don't trust Bridget. A woman who is capable of mistreating her daughter cannot be relied upon to speak the truth. I want you to listen to whatever she has to say. If you hear anything that isn't true, you must tell me. We'll go in through a side entrance. You will stand behind a painted accordion screen and listen without anyone knowing you are in the room. Sophie nodded and took in a deep breath. Christopher opened the door and they went in. The screen, painted with Egyptian figures, was quite large. It would hide her completely. Christopher squeezed her hand and waited until she took her position behind the screen, and then he left her. No longer worried about Bridget seeing her, Sophie put an eye to a narrow slit in the screen. Lord and Lady Nethercote, the Duke of Wimberley, Bridget and Isabella were in the room. Isabella and the Nethercotes looked nervous while Bridget had a small smile playing on her complacent face. Mrs. Hastings, you mentioned having proof, Lord Nethercote said. Bridget removed 2 rings from her reticule. Did they belong to your late father, my lord? Sophie tensed as Lord Nethercote examined the rings. What would they do to her mother if the rings weren't genuine? Lord Nethercote's fingers closed over the rings. These are indeed my father's rings. How do you come to possess them? He asked in a voice shaking with emotion. I was on a ship bound for India. The crew rescued your father. He had kept afloat after his ship was wrecked. Little Isabella was with him. He was injured. He had a gash on his back and another on his arm, and was burning with fever. It is a wonder he did not let the child go. Later he became delirious. The captain told me to take care of Isabella. I recognize the rings, Lord Nethercote told Christopher. There is no need for verification. I'm convinced that I've found my sister. But Christopher asked him to reserve judgment. I hope she is indeed your sister. A few questions will not change the truth. The Duke of Wimberley also cautioned Lord Nethercote. Andrew, a few frauds have occurred where unscrupulous persons took advantage of family members who had lost their loved ones. Lord Nethercote reluctantly agreed. Lady Nethercote linked her arm with her husband and led him to a couch. Lord Nethercote invited Isabella to sit on his other side. When Bridget made for the winged chair beside Isabella, Christopher stopped her. He moved a straight-backed chair to face the couch and told Bridget to take it. Sophie's breath caught in her throat. Bridget looked formidable as she faced the others. "Your name?" Christopher asked. "I am Mrs. Bridget Hastings. My husband is a retired sea captain working for the East India Company. Presently, he is in India." "Did you meet the late Lord Nethercote in India?" "No, Your Grace. I was traveling to India, to join my husband." "By your husband, you mean Captain Hastings?" "I married Samuel Trevor when he was on a visit to England. After he went back, he wrote asking me to join him. But when I reached India, he was deceased. However, that has no bearing upon my meeting with the late Lord Nethercote. The ship I was in narrowly missed being caught in a storm. We crossed another ship that was almost sunk. The captain told his men to keep a lookout for survivors. That's how they rescued the late Lord Nethercote and Isabella. His lordship wanted the captain to turn the ship back to England, but the ship was carrying important cargo for the East India Company. The captain entrusted Isabella to my care. When your father took a turn for the worse, he made me promise that I would take the child to England, to her grandfather. He gave me his rings, to present as proof of the child's identity." "Andrew, are you satisfied with the rings?" the Duke of Wimberley asked. "One ring is the family seal. And the other was always on my father's finger. I believe it was a gift from my grandfather when he turned 21. Bridget locked eyes with Lord Nethercote. "Isabella is your sister, my lord. Please don't allow anyone to make you doubt that she isn't." "Not so fast, Mrs. Hastings," Christopher said sternly. "Why didn't you bring Isabella to England? Why did you wait for so many years?" "I was prostrated with grief, Your Grace. I had hoped to start a life with my husband. Instead, I discovered he had died 2 months ago. You could have informed the company officials. They would have arranged to send Lady Isabella home. Begging your pardon, Your Grace, I had become attached to the child." "Did it take 16 years for you to overcome your grief?" Christopher drawled. Bridget squared her shoulders and looked him in the eye. "I was able to put aside my grief and move on, Your Grace. I married Captain Hastings. However, I did not try to send Isabella to England because I learned that her grandfather has also expired. My promise was to take Isabella to her grandfather." "That's true," Lord Nethercote said. "The shock of my parents' death and debtors descending upon my inheritance took a toll on my grandfather's life." Bridget dabbed at her eye and crossed herself. "I kept Isabella with me and tried my best to bring her up as a lady. Some months ago, I heard that her brother was the current earl. I had thought the entire family had perished. I decided to bring Isabella to England." "One last question, Mrs. Hastings. How old was your daughter at that time? Was she born after you reached India?" "That can't be correct. You said you followed your husband 3 years after you married him. Did you leave her behind in England? Or was she on the ship with you?" I don't have a daughter." Christopher turned to Isabella. "Is that true?" "Mrs. Hastings has a daughter. I think she isn't acknowledging her because she is angry with her," Isabella said, shooting an apologetic look at Bridget. "How old is Mrs. Hastings' daughter?" "Sophie is about my age," Isabella said. "Was she in India with you?" "We grew up together." "Mrs. Hastings, was your daughter with you on the ship?" Christopher asked. "Sophie is not my daughter. She's an orphan. I found her lost and abandoned after our ship docked in India." Sophie was stunned. She was not Bridget's daughter. Suddenly, everything fell into place. Bridget's nagging, her neglect, her partiality to Isabella, who was the daughter of an earl. You are lying, Christopher's voice cracked like a whip. Sophie's birth is recorded in St. Martin's Little Church. The father is Samuel Trevor, whom you married in the same church. Henderson, Lord Nethercote objected. What has Bridget's daughter to do with my sister? That's what I'm trying to learn. I'll be back in a moment. Christopher went to Sophie. Will you agree to confront Bridget? I'm convinced there's a mystery attached to your birth. Sophie nodded and took Christopher's arm. Bridget was engaged in convincing Lord Nethercote that Isabella was indeed his sister. She didn't see Sophie until she stood in front of her. Lord Nethercote stared at Sophie as if she was a ghost come to life. Bella! My dear sister, he sprang to his feet and wrapped Sophie in his arms. She's not your sister, my lord, Bridget cried. You're making a mistake. Lord Nethercote turned a deaf ear to Bridget. I can't believe my eyes. This is a miracle. Fanny, my sister lives. Bridget grabbed Sophie's arm and tried to pull her away. How dare you come here? Where have you been all these days? Where did you get those fine clothes? Not by fair means, I'm sure. She turned to Lord Nethercote. My lord, I don't know what game Sophie is playing. I threw her out of my house because I did not want her to corrupt your dear sister. Believe me, my lord, she isn't Isabella. If you doubt my words, you have only to send a letter to India. Everyone in the English compound knows she is Sophie and not Isabella. Cease your talk, woman, Lord Nethercote thundered. I know what proof I need to recognize my sister. His fierce scowl dissolved as he asked Sophie, my dear, will you remove your right glove? I remember my sister having a mole on her thumb. Sophie was stunned. Was it possible she was Lady Isabella? I have a mole on my thumb, she said, shaking her head wonderingly. Lady Nethercote gently removed the glove and held up Sophie's hand. There is a mole. Andrew, she is Bella come back. Oh, Andrew, I am so happy. Dumbfounded, Sophie looked at Bridget. I don't understand. I'm Sophie. Mother, am I not Sophie? Bridget glared at her. Don't ask silly questions. Of course you are Sophie. My lord, I was told you are leaving for Boston. We can have the matter sorted on your return. Sophie, let's go. Isabella, you too. Sophie hastily stepped out of Bridget's reach and stumbled. Lord Nethercote steadied her and drew her to his side. Bella, you have nothing to fear. You are with your family now. Bridget was not one to easily give up. You can't keep Sophie. Notwithstanding our quarrel, she is my daughter. Lady Isabella will stay with you. You cannot deny your sister her proper place in society. This is England, my lord. There are courts here. I shall approach them and see to it that Lady Isabella gets justice. Lord Nethercote was taken aback, but his lady only smiled. Mrs. Hastings, Bella looks exactly like her mother. There is a family portrait to prove it. Her name is Sophie, my lady. You must not call her Bella. It isn't fair to Isabella. All right, Sophie here looks exactly like the late Lady Nethercote. She also has the birthmark. We don't need any more evidence. I'm sure the courts will need more evidence, my lady. Let us say that you speak the truth and Sophie is your daughter. You should be glad for her. As a lady, she will have certain advantages that you cannot give her. I would not want to elevate my daughter and break a deathbed promise. I made many sacrifices for Lady Isabella. I cannot take away what is rightfully hers, Bridget said with righteous indignation. You broke that promise years ago. Christopher did not raise his voice, but Bridget fell silent. The courts will not take it kindly that you ill-used the daughter of an earl. She was a servant in your house. If it wasn't for Captain Hastings, Sophie wouldn't even have received an education. You must not believe Sophie, Bridget said, tugging at the high collar of her fashionable gown. She is silly and prone to theatrics. Just then Laura, Duchess of Wimberley, came in and was most surprised to see the bride and groom. They had told her not to alert the guests and had slipped out of the hall some time ago. She was even more surprised to find Sophie with them. Lord Nethercote quickly told her about Bridget's attempt to foist an impostor in his sister's place. Laura hugged Sophie and asked, "Does Amy know?" When Sophie shook her head, she exclaimed, "I shall tell her right away. She will be so happy for you," and sailed out of the room.
Chapter 23. Amy hugged Sophie. So did Lady Heather. Lord Barrington bowed to her with a smile and Mr. Nicholson followed suit, murmuring, "Lady Isabella, I think we shall have to get reacquainted." Bridget watched the exchange through narrowed eyes. "You are all mistaken. She is my daughter. She is Sophie, not Isabella. You don't have to listen to her." Amy took Sophie's arm. "Lady Nethercote, shall we take Isabella from here?" Lady Nethercote suggested the sofa at the other end of the room. Sophie went with them, but a few minutes later, she excused herself and went to sit down beside Isabella. "It's not your fault. You didn't know," she said. Isabella did not respond. Sophie took her cold hand in hers. "Don't be like this. Speak to me," she pleaded. "How could she do this, Sophie? I'm a criminal now. Lord Nethercote and Lady Wimberley called me an impostor. They don't know you. I'll tell them you are innocent." "I used to wish she was my mother," Isabella said in a strangled voice. "I worshipped her. But now she is nothing to me. I can't forgive her, Sophie." Sophie did not know how to comfort Isabella. The world as she knew it had shattered around her. She had hoped to be reunited with her brother and now she had no one. Sophie quietly held her hand and listened to her pour her heart out.
Christopher longed to take Sophie in his arms and kiss her again. He wanted to share in her happiness. He had seen the pain in her eyes often enough, now he wanted to savor the joy in them. When Amy took Sophie away from Bridget, he turned his attention back to the ruckus that Bridget was creating. "My lord, I went to a great deal of trouble to restore your sister to you. I can't keep my promise to your father if you prefer to delude yourself," she told Lord Nethercote. "You forget Sophie bears a remarkable resemblance to the late Countess," Christopher pointed out. "That doesn't prove anything. Sophie takes after her father. He may have had Nethercote blood. You must know that noblemen sire children outside marriage and forget about them." Bridget's defiant stance and her shocking language were too much for Lady Heather. "How dare you speak like that to the Duke of Henderson," she snapped. "Ah yes. The Duke of Henderson. And who might you be? His mother? I'm his aunt, you vile creature. You must be Lady Heather, the daughter of Duncan, 6th Duke of Henderson." Lady Heather gasped and furiously brought down her cane on the carpeted floor. "Insolent woman! How dare you take the names of your betters?" To everyone's shock, Bridget swooped over her like a bird of prey. "Wouldn't you like to know?" she crowed. "Shall we wash some dirty Henderson linen?" Lady Heather shrieked and fell back in her chair. Christopher grabbed Bridget by the arm and pulled her away. "What new game is this?" he roughly asked. "An old family game, Your Grace," Bridget airily replied with a tight smile. "Your father and grandfather played it. And so do you. What will you do, now that Sophie is a lady?" Christopher's eyes widened and he stared at Bridget, hoping she did not mean what he thought she did. Lord Nethercote seized upon Bridget's words. "So you admit Sophie is a lady and not your daughter? If not for the family resemblance and the birthmark, I wouldn't have given up. I would have fought with everything I have to put my daughter in her place. But I have no regrets. A real lady with blue blood in her veins wore my daughter's cast-offs. Ah! It was sweet revenge to see an earl's daughter brought so low. Lord Nethercote's hands clenched at his side and his jaw tensed with the effort of keeping his control from snapping. If you weren't a woman, you would not live to gloat over your despicable deeds. I trust the law will not make that distinction. Mr. Nicholson drew Lord Nethercote aside. My lord, the woman is a loose cannon. Though she has confessed that Sophie is not her daughter, she might create trouble later on. I have some legal training. Shall I prepare an affidavit for her to sign? Lord Nethercote agreed. Leaving Christopher to deal with Bridget, the men went into the adjoining room. Sophie was worried. Isabella was bound to make herself ill if she did not stop blaming herself. And Bridget was only making matters worse, screeching and taunting Lady Heather about something. Bridget suddenly strode over to the couch. Sophie hurriedly moved aside. Bridget grabbed Isabella's arm. I tried my best to give you a better life. No mother would have strived so hard for her daughter. Isabella flinched as if Bridget had struck her. You have no idea how bad life is for common folks. They are less than the dirt under the jeweled feet of the nobility. I wanted to give you what I could never have. A noble lineage. A name. I have blue blood but my sire did not give me his name. Bridget swung around to glare at Lady Heather. My father was the Duke of Henderson. That makes me your sister. My daughter has Henderson blood running in her veins. You can trace the resemblance. Blood will always tell. Lady Heather clutched her nephew's arm. Henderson, do something. The woman is stark raving mad. My mother told me about you. She said you were close, Bridget continued. I wonder if you remember her. Her name was Patience Blackmore. She was a governess to your young cousins. I believe you made a tapestry with her. Does it still hang in your great hall? Lady Heather pressed her trembling lips together. Her eyebrows furrowed and a vein in her temple started to twitch. Bridget's control snapped. She freely admitted to having switched the children. She confessed to her mistreatment of Sophie. Our father is as much to blame as I. He brought ruin upon Sophie by what he did to an innocent woman. And so did you when you refused to help her. Mrs. Hastings, please take a seat, Christopher said. I can't make reparation for your mother's sufferings and yours, but I can assist your daughter. She will not know any want. Henderson, don't be a fool, Lady Heather bit out. You can't give credence to a mad woman's ravings. Imagine the scandal if word gets around. Christopher's eyes were like chips of granite. Aunt Heather, do you deny Mrs. Hastings' story? Do you mean to tarnish the Henderson name? His aunt countered. My father did more than what men of his class did. He provided for the woman. You admit to knowing Patience. None of your interrogation, young man. Don't forget I practically brought you up. You did, and with the best of principles. You once made me apologize to a housemaid over a trifling matter. Why didn't you help Patience? How could I help her or any one of those women? My father barely acknowledged my existence. He was only interested in his heir. It was no surprise that your father followed in his footsteps. I did whatever I could to lessen your father's influence on you. Why do you stop me from making amends? Before Lady Heather could reply, Bridget swayed and slumped down on the carpeted floor. The physician pronounced that Bridget had suffered a stroke. She had lost the use of the right half of her body. Lady Heather declared that she would take Bridget and her daughter in. Christopher made the necessary arrangements. By the time he returned to Wimberley House, Sophie had already left with Lord and Lady Nethercote for their country home. Chapter 24. Have you heard the latest on Dit? Lord Henniker asked. Mr. Morris yawned. About Nethercote's sister? I already have. I haven't, Lord Baxter said, putting down his cards. Lord Nethercote has accepted a young woman as his long-presumed dead sister. She could well be an impostor. You obviously haven't heard the whole of it, Mr. Morris said. The Duke of Henderson and the Duke of Wimberley verified the young woman's story before Lord Nethercote accepted her. Lord Henniker was impressed. Don't need more proof. The chit is Nethercote's sister if Henderson and Wimberley are satisfied. Mr. Morris leaned forward. Nobody has seen the lady. If she isn't an antidote, I shall try my luck with her. Nethercote will provide her with a handsome dowry, I'm sure of it. He will want to sweeten the pot because of her uncertain upbringing. Nethercote is quite plump in the pocket. His sister will have many takers even if she is an antidote. Not everyone is picky about looks, Lord Henniker observed. Lord Baxter guffawed. That's rich, coming from you. Now look here, I won't have you insulting my wife. No need to fly into the bows. What's a man to do if his pockets are to let? The rich widow you snared might be horse-faced and shaped like a pudding, but that doesn't make her purse any lighter. Is Nethercote bringing the chit to London? Mr. Morris asked. I doubt it, Lord Baxter said, sniggering. He is saddled with a sister out of nowhere when he already has Flighty Fanny for a wife. Mr. Morris was not amused. You had better not spout that drivel, old man. Lady Nethercote has the Taun's approval. The Duke of Wimberley gave her away and the patronesses of Almack's attended the wedding. Just then, Christopher walked into the club. I say, Baxter. There's betting at the clubs about your sister snaring Henderson. What will do about it? Lord Henniker asked. Do. Place a few bets. After all, I have inside information. Bad form that. Can't have your sister's name bandied about. Dorothea is a sport. She doesn't mind.
Lady Dorothea languidly surveyed her brother. You look ready to burst out of your new waistcoat. What have you heard? A means for us to take revenge. Lady Dorothea raised a well-shaped eyebrow. Nethercote's sister has returned from the dead. Nothing is known about her except that she was rescued from the shipwreck and brought up in India. What do you have in mind? Lord Baxter smiled. You are the one with the brains, he said. Nethercote was to take his bride to Boston, Lady Dorothea said, playing with her bracelet. He may have taken the sister along. Taken aback by his sister's lackluster response, Lord Baxter spluttered, but distance did not stop you plaguing Flighty Fanny when we were in Boston. Lady Dorothea stifled a yawn. I have other fish to fry now. You mean other fish to bait. Henderson will not be an easy catch. The betting books lean in his favor. And you, little brother? Are you hedging your bets? What will you have me do? You haven't made much headway. Henderson has eschewed all society events. He either goes to Parliament and gives dreary speeches about laws, or plays billiards or cards at White's. I believe he has a fencing master come thrice a week, to practice with him. He is also a frequent visitor at Wimberley House where the Duke has set up tennis courts for his friends. If you were a sporting gentleman, you could have waggled an invitation. I may not fence or box, but your precious Henderson is a dry stick, declared Lord Baxter, affronted at the slight. I wonder what you see in him. Your situation last season was different. Now you don't have to marry for money. Why don't you accept Harris? He is a merry old fellow. Harris will come at the snap of my fingers. Where's the fun in that? It isn't fishing you are after, it's a hunt. I want to bring Henderson to heel. I want him to worship me as no man has worshipped a woman. Harris is so featherbrained he can't hold two thoughts in his head unless they are to do with cards and bits of muslin. You play a dangerous game, Dor. I almost had him last year, Lady Dorothea cried. If you hadn't lost heavily at the gaming tables, I wouldn't have tried to force his hand. I still think you will be better off with Harris. Henderson will find your tastes wild, dear sister. You'll be regretting your marriage even before the ink is dry in the register. Well aware that his sister did not care for his advice, Lord Baxter dusted off snuff from his coat and turned to examine his image in a gilt-edged oval mirror. Lady Dorothea watched him and a gleam came into her cold eyes. "I have an idea. If Nethercote brings his sister to London, you must contrive to marry her. That will be revenge enough."
Christopher was sorely tempted to visit Sophie in the country. But he couldn't do it. It was only right that she spend time with her family and create new memories, happy ones, and learn to live without care. He was determined to be noble. He wanted her to have a season, enjoy herself, and meet other suitors. He was confident she would choose him in the end. It wasn't conceit on his part but a conviction that they were right for each other. He had felt a connection with her. He knew it wasn't a one-sided thing. Sophie was different in his company. She was so much at ease that she had not hesitated to snap at him. To distract himself, Christopher threw himself into his work. The sessions in Parliament had become a battleground between the Whigs and the Tories. An overzealous Tory had made a statement that the Whigs declared to be defaming and damaging. The trifling incident now threatened to scuttle important issues. Christopher used his influence to calm tempers and ease tensions. Christopher had always been selective about attending society events. Now he preferred not to go out at all. However, as he was related to half the aristocracy, he could not turn down all invitations. Some of the formidable hostesses would not hesitate to give him a dressing down if he refused to put in an appearance at their dose. He arrived late at Lady Molloy's ball. After dancing with Charlotte and Amy, he tried to retreat into the card room but Lady Molloy gave him a little scold for neglecting the debutantes. "I promised my bosom friend you would dance with her daughter. The girl is shy and sadly lacking in countenance." "I have a strong sense of self-preservation," he answered. Lady Molloy turned surprised eyes on him. "I'm asking you to dance with the girl, not marry her." "I didn't mean your friend's daughter," Christopher answered enigmatically. Lady Molloy frowned until she caught sight of Lady Dorothea. "Can you believe she is here without an invitation?" Her aunt appeared rather embarrassed to have her accompany her. "I believe Lady Dorothea knew you would attend." "Perhaps. She might stop being foolish if you were to get engaged. Though if you did, I would be afraid for your young woman. Lady Dorothea doesn't play fair." The words struck a chill in Christopher's heart.
Lady Dorothea was in great looks. Dressed in stunning clothes and decked out in fine jewelry, she was easily the most beautiful woman in London. The scandal of the past year seemed to have added allure to her personality. At balls and other events, men flocked around her, eager to do her bidding. She was like a queen, with the gentlemen vying with each other to fan her, to carry her footstool, and perform other ludicrous acts of gallantry. She ruled over them with a studied indifference while her eyes flickered to whichever corner Henderson stood. Her blatant interest in him and not so veiled hints had half the town believe that they shared a secret liaison. Christopher was forced to put up with innuendos about his clandestine meetings. He knew the Baxters were behind the rumor. He did not put it beyond Lady Dorothea that she was lurking around his house and following him in a carriage. He ran into her in the most unexpected of places. She came into the curio shop and stood close beside him. When he stopped at an inn 30 miles outside London on his way to visit a friend, she came into the private parlour that he had taken. She had sent 3 more notes asking him to meet her to sort out the silly misunderstanding that was keeping them apart. She tried all means to reach him. Charlotte complained she could not leave her house without falling over Lady Dorothea at her doorstep.
Baron Shamrock was Christopher's neighbor in the country and a good friend. He and his wife were in London with their daughter Cecilia. Christopher knew Cecilia well. In fact, he had been the one to teach her how to ride. She had no brothers and he filled that role. Naturally, he led her out for her first dance at a charity ball. Imp that she was, she cajoled him to stand up with her for one more dance. In her company, his mask of the cold unsmiling Duke slipped. He laughed as she teased him mercilessly about something or the other. When he led her back to her mother, he saw Lady Dorothea watching them. Christopher shivered at the malice in her face. For a moment he thought he would caution Cecilia or her mother but did not know how to go about it. With a view to diverting Lady Dorothea's attention, he went over to an acquaintance who stood beside her. Lady Dorothea looked at him adoringly through long, curling lashes. He exchanged greetings with her and left. The next afternoon, he paid a visit to Baron Shamrock, to congratulate him on his daughter's successful debut. "Someone has spent terrible stories about my girl," the Baron told him, looking bewildered. "Cecilia and her mother are crying their eyes out." Christopher heard the gossip that painted Cecilia as fast and no innocent. He easily discovered the source to be the Baxters. Taking Lady Heather into his confidence and using his clout, he managed to undo the damage. But he doubted that he would see Cecilia laugh as before.
Chapter 25. A footman brought in the mail. Sophie sipped chocolate, a beverage she had become addicted to in a matter of days, while Fanny and Andrew perused their letters. She could not stop marveling at her good fortune. 2 weeks ago, she thought herself unlovable because her mother had cast her off. And now she was surrounded by a loving family. Her brother and Fanny did not tire of showing her how much she meant to them. If Lady Laura had not invited her to attend the wedding breakfast, if Bridget had not chosen that day to meet Lord Nethercote, if Henderson had not taken her into the room, and if she did not resemble her mother, she would not have been reunited with her brother. So many ifs. Only her good fortune had aligned everything in her favor. Sophie loved the manor and found it hard to believe she was born there. The family home was a veritable mansion with a long tree-lined avenue, a lake, and private woods. Andrew told her stories about their parents and grandparents. He showed her his boyhood haunts. "I stopped thinking about those times a long while ago. It was too painful," he told her. "But now I can because I have found you." Fanny looked up from her letter. "Laura writes that speculation is rife about our Bella. She suggests that we return to London for a short spell. Wimberley has also written." Andrew read out a portion of the letter. "As your plans are still unsettled and you might leave for Boston, it is not practical to set up an establishment in London. You must stay with us. You are my oldest friend and I consider Fanny my sister." Fanny set aside the letter and nodded. "A brief visit will go a long way in satisfying the curiosity mongers." Andrew opened another letter. "This one is from Henderson." Sophie's heart gave a leap and she eagerly waited for her brother to share the contents of the letter. Not a day had gone without her wishing that she could see the Duke or at least hear from him. "He writes that the Hastings woman is able to talk a little." "Can she walk?" Sophie asked. "She has not regained the use of her limbs. Her daughter wants them to move to the country." "What else has His Grace written?" Sophie asked, managing a tone of polite inquiry. "He has asked about my interest in a business venture." Sophie nodded and looked away. It wasn't fair. Christopher haunted her thoughts. His kiss of 2 weeks ago had shaken her world, but obviously, it meant nothing to him. "He has inquired after you and asked how you are getting on in your new life. He sends his good wishes," Andrew added. "What do you say, Bella? Do you want to go to London?" The name, still new to Sophie, made her smile. It sounded sweet to her ears, especially when Andrew used it. "Would you rather we went to London?" she asked. "My dear, your brother and I are happy to indulge you," Fanny said. "If you don't want to go to London, we shall stay here." Sophie nibbled on her underlip. She did want to see Christopher, but she was reluctant to leave the manor so soon. "I love it here. I want to stay a little longer. I've just started to learn how to ride." "You promised to teach me swimming," she told Andrew. "That's decided then," Andrew said. We shall go to London after a few weeks. Are you sure? I've already spoiled your honeymoon plans. You would be on the ship, sailing to Boston. Don't say that, Fanny scolded. Nothing can compare to having you back. And don't fret about Boston. You will come with us. Andrew will not have it otherwise. He would love to show you his office. Sophie thought it wonderful that Andrew had managed to bring back the estate from ruin. Their father's steward had swindled the Earl by obtaining debts in his name. To repay those debts, he had borrowed more from other lenders. Lord Nethercote's death had put an end to his game. By then the estate was ruined and the livelihood of the tenants destroyed. Andrew had brought it back to its erstwhile glory. His tenants now thrived in a village bustling with activity. Sophie stood up. I promised Bathsheba to accompany her to the village. Bathsheba was Fanny's cousin. Sophie liked her tremendously. Take Evans with you. Andrew was never happy to let Sophie leave the manor. Even though the village was small and its people loyal to him, he was worried that Jeremy was still at large. He had also warned Sophie against wandering alone in the woods. An intruder had sneaked in a few months ago and kidnapped Fanny. Only her ingenuity had saved her from a forced marriage. Bathsheba was in her usual spot in the garden, bent over her sketches of moths. The sketches were for a droll professor. Bathsheba worked for him, doing illustrations for his scientific papers and books. Bathsheba. We must go to the village. I told Andrew we were going and now we must. Bathsheba smiled and shook her head. You are determined to leave those two alone, aren't you? Well, it is their honeymoon. Let me finish this moth and then we shall go. How do you tell them apart? Fanny asked. All moths look alike. Oh, no. They have very clear differences. Fanny plucked a pear and bit into it. The sweet and tangy taste was most satisfying. Actually, everything in the manor was to her liking. She had struggled to explain the feeling until Andrew had simply said that she felt at home. Moths are as different as human beings, said Bathsheba, deftly shading the drawing. Does an Englishman and an Indian look the same? Do you find it difficult to tell them apart? Not at all. Do you think moths of the same species recognize one another? As human beings, though we have the same 2 ears and 2 eyes, a nose and a mouth, we recognize others individually. Sometimes, for no reason, we are partial to one person and that person is forever in our thoughts. I'm sorry, that was silly, wasn't it? Not at all. Scientists are interested in such matters, Bathsheba said, and with a mischievous glint in her eyes, added, your brother will be interested in the special person occupying your thoughts. I didn't mean that, Sophie laughed even as she blushed rosily. She left Bathsheba to her work and took a turn in the garden. She could imagine Christopher at her side. He would let her set the pace and leave her free to either speak or walk in silence. It was a wonder he understood her so well. Where shall we go? Bathsheba asked when she was ready to leave. Let's visit Mrs. Brown. We'll take a jar of the fruit preserve and the Ceylon tea leaves, and some cake. Do you think she will like the pie cook baked yesterday? Sophie had cajoled the cook into adding some Indian spices to the meat pie. Andrew and Bathsheba had relished it, but Fanny had found it a tad too spicy even though she had praised it. Bathsheba agreed. Sophie found Evans and they drove into the village. Sophie did not mind at all that the carriage was frequently stopped as the village people greeted her. She was new to them but they readily accepted her as their own. Older folk looked at her wonderingly and blessed her, saying it was a miracle she was back and how like her mother she was. Mrs. Brown gamely tasted the pie and pronounced it exotically foreign. She was a talkative old soul. She had been housekeeper at the manor for 21 years. Sophie settled into a comfortable chair and listened with rapt attention about how the late Countess was a most loving mother. She was always carrying you in her arms. She didn't want to go on the voyage, but your father wanted her to accompany him. When Mrs. Brown started to tire, Bathsheba brought the visit to an end. On returning to the manor, a footman informed Sophie that Mrs. Molly was waiting for her. Mrs. Molly was a dressmaker who owned a small shop in a nondescript part of London. Her designs were as good or even superior to those of Bond Street establishments, but she lacked the capital to open a shop in the fashionable part of London. Fanny had engaged her to create a completely new wardrobe for Sophie. 3 needlewomen from the village worked under Mrs. Molly. Silks, muslins, satin, and trimmings came from the London shops and from warehouses in Liverpool, where one of Andrew's shipping offices was located. At first, Sophie had mingled feelings about her new wardrobe. She was excited to have so many beautiful gowns and trinkets, but also appalled at the waste of money because she did not need so many clothes. But when she saw how happy it made Andrew and Fanny, she put aside her scruples and delved into the happy business of becoming a lady of fashion. Sophie had spared Andrew the details of her life with Bridget, but Fanny had gently pried open her past. She knew all about the hand-me-downs and the gowns cobbled from cheap saris. When Sophie had showed her the rose gown that her friends had gifted her, she had tears in her eyes. And the story of the ivory gown from Lady Barrington had made her smile. Last season, Lady Maria did the same by me. She forced me to accept 3 new gowns because mine were too plain to go out in society. I think I have heard of her. Is she related to the Duchess of Wimberley? Sophie had asked. Maria and Laura are sisters by marriage, the same as we are. Mrs. Molly kept Sophie standing on a footstool as she moved around her, draping fabrics and deftly pinning them in place. Sophie chatted with her about her family until Mrs. Molly admonished her. You must not speak so freely in London. It isn't done. You are an earl's daughter. Sophie groaned. What is the use of being an earl's daughter if I can't choose my friends? You may do exactly as you please, but you must not draw attention, Fanny said. The town is all about maintaining appearances. If Lady Maria was coming to London for the season, would have told you to emulate her. She is the perfect lady. Mothers hold her up as an example to their daughters. Everyone calls her Sweet Maria. Sophie thought Lady Maria sounded dull. Fanny read her expression. You will love her. She is a rebel and does whatever she wants but without drawing attention. Many young women must be missing her this season. She has an unobtrusive way of saving them from the likes of Lady Goodall. Who is Lady Goodall? That is why you know Durbat's Peerage. Have you even started reading it? Sophie groaned even louder.
Chapter 26. How is Mrs. Hastings? Christopher asked his aunt. You don't have to house her. My offer to move them to still stands. She's no trouble. 2 nurses attend to her. What about her daughter? What are you doing about her? Lady Heather spread out her hands. She refuses to answer to Isabella or Sophie. I have taken to calling her Miss Hastings. I tell you, the chit is as stubborn as the best of the Hendersons. Do you wish to have her acknowledged a Henderson? Christopher asked, fully expecting his aunt to fly into the bows. Lady Heather sighed. I can't do that without dragging the family name through mud. I will be satisfied to provide the child with a respectable lineage. Charlotte's brother-in-law is quite taken up with her. Do you mean Nicholson? Christopher's jaw tensed. Hasn't he returned to Jamaica? He has extended his stay. Christopher hoped Sophie was not the reason. Lady Heather divined his thoughts and said, I asked him about Sophie. He told me he is fond of her, but his feelings are not romantically engaged. Moreover, now that she is a lady, he cannot expect her to move to Jamaica. Is that why he has moved on to Miss Hastings? Christopher asked, not really convinced that Nicholson no longer cared for Sophie. Lady Heather cackled and gleefully told Christopher that the man was head over heels in love with Isabella. It is prodigiously amusing. Nicholson comes every day to see our dear Miss Hastings. She refuses to see him until I insist upon her coming into the parlor. I have taken to leaving them alone. That hasn't helped Nicholson's case. The flowers he brings still end up in my room. Christopher understood why his aunt wanted to fabricate a story about Isabella's birth. You care for Miss Hastings, he said. Lady Heather did not deny the charge. I want to help her for her own sake and also because of her grandmother. Patience Blackmore was a happy young woman when I first met her. She had such a sunny disposition that one could never be gloomy or sad in her company. But when she left, she was broken in body and spirit. Christopher was pleased by the change in his aunt. He had already instructed the family solicitor to start discreet inquiries about all those unfortunate women who were conveniently used and forgotten by his father and grandfather. He only had a vague notion about how he would help them, but he was determined to do something. How is Sophie? I still think of her as Sophie, Lady Heather asked. Nethercote is teaching her to ride. He has also engaged a dancing master. I expect Sophie is learning to live the life of a lady. It will not be remiss for you to pay a visit, Lady Heather said, looking meaningfully at her nephew. It will not be proper either. Sophie and her brother have years to make up for. I would be intruding upon them. Sophie will be a good match. You should at least write to Nethercote and indicate your interest in her. So now Sophie is a good match. Christopher waggled his eyebrows at his aunt. Didn't you accuse her of being a designing female? A match between a duke and a commoner is improbable. I didn't know where your attraction would lead. I was protecting her as much as I was shielding you. Lady Egerton arrived at Henderson House one evening. Henderson. I'm so glad to find you home, she exclaimed, standing on tiptoe to kiss him on the cheek. I was on my way from Barrington House and thought to spend some time with you. Your affection is commendable, my dear. Christopher rang for refreshments and moved away to lean negligently against the marble mantelpiece. Charlotte busied herself with arranging her voluminous skirts. Henderson, please do sit down. You will give me a kink in the neck if I have to look up at you all the time. Christopher complied and took a chair across his sister. You have been doing too much the past week. Egerton often points out newspaper reports about your speeches in the House of Lords. He does, Christopher said, looking mildly curious. You are in need of a holiday. You must take a couple of days off. We can go to Ivy Lodge. I confess I like London when I'm in the country, but 'tis tedious to live here week after week. I feel I should escape from the clatter of wheels on cobblestones and the shouts of link boys late into the night. You must be becoming old. Marriage to Egerton is aging you before your time. I see a few wrinkles already. If you don't do something, you will end up with bags under your eyes. Charlotte flew to a small mirror set in a carved ivory frame. She turned her face this way and that. Over here, Christopher said, tapping the center of his forehead. Charlotte peered into the mirror. She even stretched her clear skin with her fingers. You are a rotten egg, she declared, flouncing back to the sofa. And you are a pea-brained wet goose, Christopher equably retorted. Out with it. What are you plotting under that fetching cap of yours? Do you think it fetching? Egerton didn't think much of it. He said it wouldn't protect my complexion and prophesied he would have to listen to me moan about freckles. Christopher thought his brother-in-law had a surfeit of common sense, a necessity as Charlotte could be feather-brained. But he kept his opinion to himself. Why do you want to go to Ivy Lodge? It is by far the least attractive among our estates. It is only 10 miles from Lord Nether. Charlotte stopped mid-sentence. When her brother did not offer a response, she continued, Ivy Lodge is within riding distance of Lord Nethercote's home. We could visit with Sophie. Faith, I'm curious to see how she is getting on. You will have to find a way to curb your curiosity. I have no intention of leaving London. Parliament is not due to rise for weeks. Henderson, I know you have feelings for Sophie, Charlotte said, speaking fast as if she feared Christopher would shut her up. Sophie will be entering a new world. It is possible she might be swept off her feet by some glib-talking fortune hunter. Sophie deserves to choose whomever she fancies. She is too young to make a proper choice. I believe she is 18. That makes her 2 years older to the Southall chit, Christopher said. That may be so, but Sophie has never been out in society. Her brother and Lady Nethercote will protect her from unsuitable suitors. You don't understand. Christopher tweaked Charlotte's curl, a move that always made her furious. Stop it. Why can't you be serious for a moment, she snapped. Christopher stretched his long legs and crossed them at the ankle. He folded his arms and quirked an eyebrow. You don't have much confidence in your brother, do you? He quipped. I didn't say that. You fear my chances will be lessened once Sophie meets other gentlemen. Dash it. I'm a duke, and considered the most eligible. That won't cut ice with Sophie. I doubt she will care about your title. She won't. She also will not be taken in by, how did you put it, any glib-talking fortune hunter. Why don't you let her be? She hasn't had an easy life. I don't know much about her life. I suppose when Bridget thought nothing of having her abducted, she wouldn't have cared for her at all. Why is Aunt Heather taking care of that odious woman? I doubt if she is even ill. Christopher briefly told her about Bridget's mother and the ties of blood between her and Lady Heather. Charlotte was stunned. There are others like Bridget's mother, she said, gripping her hands together. You may remember my governess, Lily James. She was caring and kind. When she left, I overheard the servants blaming father. I was both shocked and saddened that father was responsible for, he had ruined her. Lily wasn't the only one. Father once employed a young woman for cataloging the books in the library. Don't distress yourself. Christopher changed the topic. The season is off to a busy start. How would you know? I haven't seen you about. Are you becoming a recluse? I was at Lord Barrington's townhouse 2 nights ago. That was a cards party, Charlotte said, and rose. I hope you will not eschew society after the Nethercotes arrive. When are they coming? Christopher asked, his eagerness evident. Charlotte laughed. You don't have to wait for them to arrive. Take my advice and visit Sophie. I'm sure she will be delighted to see you. Christopher happened to meet the Duke of Wimberley on the following day. Laura is concerned about Sophie. There is some talk about her identity and her years spent in India. She has already written to Fanny, urging her to bring Sophie to London. Christopher had heard the gossip too. He thought it better that Sophie was away in the country. Will Sophie be able to withstand the gossip and speculation? He asked. She will have our support. Christopher was not satisfied. He worried about Sophie plunging into the unknown, murky waters of the Taun. He wanted to keep her safe, or at least prepare her. The next morning, he left for Ivy Lodge, taking with him only his valet.
Chapter 27. Sophie was lying on a chaise lounge leafing through Bathsheba's sketches when a footman brought in a card. His Grace the Duke of Henderson is here to see his lordship. What should we do? Andrew and Fanny are still not down, Bathsheba said. Sophie shot to her feet. Where is he? She asked breathlessly. In the foyer, my lady. He has come to see me, no doubt about it. Sophie, you can't see him like that. Your sash is askew, Bathsheba called, but Sophie was already out of the room. Christopher stood in the foyer, a novel experience for him to wait to gain admittance. The young footman had forgotten to relieve him of his outer garments and has scurried inside the mansion. That added to his feeling of discomfiture at calling without intimation or invitation. A cannonball in a female form hurtled out of the passage and stopped inches in front of him. Sophie, Christopher drank in the sight of her flushed face and the stars in her eyes. No man, duke or king, could have a better welcome. Did you come to see my brother? Well, that does not signify. I'm so glad to see you. Whatever business you have with Andrew must wait, the butler materialized behind her. There's no need to inform his lordship, Sophie told him, His Grace will be happy to visit with me. You may inform Miss Bathsheba to join us in the drawing room. Sophie left him to the attentions of the staff. The butler took his hat and cane. Another lackey helped him out of his greatcoat. Christopher was pleased to see Sophie speak to the butler with a blend of authority and courtesy. She had also learned the proprieties and had asked another lady to chaperone her. Thankfully, she had not curtsied to him. The butler showed Christopher into the drawing room. A cursory glance sufficed to show that it was tastefully decorated with several objects of art, probably acquired from different countries. Figurines carved out of ivory and jade were displayed on the mantelpiece, and small sculptures cast out of brass stood on low tables. But Christopher's eyes were only on the pendulum clock. When Sophie came in with Bathsheba, she had changed her gown. Her hair was freshly pinned up. Christopher guessed that Bathsheba had insisted upon it. That she had taken only 15 minutes told him she had submitted unwillingly. A maid came in with refreshments. Sophie frowned at the dainty cakes. Have you broken your fast, Your Grace? She asked, and without waiting for his answer, told the maid to take the tray back. His Grace will need a good breakfast, she said, and reeled off a list of dishes. You must be quick. I'm sure His Grace is famished, she added. Nothing of the sort, Christopher said rather lamely. Leaving Bathsheba to make conversation, Sophie summoned a footman to move a table close to the sofa for the impromptu meal. She was restless until the butler and a footman returned with a trolley piled with food. She dismissed them and fixed a plate. You should have stopped to eat, she scolded when Christopher gratefully accepted her offering. Andrew and Fanny came in a while later, to the astonishing sight of the Duke of Henderson demolishing a huge breakfast in their drawing room under Sophie's direction. When Sophie was satisfied that Christopher was no longer in danger of passing out from starvation, she permitted the breakfast to be cleared away. Andrew looked none too pleased at the familiarity between his sister and Henderson. But Sophie was impervious to his feelings. Shall we all ride to the lake? She asked him. I want Henderson to see how well I ride. Before Andrew could say anything, Fanny said, Your brother has promised to help me decide something important. Evans will accompany you. Go and change into your riding costume. Andrew's gaze swiveled to his wife before he stood up. Your Grace, a word with you in private, if you please.
Your Grace, might I know why you have honored us with your visit? Christopher outranked Lord Nethercote and almost every other nobleman in Europe, and yet felt like a recalcitrant schoolboy. I have an estate nearby, which you never visit. Christopher knew himself in the wrong and struggled to come up with a suitable reply. You visited with Bella without my permission. My sister may not be gently brought up, but she is a lady. I will not have you disrespect her. Dash it, I don't mean any impropriety by her. Christopher gritted his teeth. This was the brother of the woman he loved. The woman he hoped to marry. He took a calming breath. I can't ever think of disrespecting Sophie. I hold her in the highest possible regard. Slightly mollified, Lord Nethercote said, It is not usual for a duke to be on such familiar terms with someone who was an employee. Sophie was an employee only in name. Amy wanted her to stay on as her guest, but Sophie has an independent streak. That's why Amy told her she could help with Stephen. She did not consider Sophie an employee. Neither did we. When we met for the first time, Sophie wasn't aware of how she should address me. I'm afraid I rather liked the informality. I could have corrected her later, but our next meetings were in unconventional situations. Sophie rescued Barrington's son and had to be rescued from a harpy herself. A week later, she was kidnapped. You will agree the scene did not make for formal behavior. Since then Sophie and I have found a different footing that is without formality. I like her honesty. I think she finds me easy to talk to. Lady Isabella, not Sophie, Andrew ground out. Nethercote, you are naturally concerned about her welfare. You have my word, Sophie, I mean Lady Isabella is perfectly safe with me. I'm not sure. You had better explain, Christopher said, not caring to hide his annoyance. Bella is already infatuated with you. If she spends more time in your company, it is quite possible she may want to marry you. I don't want her to get married for a year or two. She has missed out on so much in life. I want her to be happy and free of care. Christopher nodded. I have some notion of what Sophie's life was like. She spoke as if she didn't care that Bridget ignored her and snapped at her. But she was a wounded little thing. I wanted to care for her and make her so happy that she forgot about her past. I confess I have feelings for her. I wanted to make her my Duchess when I knew her as Sophie Hastings. I thought to wait until after the season so that she did not have to put up with the taunt. Have you told Bella? I would have. But then she found you. It did not seem the right time. I wanted her to regain her childhood and make up for the time she lost with her family. That is why Sophie is safe with me. Andrew appeared to soften a bit. The door opened and Sophie peeped in. Andrew, I've told Evans he must accompany us. May we leave now? A word with you, Puss. I understand you and His Grace are good friends and he doesn't mind when you don't stand on formality with him. But it will not do if someone overhears you and misconstrues your friendship. In 2 weeks, we go to London. All right. Shall we go now? Be careful. Andrew came around the table and hugged Sophie. Just remember that you are my little sister and I come first in your affections. How can I forget that? You are the best brother in the world, Sophie said, planting a kiss on his cheek. Your Grace, she curtsied to Christopher. Am I permitted to precede you out the room? If I'm not, I suggest you start walking. It is a glorious day and I want to enjoy it to the full. With a rueful smile, Andrew waved Christopher out. Christopher reined in his horse's pace to match Sophie's speed. Sophie pointed out the beauty of the woods and chatted gaily about whatever came to her mind. When the trees thinned and the lake came in view, they dismounted and tethered their horses. I still can't believe I belong here. And yet it feels like home. This was always your home. Your years with Bridget were a bad dream. How is she? And how is Isabella? She must be finding her situation intolerable. I haven't met them. Aunt Heather told me Bridget is improving. Isabella refuses to answer to either Sophie or Isabella. Aunt Heather has taken to addressing her as Miss Hastings. Poor Isabella. She had put Bridget on a pedestal. Not just Isabella but everyone admired Bridget for taking such good care of an orphan child. You must hate her. Sophie pondered the question for so long that Christopher regretted asking it. I'm not able to hate her. What she did was terrible. Because of her, Andrew suffered the pain of losing his whole family. I grew up unloved and uncared for. I can't forgive her but I can't hate her either. I grew up believing she was my mother. I longed for her love. I tried to be the perfect child. When that didn't work, I did stupid things to get her attention. I would feel hurt when she called me silly but I was even more miserable when she ignored me. Poor child. Fanny says we must be thankful because she didn't murder me or abandon me. Sophie shrugged. I must put it all behind me. I worry about Isabella, though. Bridget tried to keep us apart, but Isabella did whatever she could to make my life easier. Don't worry about Isabella. Aunt Heather has grown fond of her. She is also trying to atone for not having helped Bridget's mother. Satisfied, Sophie changed the topic to her upcoming visit to London. Amy was so kind to me. I want to visit with her. I also miss Stephen. I couldn't see him or Mrs. Dobson before leaving. Jem too. I think of him often. He must be so happy to find his father alive. Sophie, your friends will be delighted to see you again. You will also meet many new people. Unfortunately, in the world that you will enter, appearances can be deceiving. You must allow yourself to be guided by your family and well-wishers while making new friends. I'll be careful. Fanny has already warned me. Christopher cleared his throat and inwardly cursed Lady Dorothea for what he was about to say. Sophie, we must behave as mere acquaintances in London. I'm not being conceited, it is a fact that I'm considered a most eligible catch. If word gets out that we have a special friendship, you will meet with animosity from women who aspire to become my duchess. Sophie was uncharacteristically silent for the space of a few minutes. A woman fell into your arms in Hyde Park. Is she one of them? She must be very much in love with you to risk breaking her ankle. She is in love with my wealth and title. She and women like her will make your life miserable if they know that I care for you. Sophie's spirit soared. Blushing a rosy pink, she put her hand on his arm. Henderson, I care for you too. Christopher. Use my given name, Sophie. Christopher. Sophie spoke each syllable as if she was savoring it. Christopher, I care for you. In fact, I'm sure I love you. Christopher gazed at Sophie. She looked back without any coquetry. If he hadn't given his word to Andrew, the least he would have done was drop to his knees and ask her to marry him. Sophie turned to him as if impelled by a force and rested her face against his chest. Christopher wanted to crush her to his heart and kiss her, but he curbed his impulse. Sophie, he murmured, touching her cheek lightly with the back of his hand and brushing aside a soft curl. Sophie, look at me. Sophie took a moment to respond. Christopher tucked her hand in his arm and resumed walking. Sophie, you will meet so many beaux in London you won't know to whom you should bestow your heart. My heart is in your keeping, your grace. Christopher had no words in reply. Sophie's touch on his arm was light and yet it thrilled him through the layers of his shirt sleeves and his coat. It felt as if a small bird had trustingly landed on his arm. Afraid to say or do anything, he kept walking at a slow pace. When the silence grew awkward, Christopher said, I have employed Mr. Miller to assist my secretary. Jem likes to help in my office. He doesn't want to go back to school. Mr. Chambers likes to tutor him. I hear he is a quick learner. Sophie slanted a look upwards. When do you leave for London? Tonight. Did you come on my account? I did. Because you are my particular friend. Your secret particular friend. I wish I had a secret name for you, Sophie said. Why? Sophie shrugged. I don't know. It will be nice to share something special with you. Sophie, you are accustomed to speaking your mind. That won't do in London. You are mistaken, my Lord Duke. I have years of practice in hiding my feelings. I never let Bridget see how much her words hurt me. She often said I was without any sensibility. Sophie's eyes clouded with remembered pain. Christopher stopped and gently turned Sophie to face him. Those days are in the past, my dear. I'm honored to have your confidence. I know it is not lightly given. When I cautioned you, I did it because under all that gaiety, there is so much malice in society. You must not worry about me. Bridget trained Isabella to be an earl's daughter. I learned along with her. Andrew will not allow anyone to court me, he has told me that so I should be safe from fortune hunters. Fanny also keeps cautioning me about the pitfalls of society. Evans was waiting beside their horses. He helped Sophie mount her placid mare. Christopher rode beside Sophie but neither said a word. Before going into the house, Sophie offered Christopher a wobbly smile and wished him a safe journey. Christopher took perfunctory leave from Lord Nethercote and rode back to Ivy Lodge. An hour later, he was on his way back to London. Christopher did not disclose his visit to Charlotte or to anybody else. When Charlotte persisted in asking him to meet Sophie, he told her he had no intention to wed any time soon. "Henderson, Sophie is perfect for you," Charlotte wailed. "Some topics are out of bounds. Remember how furious you were when I tried to speak to you about Egerton? That was because I was in love with him and you wanted me to wait." Christopher shrugged. "It's the same thing." "It isn't the same thing at all. I want you to marry Sophie. I know you are in love with her. It is the same thing. You knew when and who to wed. So do I." Faced with an argument she could not win, Charlotte flounced out of the room. Unhappy with her brother's mulish behavior, she went to see Amy. If Henderson does not exert himself, Sophie will choose some silver-tongued charmer over him. "Didn't I tell you he is not in love with Sophie? Thankfully, you did not raise her hopes. The child is already infatuated with him." "Don't you think they are perfect for each other?" Charlotte asked. "You mustn't meddle, my dear. Your brother will not thank you for it." Charlotte reluctantly agreed and decided to wash her hands of the matter.
Chapter 28. 2 weeks later in London. Lord Barrington and his lady were the first to call. To Sophie's great delight, Mrs. Dobson and Stephen accompanied them. Stephen wrapped his plump arms around Sophie's neck and slobbered her with kisses. "By gad, Amy! You must restrict the time our offspring spends with the dogs. He is picking up their habits." Lord Barrington offered his pristine handkerchief to Sophie. Sophie accepted it and laughingly wiped her face clean. "You mustn't say such things, my lord. I'm so happy Stephen hasn't forgotten me." "I rather wish he had." Mrs. Dobson smiled and after a moment's hesitation, embraced Sophie. "After you left, he asked for you constantly. It was difficult to distract him." Laura said, "Sophie certainly has a way with children. Both Amy and Annie adore her. Sophie, why don't you take Stephen up to the nursery? The girls will be happy to play with him. I'll send word to their governess to give them leave from their lessons." Stephen was thrilled to find 2 more playmates. While the children romped together, Sophie chatted with Mrs. Dobson. "I'm sorry I could not speak to you before leaving. Everything was so sudden. Bless your heart. With news like that, you couldn't have remembered your own name. I'm happy for you, child. We all are." Lady Heather called the same afternoon and brought Isabella with her. Sophie was stunned to find her pale and withdrawn. "Let us take a turn in the garden," she said, and without giving her a chance to refuse, took her arm and led her out. They walked in silence until Sophie found a bench under a silver oak. "Lady Isabella, I didn't want to come but Lady Heather is a tyrant. She forced me to accompany her. Don't call me Lady Isabella. It feels strange and unreal. I'm Sophie to you. How can you be Sophie?" Sophie spread out her hands in a helpless gesture. "I don't know. My brother calls me Bella and I like it. But Sophie feels natural with those who knew me by that name. I can't imagine our friends in India calling me Isabella. Our friends? I wasn't allowed to have any friends, remember? I was a lady, too good for anyone there," Isabella said bitterly. "I'm sorry, Isabella," Sophie said awkwardly, not knowing for what she was apologizing. "Why are you sorry? My mother ruined your life. She also ruined mine, but I can't blame her, can I? I must share in her deceit because it was all done for me. I didn't realize you weren't happy. Mother, I mean Bridget made much of you. I envied you. You had the best of everything and my mother's love. I admired her and loved her because she took such good care of me, but I also felt suffocated. She watched me every second. I couldn't take a step without her approval. From the time I was a little girl, everyone told me I was lucky that Mrs. Hastings took such good care of me. Remember how often she told me I was silly? The other children teased me mercilessly. They called me Silly Sophie. I used to wonder that you bore it so well. You were always laughing. What else could I do? If I reacted, they teased me all the more. Sophie bit her lip. I thought I was silly and stupid. Bridget made me think that. Isabella took Sophie's hand. She's sorry now. She keeps sending for me. She wants me to sit beside her. She keeps apologizing in her slurred speech. I want to hate her, but I can't. Neither can I. I'm so accustomed to thinking of her as my mother that I can't find it in my heart to hate her. If it helps, tell her that I forgive her. Maybe I should do it in person. Don't. We shall leave Lady Heather's house by the end of the week. Isabella, don't do anything foolish. Sophie shuddered, suddenly assaulted by the memory of the room in which Jeremy had held her. London is a dangerous place. Don't leave Lady Heather's protection. We are going to live in a cottage in the country. Someone is helping us. Isabella twirled a lock of hair around her finger. You know him. He is Lady Edgerton's brother-in-law. Mr. Nicholson. Hasn't he returned to Jamaica? He has put it off for now. I didn't know that. Perhaps he will come to see me. I like him. I believe he was courting you, Isabella said, sounding disinterested. Lady Barrington tried to make a match between us. Mr. Nicholson went along because he had given up on finding love. I hope he makes a love match. I suspect he is a romantic at heart, Sophie said, and suppressed a smile when she saw Isabella blushing. So Mr. Nicholson had found love at last. And Isabella was not indifferent to him. Sophie silently rejoiced at the turn of events. Now she would not feel bad that her good fortune was at the cost of Isabella's happiness. The Tawn was most eager to meet with Sophie. Fanny and Laura decided it would be best if Sophie made her first appearance in an informal setting. 3 days after Sophie arrived in London, Laura held an at-home. Fanny and Laura supervised Sophie's toilette. Sophie let them discuss gowns and ornaments over her head. It was her 3rd day in London and Christopher had yet not called. She had expected him to rush to Wimberley House to see her. You must be careful of what you speak, Laura said. Lady Goodall will ask you all sorts of questions about India. Don't let her fool you. Her interest will only be about how you lived all these years. She will pounce upon the smallest scrap of information that is likely to show you in a bad light and will build a scandal around it. Why? What has she against me? Or is it Andrew she wishes to target? Neither. 'Tis her nature. She is a busybody and loves to meddle. She isn't the only one, Fanny said. Sophie felt a rush of panic. What shall I say to them? You are a young woman stepping into society. As long as you have good manners and do not put yourself forward, you are safe. Don't offer an opinion on anything. If Lady Goodall asks about someone in India, tell her you did not have the honor of that person's acquaintance. If she expresses surprise or persists, tell her you have led a sheltered life. Your guardian was most particular and did not permit you to see anyone who was not highly born. Sophie nodded. Will you sit beside me, please? She implored. Fanny dropped a kiss on her head and hugged her. Silly goose, where else will I sit? It is only fitting that I present my new sister. Sophie was feeling overwhelmed by the seemingly endless procession of richly clad women and fashionably attired men to whom she was introduced. She knew she would not remember them. Lady Goodall, however, made an impression. She evicted a young man and took the plush chair beside Sophie. She asked questions and dropped names of earls and viscounts who had visited India in the recent months. Sophie managed to parry her questions. When she showed no sign of stopping, Fanny leaned forward and casually mentioned that Lady Heather had arrived. Lady Heather has a great fondness for Bella, she explained to Lady Goodall. A look of wariness came into Lady Goodall's eyes. After a mumbled inanity, she left the seat. Lady Heather is a terror where bullies like her are concerned, Fanny said and smiled conspiratorially before receiving felicitations from a matron who had missed the wedding. Sophie was surprised that many of the women had brought with them sons, brothers, nephews, and even brothers-in-law. Sophie thought the gentlemen kind to spare their time to escort their female relatives. But she wished they would not ogle so and pay extravagant compliments that were blatantly untrue. She wasn't a nymph or a goddess. Heavens, what would they call her next? Under cover of the hum of conversation, Fanny told her the men were there to stake first claim on her affections. Beware of their charm, she cautioned with a smile. From that moment, Sophie accepted all the ridiculous praise with a polite smile, and also declined all requests for riding in Hyde Park or joining family picnics. My brother has plans for this week, she told them, smiling prettily. Just then, the footman announced the Duke of Henderson. Sophie had never seen Christopher in company. He appeared unsmiling and remote. He bent over Laura's hand, greeted Lady Heather and some other matrons. Sophie waited breathlessly for him to look at her. When he did, she was shocked. His eyes had no warmth for her. He greeted Fanny formally and told Sophie he hoped she would enjoy London. And then he left. Immediately, everyone broke into chatter. The young man beside Sophie said, "I would like to have the address of his tailor. His Grace is always well turned out." The Honourable Miss Cecilia, the young man's sister, told her brother not to be an imbecile. It's not his tailor or valet. His Grace is divinely handsome and no other gentleman in Christendom can better him in looks. Don't you agree? She asked Sophie. Hurt and burning with indignation, Sophie blurted, "His Grace is arrogant and has an inflated sense of his own worth." At that very moment, there was a lull in the conversation. Sophie's anger turned to dismay as shocked faces swiveled in her direction. "My dear, you have set the cat among the pigeons," Fanny murmured. The callers started to leave. 10 minutes later, only Lady Heather, Amy, Charlotte, and 3 matrons remained. Within the hour, everyone who moved in Tawn circles knew about Sophie's rude remark. Ladies with young daughters or charges gleefully repeated the story. It is to be expected. She has not the benefit of a proper upbringing. What was her brother thinking in foisting her upon polite society? However, mothers with sons in need of a rich wife found her candor refreshing. They declared her an original. So did gentlemen who were not as well favored by fortune as the Duke of Henderson. One impoverished lord said, "By Gad, I wish more ladies had her spine. Henderson needs to be taken down a notch or two. The way women fawn over him, one would imagine he was God's gift to womankind." By the end of the day, the Tawn was divided in opinion over Sophie. She had indeed set the cat among the pigeons.
Chapter 29. When Christopher learned that Lord Baxter was prying into Sophie's antecedents, he guessed it was at his sister's behest. She must have decided to use Sophie to exact revenge on Andrew. He couldn't bear to even imagine what she would do to Sophie when she found out his choice of bride and Nethercote's sister were one and the same. The time had come for him to put a stop to the lady's excesses. Christopher called upon an old friend, John Huxley, who was the 4th son of a viscount. Not having any career prospects and unwilling to depend on his brothers, John Huxley had taken Christopher's help. A few years ago, he had put his exceptional skill at cards to use. Christopher had advanced him the blunt to open a select gaming house. Huxley had gone on to open 2 more establishments, all anonymously. As he also dabbled on the exchange, the Taun thought that was where he made his fortune. "I need your help," Christopher told him, and laid out his plan. Huxley asked a few questions before agreeing that the plan was good. "It should work, but we will have to give it time." "How much time?" "At least 3 weeks. When Christopher offered to lay out the blunt for the operation, John Huxley refused. "I'll be glad to see the last of that swindling weasel. I wish I'd thought of the plan." Next, Christopher engaged a private detective. He could no longer brush off stories about him and Lady Dorothea as gossip. 2 of the Taun's strictest matrons had expressed displeasure at his conduct. Lady Heather had tried to defend him, but they had refused to listen, claiming they had seen him gallivanting with Lady Dorothea. Satisfied that he would soon be rid of the pestilent Lady Dorothea, Christopher left London on some estate business. On his return, Jem excitedly told him that Sophie was in town. Christopher was not prepared to find the Wimberley drawing room overflowing with callers. The drat butler had not given him any inkling that Laura was having an at-home. He greeted Lady Laura, his aunt, and a few other guests. He knew Sophie was in the room. He could sense her watching him. When he looked at her, he was almost undone. Her eyes held such longing for him, and an eager smile trembled on her lips. His darling was incapable of dissembling. Anyone looking at her would know her secret. He could not risk it. He treated her with icy politeness and left the room. For a moment, he paused outside, tempted to go back. But he knew better and exited the house. He spent the rest of the day in his study. Mr. Chambers, with quiet efficiency, brought his correspondence up to date. He also provided the facts and figures for Christopher's upcoming speech in Parliament. Christopher liked to prepare his own speeches. When Mr. Chambers typed out the final draft, he could not stop himself from complimenting his employer. "We can expect the newspapers to quote from it, Your Grace." Christopher shrugged. "I'll be happy if it swings the vote." He stretched his arms and leaned back in his high-backed chair. "Have I accepted any invitations for tonight?" "No, Your Grace." "You were not sure when you would be back in town." Mr. Chambers picked out one gilt-edged invitation. "Lady Pratt's annual ball is tonight, Your Grace." Lady Pratt was Lady Heather's close friend. Christopher knew he ought to put in an appearance. But he could not risk meeting Sophie, not until he had spoken to her. As a matter of fact, it would be prudent to keep away from the social scene until the Baxters left for good. He was quite sure he wouldn't have to suffer their presence for much longer. After spending a desultory hour in his study, Christopher went to White's. The attendance was thin, but he was able to engage in a game of billiards with a friend. As the game ended, a waiter materialized with a message. Lord Nethercote desired his company. Eager for news of Sophie, Christopher flung down his cue and followed the waiter to a private room. Lord Nethercote appeared grim. "Is anything the matter?" Christopher asked, alarm skittering through him. Had Lady Dorothea already found a way to get to Sophie? "I brought Bella to London to end speculation about her," Lord Nethercote said, tapping his fingers on the edge of the table, a faint frown marking his broad forehead. "What did you do to provoke her?" "Why do you ask? Has there been talk about Sophie? After you left, someone asked Bella whether she didn't think you wonderfully handsome or some such drivel. Bella, if you please, announced that you were arrogant and had an inflated sense of your own worth. You can guess what is being said about her." Christopher could well imagine it. Sophie would already have been labeled an ill-bred shrew, and not one among them. What had he done? He had wounded his darling and she had lashed out. What did you do to provoke Bella into unladylike behavior? Lord Nethercote demanded. It isn't like her at all. Did you upset her when you came down to the manor? Christopher knew why Sophie had lost her cool, but he wasn't going to share all the details. When I saw Sophie this morning, she was surrounded by callers. Not wanting to cause gossip by paying her marked attention, I greeted her formally. Naturally, she was upset. I received 2 offers for her hand, Lord Nethercote glowered. The Sapskulls had the temerity to tell me they were prepared to take Bella off my hands at a price. Christopher's fingers curled into tight fists. His unthinking behavior had made Sophie the object of gossip. Her name must be on every fortune hunter's tongue. Sophie, who was superior to every woman he knew, was being considered a liability. He leaned forward and his eyes bored into Andrew's. I will see to it that Sophie's name is not taken in disrespect. Lord Nethercote nodded. I still cannot fathom what came over Bella. She has a sweet disposition. Christopher felt sudden anxiety that Nethercote would want to curtail his visits to Sophie. Most men would grovel to have a duke court their sister. But Nethercote did not want Sophie to wed any time soon. He had made his displeasure clear when Christopher had visited with Sophie in the country. I would like to speak to Lady Bella. With your permission, of course, he meekly asked. I don't know what my sister sees in you. Come tomorrow morning and mind you don't upset her. Your sister means the world to me. I would never do anything to endanger her reputation, or her happiness. When they left the room, neither noticed a shadow hovering outside the door.
Lady Pratt was among the few hostesses who were steadfast in their contempt for the Baxters. Naturally, when she threw what promised to be among the most glittering balls of the season, she did not invite Lady Dorothea. Lady Dorothea had no scruples whatsoever. As she expected the Duke of Henderson to attend the ball, she gained entry by accompanying the Russian ambassador. To Lady Pratt's annoyance, she quitted the ambassador's side and took up position on a small sofa. Such was her allure that gentlemen fluttered around her like bees to a pot of honey. They vied for the privilege of holding her fan, and hot-footed to bring refreshments. Lady Pratt was of a mind to pay them wages like she did her footmen. Shameless hussy, she muttered under her breath, irked that the men made fools of themselves over a fast piece while debutantes wilted in the absence of partners. When the Nethercotes arrived, some of Lady Dorothea's admirers requested Lady Pratt for an introduction to the sprightly Lady Isabella Nethercote. Lady Pratt was happy to oblige. Sophie was not excited about attending Lady Pratt's event even though it was her first ball. She expected Christopher would be in attendance and was mortified about facing him. Her anger had long evaporated. In truth, she was surprised at herself. It wasn't like her to get annoyed. Christopher had told her they were to behave like acquaintances and nothing more. He must have a good reason for being so cold and formal with her. Instead of taking a cue from him, she had behaved childishly. Christopher would have heard about her indiscretion by now. What must he be thinking of her? Before coming to London, she had dreamed about dancing at a ball with Christopher. In fact, she had diligently attended to her dance master because she wanted to do him proud. If he did not lead her out, it would break her heart. Fanny examined Sophie's toilette and declared she would turn heads. I'll do that anyway, Sophie said mournfully. After calling His Grace arrogant, I must have become infamous. Don't let that bother you. Be your natural self. Your brother does not want you to dance with anyone except those approved by him. Moreover, we shall not stay over long. Sophie's worries vanished when she ascended the steps of Lady Pratt's magnificent townhouse. Lanterns illuminated the facade of the building. Light and music spilled out through festooned windows. Sophie had never seen anything so grand. Laura smiled fondly at her. I know how you feel. I led a secluded life before my first season. I accompanied my brother and his betrothed, Lady Maria, for my first ball. It felt like a dream. Lady Pratt greeted Sophie with affection and commented on her likeness to her mother. Do you have anyone in mind to lead your sister out? She asked Andrew. Andrew thanked her for her concern and assured her that indeed, he had someone in mind, and also he would permit his sister to partner with only those gentlemen that he approved of. Very proper, Lady Pratt beamed. I hope you will dance with some of the debutantes. They have been lacking in partners because several gentlemen have shown a marked lack of gallantry. Do you know Lady Dorothea, my lord? Lord Nethercote stiffened and exchanged a look with Fanny. I was acquainted with Lord Baxter and his sister in Boston, he said stiffly. I take it you are not keen to renew your acquaintance, Lady Pratt shrewdly observed. If it did not mean offending you, the lady's mere presence would have compelled me to leave the ball. I wish I could ask her to leave. She isn't invited. Sophie followed Lady Pratt's eyes. Lady Dorothea was dressed in a ravishing gold gown. She looked even more beautiful than in Hyde Park. So this was the woman who wanted to marry Christopher. Sophie saw how the gentleman gazed at her in fascination. A chill entered Sophie's heart. Was that why Christopher had not called? Had Lady Dorothea already conquered his heart? Sophie could not pursue her thoughts further. The Duke of Wimberley presented his friends to her. Lord Barrington and Amy also introduced her to more people. She noticed gentlemen detach themselves from Lady Dorothea's court to come over to be introduced to her. Lady Dorothea, however, did not make any effort to secure an introduction to her. Sophie thought she looked wary of Andrew, and a few minutes later, she left the ball. Sophie only danced with the Duke of Wimberley, Lord Barrington, and her brother when supper was announced. They left soon after.
Chapter 30. Where were you? Lady Dorothea snapped at her brother as soon as he came home. At your service. Doing your bidding. Following your orders. Lord Baxter brought a finger to his lips. Spying. Much good that would have done. You are 3 sheets to the wind. Baxter sat down carefully on the chair opposite Dorothea. I got foxed later. He struck his chest with his open hand. I was upset. I was upset that all your plans will come to naught. You won't become a duchess. He wagged his finger and smiled foolishly. Lady Dorothea emptied a pitcher of water on his head and shook him. What did you say? Lord Baxter wiped his face with his shirt sleeve. Henderson wants to court Lady Isabella. I listened at the keyhole when he spoke to Lord Nethercote. He can't be attracted to her. It must be an arranged match. There is more to it. I heard that Lady Isabella made a disparaging remark about Henderson. She has scores of admirers now. Lady Dorothea's eyes narrowed. Are they previously acquainted? They must be because Henderson went down to see her in the country. You should have told me immediately. That ninny was at the ball. I would have done something. I didn't know where to find you. Lady Dorothea planted her hands on her hips and glared at her brother. So you got foxed. Did you also lose at cards? You had better find a rich wife soon. I don't need a wife. Lord Baxter's mouth twisted into a sulk. I get all the nagging a man can stand from you. Incensed by the turn of events, Lady Dorothea flew into a passion. You should have trapped that hussy. I told you to do it weeks ago. She brushed away her brother's remonstrations and raged. He cannot cast me aside. It is I who shall be the Duchess of Henderson. Choose one among your scores of admirers and be done with it. Henderson has made his selection. There is nothing you can do about it. I'll make him regret his choice. As to Isabella, she will wish she had never set foot in England. Lord Baxter slipped out of the room. Lady Dorothea continued to fume, her beautiful face distorted into a mask of hatred. Gradually, cold fury replaced the heat of anger and she sat down to plan Sophie's destruction. The first step would be digging into Sophie's past.
Sophie was pleased to find Andrew in the breakfast room. Where's Fanny? She asked, accepting a slice of buttered toast from him. Sleeping in. I was wondering whether I should ask your maid to wake you up. Sophie turned questioning eyes on him. Henderson asked permission to call on you this morning. And? Andrew shrugged and pierced a sausage with his fork. I said he could see you. When did he ask? Was he at the ball? I ran into him at White's. Andrew saw no need to inform his sister that he had tracked down her beau to the gentlemen's club. Sophie wanted to ask 100 questions, starting with whether Christopher was annoyed with her, but she barely had time enough to change her gown for a more becoming one. She pushed back her chair. Where are you going? Andrew asked. To my room. Andrew gently pulled her down. First eat. Sophie was sure the butterflies fluttering in her stomach would make breakfast an impossibility. But Andrew wouldn't listen. When he finally agreed to let her leave, she burst into her room, startling her poor maid out of her wits. Larks, milady. What is the matter? Quick. You must help me change. His Grace is coming to see me. What shall you wear, my lady? For the first time in her life, Sophie was faced with the dilemma that came from having too many clothes. She didn't know what to wear. The maid was of no help. She agreed to whatever gowns Sophie suggested. If you don't help me decide, you will have all the more gowns to fold and hang up, Sophie warned. I don't mind that at all. Such pretty gowns as they are. My lady, why don't you just close your eyes and pick one? I suppose that should work. You had better bring out some more. Faith. I never had this problem when I had only 2 gowns to choose from. Sophie clapped her hands. I have it. I shall wear my pink rose gown. Which gown, my lady? Sophie tripped up to the closet and removed the carefully packed gown. The maid was puzzled by her choice. This isn't as pretty as the other gowns. But it is more suitable. Please inform my brother I await our guest in the morning room. Sophie dispatched a footman on the errand and went to stand by the window, to watch for Christopher. Drat it! None of the windows faced the entrance. The door opened and Sophie jumped. It's me, Andrew said, smiling as he examined her appearance. The rose gown. Henderson must mean a lot to you. That gown is like a good luck charm, isn't it? I wore it because I'm still the same person he met before all this happened. You are Sophie. Will you never be Bella? I shall always be Bella to you and to Fanny. In time, I hope Sophie and Bella will become one. You are wise for your years. Am I? There is so much I don't understand. What don't you understand? Sophie blushed and shook her head. Is it about Henderson? Andrew asked. Bridget used to warn Isabella against falling in love. I think I'm in love. I keep thinking about His Grace. I hid it from you, but I was miserable when he left. Why were you angry with him yesterday? He didn't come to see me, to see us after we came to London. When he finally did, he behaved like a stranger. That proves you are in love with him. Now if Henderson comes in and snaps at you, we can be assured that he returns your feelings. You are teasing me. Never mind. I like it. Nobody ever teased me before I came to England. Sophie grew silent and plucked at her sash. What is bothering you now? Andrew asked. Do you think Henderson is in love with me? Sophie asked in a rush. I know he likes me and likes talking to me. But he can't possibly be in love with me. I'm not as beautiful as the women here. I'm not accomplished like them. Bella, if Henderson's feeling did not run strong, he wouldn't have come down to see you. A footman informed them that the Duke had arrived. Christopher strode into the room, closely followed by the butler. Sophie gasped and Andrew's lips twitched. Christopher carried possibly the largest bouquet in London and refused to relinquish it to the butler. For you, he informed Sophie, his color slightly elevated. Stab me why women set such a store on flowers. What did you do? Uproot your garden, Andrew drawled. Couldn't decide on the flowers. Sophie hid her face in the bouquet. They are lovely, she said. I must find more vases. Bella, I want to speak to Henderson about something. He'll be back by the time you take care of the flowers. You have another visitor who will no doubt delight you, Henderson said, pointing to the open doorway at Jem.
Your Grace, what are your intentions towards my sister? Aren't they obvious? Christopher demanded, irritated that Nethercote had brought him to talk about something they had already discussed. What is obvious is you have an excellent garden. Dash it, Nethercote. What are you playing at? You already know I care for Sophie and I want to marry her. I shall not permit Bella to wed for at least a year. Lord Nethercote leaned back into the chair and crossed his hands behind his head, further aggravating Christopher. However, I have no objection to a betrothal. Provided Bella will have you. Christopher glared at Andrew, annoyed that he would make a game of something that mattered so much to him. We won't know whether Sophie will have me until I ask her, will we? He retorted. She'll have you, never fear. Most likely I'll be sending the announcement to the papers within the hour. Christopher couldn't risk having the betrothal made public until he was rid of Lady Dorothea. He couldn't share his fears with Nethercote either without sounding like a dashed milksop. Somehow, he had to convince Nethercote to postpone the betrothal. You don't look pleased, Nethercote observed. I want to court Sophie first. I want her to enjoy the season. Meet more people, move in society. You are too sure of yourself. It will serve you right if she chooses someone else. Bella was right to call you an arrogant so-and-so. If you must know, I'm not at all sure my charms will hold your sister. Christopher smiled. My faith in my charms is much less than my faith in your sister. I'm certain she will remain constant in her affection. With that parting shot, he made his escape. Jem regaled Sophie with stories from his new life. Mr. Chambers is very good. He gives me books to read and also sums to do. He only checks my work at the end of the day. It is such fun. I'm sure it is. Boys who learn in dreary classrooms must be envying you. His Grace said the same thing. I think he is a capital fellow. Jem looked stricken. I meant he is a capital duke. I know you didn't mean to disrespect his Grace. I would never do that. Father says God sent him to us. Jem chattered on. He had become a favorite in the Duke's household. The coachman liked to take him along in the carriage. His father and Mr. Chambers did not mind as long as he kept up with his lessons. Fanny came in looking for Sophie. Sophie introduced Jem to her. Fanny solemnly shook his hand. Pleased to meet you, Jem. I've heard about you from Bella. Sophie sent Jem to the kitchen along with a footman, with instructions to feed him cook's excellent pie. Henderson is here. He came to see me but Andrew took him into the study, Sophie grumbled. Oh, I'm so glad, Fanny exclaimed. Whatever for? I'm so happy Henderson has come to see you. Fanny was quite sure that Andrew was informing the Duke that he had no objection to a betrothal between him and Bella. She had finally made him see that his sister's happiness was with Henderson. The Duke came in and Fanny rose to greet him. Is your business with Andrew concluded? Oh yes. It was a small estate issue, Christopher said smoothly. Your Grace, I shall leave you two to talk while I attend to some correspondence. Fanny left, not to answer her letters but to question her husband. Her maid came in and took the far window seat where she proceeded to work on a reticule. Christopher chose to sit in the chair kitty-corner from Sophie. The position kept his back to the maid and also shielded Sophie from her view. He leaned forward and gently took Sophie's hand. I didn't mean to hurt you yesterday. You had warned me things would be different in London. I was so happy to see you that I forgot. I had expected you would call soon after I arrived. Henderson drew in a sharp breath. He didn't deserve to be loved with such honesty. His heart swelled in gratitude. If he did not fear for Sophie's safety, he would declare his feelings as openly as her. I was called away on business. When I came to see you, I didn't expect to find so many people around you. I was taken by surprise. Sophie giggled. You looked proud and disdainful. I remember that is how you appeared when I first saw you. Do you put on that look on purpose to intimidate people? Christopher smiled wryly. It was part of my education. I was my father's heir, also my uncle's because he did not marry. For 9 months a year, I lived at home. My father did not believe in sparing the rod. He instructed my tutors to deal harshly with me. For the remaining 3 months, I was removed to my uncle's estate. In addition to equally strict tutors, I was left without company because my uncle was a recluse. He lived alone with a handful of servants. I hated it there. What about your mother? Christopher shrugged. Her duties as Duchess kept her busy. My father also did not like her to spend much time with me. I rarely saw anything of her. Why didn't your father let her see you? They led separate lives. He did not agree with her on several matters. Bringing up his heir was one among them. I was lucky that Aunt Heather stood up to my father and uncle. She insisted that I be sent to Eton. Sophie nodded. She knew Eton was a boarding school. Her brother had told her that Lord Barrington and the Duke of Wimberley were with him at Eton. I went a year late when compared to other boys, but because of my tutors, I was advanced in all the subjects. They had taught me well. But they had not taught me how to mingle with others. I gained the reputation of being cold and aloof. It continues to this day. It isn't ill-deserved either. I'm close to very few people. Barrington is my cousin, and he took the trouble to get to know me. You must have been sad so many times, Sophie said, remembering the loneliness of her own childhood. Christopher grimaced. I don't know what came over me, to bore you with all that tripe. You were apologizing for being arrogant. Now I see that you don't owe me an apology at all. No words can make reparation for the hurt I caused, Christopher answered. Sophie assured him the incident was little more than a misunderstanding. Would you like to visit the tower this morning? Christopher asked. Your brother has agreed to let me show you around London. Chapter 31. Christopher was relieved they did not encounter any of his acquaintances. His resolve not to squire Sophie around had crumbled in his desire to spend time in her company. Once inside the tower, he used his clout for a private viewing of the crown jewels. At the royal menagerie, he stayed a little behind Sophie. Not that Sophie noticed, she was much taken in by old Martin, the grizzly bear. The only time he almost came face to face with a member of the Tawn was in the bell tower. Fortunately, Mrs. Martin was very much engaged with her party to take notice of anyone else. He managed to escape unseen. He found Sophie deeply interested in the sights. She eagerly listened to the history of the tower. When he told her about Tower Hill, she declined to see the sight of so many executions. Not wanting to overtire her, Christopher told her if she wanted to see more of the tower, they would return another day. Are we returning to Wimberley House? Sophie asked, looking the picture of disappointment. Christopher grinned. He wished Sophie would always remain so transparent. At least with him. We are going to a delightful inn. I am convinced you will love their honey cakes. Christopher directed the coachman to the place. The carriage started and within minutes, the soft snores of Sophie's chaperone filled the carriage. Christopher wondered whether Fanny had chosen the stout maid as chaperone for her propensity to fall asleep, or her inability to walk fast. He would ask Sophie to request the same maid for their next outing as well. The inn was small but enjoyed good custom. Famed both for its ale and its cakes and pies, it attracted Londoners and travellers alike. Christopher escorted Sophie into a private room, with the maid trailing after them. Christopher sat across from Sophie, drinking in the delight on her face as she took in her surroundings. The cheap ornaments on the mantelpiece, the framed prints on the wall, and everything in the small, clean room met with her approval. Christopher knew she was imprinting the scene on her mind. That it was special because he had brought her there. When their order arrived, she took her time making a selection from the platter of delectable confections. "What will you have?" she asked, adorably shy because he watched her. Someone knocked. The maid attended to the door. "Your Grace, a gentleman wants to speak to you. He says it's urgent." Christopher went out, closing the door after him. The young man who stood restlessly twisting his hat appeared familiar. "I'm Lord Swinton, Your Grace," he said. "May I come in for a few minutes? I have something of a personal nature to discuss." Christopher took a moment before placing Lord Swinton. He had a passing acquaintance with the family. He raised an eyebrow. "I regret I cannot invite you inside. Your Grace, please accord me a few minutes of your time. I realize it is an imposition, but the matter is urgent. Would you at least step into my carriage so that I may speak to you?" Christopher had no wish to leave Sophie. He glanced back into the room. Sophie gestured he should go. "Please, Your Grace. I wouldn't dream of encroaching if it wasn't a matter of life and death. A few minutes is all I ask." "Keep it short," Christopher said with a curt nod. Lord Swinton hurried ahead to his carriage. He had left it in a narrow overgrown lane beside the inn. Christopher declined his invitation to enter and leaned against a tree with his arms folded across his chest. Lord Swinton shuffled from one foot to the other. "Out with it, Swinton. What ails you?" Lord Swinton hemmed and hawed about how embarrassed he was, and how kind Christopher was in permitting him to speak. "I assure you, Your Grace, I'm fully sensible to the honor you do me. Won't you at least sit in the carriage, Your Grace? It is rather windy today. If you have nothing better to do than talk about the weather, I shall leave." But Lord Swinton wouldn't let him leave. He blocked his way and begged that Christopher let him compose himself. "My nerves are shattered, Your Grace. Such a night that I have had. If you don't help me, I'll have to blow my brains out." Christopher impatiently waited as Lord Swinton struggled to gather the courage to reveal the cause of his obvious distress. Finally, he haltingly disclosed that he had been taken in by card sharps and had lost his entire purse. He had been forced to relinquish his ring and brooch, both family heirlooms. They have no notion of gentlemanly behavior. They refuse to accept an IOU. If my father finds out, I have only one recourse, and that is to end my miserable existence. He is a hard man, my father. Family pride is everything to him." Lord Swinton broke down into a paroxysm of tears and coughing. "What do you want from me? Your Grace? Will you accept my IOU and give me the blunt? I'll pay those swindlers and redeem the brooch and ring. My quarterly allowance is due in a week. You shall have your money back. Please, Your Grace. I shall forever be indebted to you." Christopher grimaced. He did not believe that Lord Swinton would resort to taking his own life. But he knew the family and felt obliged to help. He gave whatever young Swinton asked and returned to the inn. Sophie did not look up when he came in. The platter of cakes was as he had left it. Her dish of bohea had also grown cold. When he called her name, she started. "Shall I order fresh tea?" he asked. Sophie refused. "I want to go home," she said in a small voice and refused to meet his eyes. Alarmed, Christopher took her hands. "What's the matter, Sophie? Are you unwell?" Sophie pulled her hands away. "Please take me home." She called the maid and walked out. Christopher had no choice but to follow her. She barely spoke in the carriage. Christopher watched uneasily as she closed her eyes and leaned back against the plush upholstery. When the carriage reached Wimberley House, she allowed him to help her down, but as soon as her feet touched the ground, she left him and sped up the marble steps. Christopher followed, taking the stairs 3 at a time. "Sophie! Wait!" When she turned, Christopher was stunned by her pallor and the pain in her eyes. "Sophie, what's wrong? Are you ill? Shall I send for Dr. Stein?" Sophie raised a hand to her head. "I'm tired. I think I shall rest." Christopher wordlessly watched her go up the stairs, holding on to the banister. "Is Lady Nethercote at home?" he asked the butler. The butler informed him that Lady Fanny and Lady Laura were visiting with Lady Heather. Christopher did not want to leave but could not possibly go up to Sophie's room. A little while later, he was at Lady Heather's house, asking for Lady Fanny. When he learned that Lady Fanny and Lady Laura had already left for Wimberley House, he felt a measure of relief. An hour later he sent a note. Sophie replied that the rest had helped and she was feeling much better.
Though Sophie took in the sights and listened to the history of the tower, she was conscious that she was walking beside Christopher. His presence at her side filled her with a warm glow. When he suggested the inn, she was relieved that she would spend some more time in his company. At the inn, after they were served, someone knocked on the door of the private room. Sophie heard a man ask Christopher to spare him some time. When Christopher looked at her, she gestured for him to go. The door opened again. A fashionably dressed woman stepped into the room. She told the maid to wait outside and took the chair that Christopher had quitted. Before Sophie could ask her anything, she lifted the veil of her bonnet. "Lady Dorothea. I'm enchanted that you know me. Dare I presume that Lord or Lady Nethercote spoke to you about me?" "No, no. I recognized you from Lady Pratt's ball." "Your brother hasn't forgiven me." Lady Dorothea sighed and fluttered her long lashes. "Matters of the heart cause so much pain. I'm afraid I don't understand. You mustn't speak of this to your brother or sister-in-law. Lady Nethercote, especially, will be hurt. No woman likes to discover that she is second best in her husband's affections." "You are mistaken, madam," Sophie bristled. "My brother adores Fanny." Lady Dorothea shrugged. "Your brother was madly in love with me. When I refused him, he married Lady Fanny. He has not forgiven me to this day." Sophie did not know what to think. Fanny and Andrew had told her a different story of their romance. She did not doubt them. But Lady Dorothea was so convincing and Andrew had ignored her at the ball. "It appears that I'm destined to cause hurt to your family. It pains me, my dear, that you have become entangled in my tiff with Henderson. You do know what I mean, don't you?" Sophie shook her head. "You poor dear. Everyone knows about us. We would have wed last year, but a friend of mine who was jealous created a misunderstanding between us. Men don't have our sensibility. Henderson is angry with me. He wants to punish me. He is using you to make me feel jealous. But he will return to me, and where will that leave you?" Lady Dorothea swept out of the room, leaving Sophie to stare after her. Shocked, she mechanically answered the maid and stared blankly at nothing in particular until Christopher came in. "Shall I order fresh tea?" he asked her. Sophie heard the words as if from a distance. Her eyes clung to his face. She tried to read his expression, to know from his face what lay in his heart. She wanted to leave, to get away from Lady Dorothea's cloying fragrance that lingered in the room. "I want to go home," she said. "What's the matter, Sophie? Are you unwell?" "I want to go home," she said and refused to meet his eyes. She had trouble getting the words out, her throat felt tight. Before he could question her further, she hurried out of the room. How happy she had been in the carriage when they had left. How ignorant. She should have guessed that Christopher did not care for her. He was so handsome and a duke. And she was Silly Sophie, who had no poise, no conversation. Mortified at her forward behavior with him, she avoided talking all through the drive. On reaching Wimberley House, she went up to her room and requested the maid to leave her. She wanted to be alone. Sometime during the carriage ride, her head had started to throb with pain. She crawled into bed, her thoughts in turmoil. Was Lady Dorothea lying? Christopher had told her that he did not care for her. But that could be his pride talking. Lady Dorothea had said a misunderstanding had caused him to turn cold. Sophie told herself she must not jump to conclusions. Christopher had come all the way from London to see her in the country. He had brought flowers and taken pains to make their morning enjoyable. Surely, he wouldn't go to the trouble if he was in love with Lady Dorothea. But she could not quell her doubts. A lifetime of slights had made her insecure. She could not imagine why Christopher would choose her over Lady Dorothea, who was so beautiful that men vied for her attention. She did not doubt Christopher. He was fond of her. Perhaps he pitied her. But he did not love her. She had openly shared her sentiments with him. If he reciprocated her love, he would have declared it. He would have tried to convince Andrew to permit a betrothal. He wouldn't have pretended not to know her in the drawing room. If she was still Sophie Hastings, she would have understood the need for subterfuge. But she was a lady now. She boasted a pedigree and her family was in that ridiculous book. He had no reason to pretend. Sophie recollected that she had once asked Christopher whether Lady Dorothea was in love with him. He had called her incapable of love and had accused her of being in love with his title. That was perhaps the misunderstanding Lady Dorothea had hinted at. And when it was sorted out, Christopher would return to his lady love. If the matter was anything else, Sophie could have turned to Fanny for advice. But Lady Dorothea had warned her that any mention of her name would cause pain to Fanny. What was she to do? Sophie tried to compose herself. It wouldn't do for Fanny to find her looking upset. Some time later, Fanny peeped into her room. She was just back from visiting with Lady Heather and eager to know about Sophie's morning with the Duke. "Need I ask whether you enjoyed yourself?" she teased. Sophie managed to bring up a convincing enough smile. In a bid to change the topic, she asked, "Did you see Isabella?" Mrs. Hastings and Isabella are no longer residing with Lady Heather. The physician advised against the move, but Isabella insisted. "I shall take their direction from Lady Heather and write to Isabella. She is in need of a friend." Fanny approved of the plan, and said, "Lady Heather is sponsoring the twin daughters of her close friend, Lady Morgan. The girls have never had a season before. They have promised to call tomorrow morning. But you needn't let that come in the way of your engagements with His Grace." "He didn't say anything about tomorrow," Sophie said. "Depend upon it, he will call," Fanny said, briefly hugging Sophie before leaving the room. After Fanny left, a maid came in with a note. It was from Christopher. Solicitous and affectionate, he inquired about her health and also promised to call upon her the next morning. He must care, Sophie thought, her doubts forgotten. She recalled the warmth of their earlier interactions when she was Sophie Hastings and the way he had kissed her as if he couldn't help himself. Whatever his reasons were for not declaring his feelings, he was a man of honor and would not pretend an interest in her. Resolutely putting aside her despondency, Sophie summoned her maid to prepare for her first visit to the theatre. Sophie did her best to emulate Lady Laura and Lady Fanny and gave no sign that she was aware of being under scrutiny. Fanny had already told her that quite a few visited the theatre to stare at the other attendees. After the first act, several acquaintances of Andrew and the Duke of Wimberley visited their box, and Sophie was introduced to them. During the next intermission, Fanny suggested they leave the box for fresher air out in the passage. As they walked down, they were stopped by some other ladies of the town. Sophie held back as she was not introduced to them. A little away from her, some gentlemen stood talking. Sophie heard them mention the Duke and could not help listening. La Flora has turned down some handsome offers. She is keen on Henderson. What is it with Henderson that women flock to him? La Flora wants to be his mistress and Lady Dorothea wants to be his wife. Lucky dog. Lady Dorothea has him in her thrall. My cousin saw them together 3 nights ago. 3 nights ago. Christopher had told her he wasn't in London. Sophie returned to the box with Fanny and Laura. The third act opened with La Flora singing a sparkling melody. Sophie couldn't look away from her. So this beautiful creature wanted to be Christopher's mistress. She was even more lovely than Lady Dorothea. What chance did silly Sophie have against them? Chapter 32. Christopher arrived at Wimberley House early the next morning. As none of the ladies were present at the breakfast table, the conversation was mostly about the current political situation. When Sophie did not come down until it was time for him to leave, he had to attend Parliament. He asked Lord Nethercote whether she was still feeling under the weather. Andrew's eyebrows shot up. What do you mean? Sophie isn't unwell. Christopher explained that Sophie had not been her usual self but had insisted she was only fatigued from the excursion. She accompanied us to the theatre last evening. I'll ask Fanny to speak to her. If London fatigues her, we shall return to the country. Christopher's heart missed a beat but he did not protest or argue. When it came to Sophie, Lord Nethercote was incapable of listening to reason. He merely informed him that he would call upon Sophie at 4 in the afternoon and left. Sophie helped herself from the warm dishes on the sideboard. Fanny poured out the tea and said, "You missed His Grace. He was here to see you." "Did he stay for long?" Sophie asked, not looking up from her plate. "He was here for over an hour. Henderson was worried about you. He said you had tired yourself out yesterday." "I think it was the heat," Sophie said, still not meeting Fanny's eyes. "I felt much better after resting a while." Fanny let it pass. It did not seem likely that the tepid heat of spring in England would leave Sophie exhausted. She was used to a much warmer climate. She had spent 16 years in India. "His Grace left word he will call on you at 4 o'clock. He also brought flowers for you. They are in the morning room." Sophie brightened immediately. She waited only for Fanny to finish her tea before dashing out of the room. The bouquet was made up of half-bloomed peach roses. Sophie breathed in their sweet scent and held the flowers against her heated face. Once again, she vacillated between doubt and hope. Her fears of the night before seemed baseless. It had to be gossip. Christopher wouldn't show her such marked attention if he did not care for her. She decided to be open with him. When he called in the evening, she would ask him about Lady Dorothea. Sophie took the flowers into her room and sent for her maid. The gown she was wearing was her plainest. It had matched her earlier despondent mood, but she didn't want to receive Christopher looking like a dish rag. She changed into a sprigged muslin in peach. She also told her maid to lay out her new walking dress, in case Christopher wanted to take her out. A glance at the ormolu clock on her escritoire told her it was 12 noon. 4 more hours for Christopher to arrive. When she went down, a footman presented her with 2 cards and asked whether she was at home. Lady Eliza and Lady Esther, daughters of Lady Morgan, had called. "I'll see them in the drawing room," Sophie said. Sophie expected to meet 2 poised young ladies. Instead, the Morgan sisters were rather plain and ill at ease. After an exchange of civilities, Sophie said, "I believe my sister-in-law met you yesterday." "Indeed," Lady Eliza said, "we were visiting with Lady Heather. She is Mamma's particular friend. Lady Heather is all kindness. She has procured invitations for us to select balls. Mamma thinks the world of her," Lady Esther added. Sophie politely agreed that Lady Heather was good and kind. The Morgan sisters lapsed into silence. Sophie didn't know how to lead the conversation. Until then, whoever she had met had been a talker. "Is this your first season?" she asked. They answered in the affirmative. "How do you like it?" "We have met so many people since coming to London. The ladies are so gracious and beautiful. I admire Lady Dorothea tremendously. I am so happy she is engaged." Lady Eliza conspiratorially leaned closer. "It is a secret, of course. By a stroke of chance, I was present when His Grace proposed to Lady Dorothea. Isn't it wonderful? They were to marry last season, but some misunderstanding drove them apart." Sophie's heart thudded in her ears. "His Grace?" she asked faintly. "Lady Heather's nephew. The Duke of Henderson." Lady Eliza obviously held Lady Dorothea in the highest esteem. "She deserves to be happy. The scandal last year broke her heart and she left London. She was resigned to leading a retired life away from His Grace. But when Lord Baxter's circumstances changed, he insisted that they return. After coming back, she found herself besieged by suitors, but her heart belonged to His Grace. Last night she found the courage to speak to him and discovered he still loves her. The engagement is a secret," Lady Esther said. "His Grace fears he has raised expectations in a lady," Lady Eliza elaborated. "She has neither beauty nor wit, but His Grace is a gentleman. He feels responsible. He wants to make matters plain to the lady and then make public his engagement to Lady Dorothea. Lady Dorothea is indeed lucky. The Duke is rich, handsome, and also a good man," Lady Esther exclaimed. Sophie managed to sit through the remainder of the call. Before they left, Lady Eliza reminded Sophie to keep the engagement a secret. A little later, Lady Fanny came looking for her. "We are going to Bond Street. Laura wants to make some purchases. I don't feel like going out. May I stay back?" Fanny was immediately concerned. "What is the matter? You do look pale. Henderson is right. You need a physician." Sophie flashed her brightest smile. "Nothing is the matter with me. If it pleases you, I shall come along. But I would rather stay at home." "Suit yourself. A little rest will bring back the roses to your cheeks. Henderson will be here to see you at 4. Sophie maintained a bright facade for Fanny's benefit. After her sister-in-law left, she went up to her room. The sweet fragrance of roses filled the air. Sophie stared mutely at the exquisite flowers. What did they mean? Drained out from alternating between hope and despair, she collapsed into a deep chair. Curled up into a ball, with her head on her arms, her slight frame convulsed with deep-racking sobs, Sophie wished she had never set eyes on Christopher. "I can't bear it. I must ask Andrew to take me home." She could not possibly see Christopher. Sophie sat up and wiped her face on the sleeve of her gown. She blindly groped for her handkerchief in her reticule and blew her nose on the lacy scrap. "I must tell the butler that I shall not be at home to His Grace." But Sophie was not accustomed to the manners of the town. It did not feel right to say she was not home when she was very much in. And if the butler announced him directly because he was a duke and a frequent visitor, she would have to receive him. She could not face him. She would do something deplorable like weep in his presence. Bewildered by Christopher's strange conduct, that he would love another woman and yet pretend to court her, and bring an armful of flowers, and delude her into falling hopelessly in love with him, Sophie could think only of escape. She wrote a note that simply stated, "Another engagement prevents me from receiving your grace. I shall not be at home at 4 o'clock. Therefore, please do not call." Her quill hovered for a moment and then, instead of signing herself as Sophie, she carefully wrote, "Lady Isabella Nethercote." She summoned a footman and gave him the note, to deliver to Henderson. But her anxiety did not abate. She feared that if the note did not reach him, he might call and she would not be able to avoid him. At 3:45, she summoned a carriage, and leaving word for Fanny that she would be visiting at Barrington House, left with her maid. "Shall we stop at Madame Jolly's? She told me she was expecting a new consignment of silk," Laura asked. Fanny agreed. She was looking for a particular shade of dull gold and hadn't found it in any of the other shops. Madame Jolie was delighted to receive Laura. "Your Grace. You are in good looks. How is your dear sister-in-law? Lady Maria is keeping good health. Will she attend the season? She will stay in the country. She is enceinte." The news sent Madame Jolie into raptures. Lady Maria was among her favorite clients. "Lady Nethercote. Your Grace." It was Lady Goodall, walking over to them with mincing steps. "Oh no," Laura murmured. "She looks ready to spill the latest gossip." Lady Goodall drew them aside. "Have you heard the shocking news?" she demanded indignantly. "I thought he had better sense. You can never trust a man to keep his head." "Surely it can't be so bad," Laura said in soothing tones, even though she had no idea what had Lady Goodall in such a lather. The most eligible gentleman. A duke no less. Such impeccable bloodlines. To be snapped up by that hussy. Fanny wanted to be at Wimberley House when the duke called. Wishing to hurry Lady Goodall, she asked, "Who do you mean?" "Lady Dorothea has snagged Henderson. I thought him safe from her wiles. He had called her bluff last season." Fanny shook her head. "That can't be possible." "Pray, do you know something that I don't?" Lady Goodall asked with a speculative gleam in her eyes. Laura hastily intervened. "Lady Nethercote is surprised, that is all. I have the news from Lady Young, who, as you know, is Lady Dorothea's aunt. He made his offer last night, at Lady Notley's rout. He took her into the balcony and proposed. I suspect he was foxed." "I find it hard to believe," Laura said. "His Grace is a frequent visitor. He hasn't said anything to my husband." "It is true, all right. A couple overheard him proposing and felicitated him. Henderson asked them to keep the engagement a secret. He fears another lady has expectations from him and wants to speak to her before announcing the engagement." As soon as they were in the carriage, Laura said, "Henderson is a man of honor. He will not trifle with Sophie's feelings." "How well do you know Lady Dorothea?" Fanny asked. "I barely know her. Maria told me to avoid her." "Lady Maria is an excellent judge of character." Laura turned to look at Fanny. "I don't mean to pry. Wimberley told me Lady Dorothea tried to come between you and Nethercote. That is putting it mildly. Lady Dorothea intercepted my letters to Boston. She misled Andrew and had her cousin abduct me. No. She is vicious beyond imagination. I doubt Henderson has proposed to her. He wouldn't have called this morning if he had," Fanny said. "However, she sent up a prayer that he wouldn't break her sister-in-law's heart."
Christopher received John Huxley in his study. "Does Lord Baxter suspect anything?" he asked. "Not at all. Men of his ilk believe only they can play an underhand game. How deep is he in? He has added forgery to his list of crimes. His sister does not trust him. After he came into that fortune, she had him transfer the bonds and certificates to her name. What has he done now? He stole some of the certificates and pledged them with Reuben, a moneylender, by forging Lady Dorothea's signature. His opponents, men I have set up, appear to be novices and plump in the pocket. Baxter is confident he will win. He promised Reuben he would redeem the certificates in 48 hours. Are you sure Reuben will not go back on his word? Rest assured he will stick to his threat of prosecuting Baxter." Christopher steepled his fingers and leaned forward. What else is bothering you? Henderson, you had better do something about the rumors. The latest on dit is that you are secretly engaged to Lady Dorothea. What? Were you at Lady Notley's rout last night? Huxley asked. I wasn't in London. A friend wanted my opinion on a property he is desirous of purchasing. It is a rundown manor 16 miles from London. Was your friend with you? I went alone. I was in no mood to socialize and didn't want to spend the evening at home. Do you know Lord Swinton? Huxley asked. Not really. Well, he claims to have heard you propose and Lady Dorothea accept. His story is rather interesting. He was with a lady in one of the balconies, to get a breath of fresh air. When you and Lady Dorothea came into the balcony, he moved into the shadows, to safeguard the lady's reputation. However, the lady was impetuous. The moment Lady Dorothea accepted you, she offered her felicitations, upon which you asked them to keep the engagement a secret. Quite a story. Lord Swinton, being the soul of discretion, has only told his closest friends, on condition that they keep the news to themselves. He couldn't have done better had he engaged a town crier, Christopher said dryly. There's more. Others recall seeing you in the dimly lit balcony with Lady Dorothea. It can't be a coincidence that every time you leave London, people claim to have seen both of you together. Christopher nodded slowly, a plan forming in his head. He told his friend what he had in mind. Huxley agreed that it could work. When will you leave? He asked. Tonight. Obviously, Lady Dorothea is having my movements watched. When she learns I have left town again, she will stir up some more trouble. And this time, we will be prepared to expose her. After Huxley left, a footman delivered Sophie's note. Christopher was sorely disappointed. All day, he had looked forward to seeing her. Even during the session in Parliament, his attention had strayed towards her. Though Sophie had told him she was only fatigued, he could not shake off the conviction that something ailed her. Now, after what Huxley had told him, he was certain that Lord Swinton was Lady Dorothea's pawn. He had something to do with whatever bothered Sophie. Sophie had been aglow with happiness, eager to enjoy every moment of his company. 15 minutes later, she was evasive and not like herself at all. Christopher read Sophie's note again. It was cold and formal. Unusual too. She had signed herself as Lady Isabella Nethercote. A footman knocked. Lady Heather is here, Your Grace. Christopher didn't need more than one guess to know his aunt had heard the rumor and had hot-footed to Henderson House for the sole purpose of hauling him over the coals. He had to escape. Where is her ladyship? He asked the lackey. In the parlor, Your Grace. What did she say? She asked if you were at home, Your Grace. Christopher grabbed his hat. Tell her I'm not. With one leg over the windowsill, he added, and take your time over it. Christopher directed the hack to Barrington House. He knew his aunt. She was capable of camping in his house until he showed up. The woman had the soul of a hunter. He would lie low in Barrington House and send a message to his valet, to pack for the trip and bring the carriage to Barrington House. The butler informed Christopher that Lord Barrington was away. Her ladyship? Christopher asked. The butler returned with the intelligence that her ladyship was at home and would be happy to receive him in the small garden behind the house. Christopher couldn't believe his luck when he saw Sophie with Amy and Stephen. He would be able to speak to her, after all. Your Grace. Sophie inclined her head to his effusive greeting. Christopher was shocked at her appearance. He could tell she had been crying. Amy filled the silence for a few minutes and then scooped Stephen into her arms. Sophie, she said. I'm afraid I have to go in. Will you be a dear and keep Henderson company? Sophie scooted to the end of the bench when Christopher sat down beside her. Hands folded in her lap, back ramrod straight, she refused to look at him. Sophie. Are you upset about Lady Dorothea? Sophie sprang up. I have to leave, she cried over her shoulder, half running away from him. Christopher followed. "Sophie. I have something to say to you." "No. I don't want to hear anything." Christopher couldn't stop her without creating a scene. He could have followed her to Wimberley House, but she was hurt and angry and most likely believed the rumored engagement. That made it all the more urgent for him to leave London and put his plan into action.
Chapter 33. Sophie kicked off her shoes and flung herself down on the daybed. Fanny followed her into her room, her forehead creased with worry. "Bella. Who told you?" "Lady Eliza," Sophie said, her words coming out muffled as she burrowed her face into a cushion. "Do you believe her?" "'Tis most likely a rumor." Sophie shook her head, her body heaving with fresh tears. When Fanny removed the cushion, she reluctantly looked at her. "It's true. Lady Dorothea told me Christopher, I mean his Grace, and she would soon be reconciled." Shocked beyond measure, Fanny stared at Sophie. "Did that woman seek you out? Why didn't you tell us?" "I didn't want to hurt you." "What made you think that?" Sophie's face suffused with embarrassment. Fanny guessed she was hiding something. Lady Dorothea is sly and venomous. She knows how to manipulate people. "What did she tell you?" Sophie haltingly repeated the conversation. "What gammon! I had better tell you the whole of it." Fanny briefly told Sophie about Lady Dorothea's vile trickery. "She has no scruples. I don't believe Henderson is engaged to her. He is madly in love with you. But, Bella, let me speak to Andrew. He will know what to do. Why don't you wash your face and come down? Laura must wonder what became of us. You know how much she enjoys a cup of tea at this hour." Over tea and buttered scones, Laura kept up a steady flow of amusing stories about her girls that soon had Sophie smiling. After the tea things were cleared and the parcels from the day's shopping exclaimed upon, Laura suggested they ought to start getting ready. "Else the men will complain that we always keep them waiting." Sophie had forgotten about the ball and the musicale. "Do I have to attend?" she asked Fanny. She knew she would only hear more gossip about Henderson and Lady Dorothea. "An evening spent at home will be a good change," Fanny said, divining her thoughts. Laura smiled. "It will, indeed. I'll inform Cook about the change in plans." Sophie tried to protest, but Laura assured her that an evening away from the glitter of the season would do them all good. "His Grace might want to attend," Sophie said. "Anthony won't mind giving the season a miss altogether." Sophie knew they had changed their plans for the evening only for her sake. Once again she tried to convince them that they should all attend the musicale instead of staying at home, but they told her they needed the break.
Lord Nethercote had no inkling of the rumor. He had spent the day in his London shipping office. When he returned to Wimberley House, Fanny told him all. "That's why Henderson hasn't proposed. He is worried Lady Dorothea will harm Bella." "Then there is no truth in the rumor. Henderson hasn't proposed to Lady Dorothea. He is in love with Bella and wants to marry her. I hope he doesn't fall into whatever trap that woman has set. I doubt he knows how unscrupulous she is. Had he taken me into his confidence, I would have warned him. You can tell him tomorrow. Have a word with Bella too. The child is upset." "Where is she?" "In the nursery. Laura's girls are thrilled that we will be dining at home. They have invited Bella to be their guest. They will help lighten her mood. I shall speak to Bella in the morning." "My dear, I'm going to Hyde Park for a morning drive. Would you like to come with me?" Andrew asked, hiding his anxiety at his sister's appearance. She had shadows under her eyes and looked like she had spent a sleepless night. Sophie did not look enthusiastic about the invitation. However, she put on a bonnet and followed Andrew out. Andrew drove in silence, ably managing the well-matched pair of greys. He was relieved to note some color coming back into his sister's face. Finding Rotten Row quite deserted, he asked, "Do you want to try your hand at driving the curricle?" Sophie refused. "I'll take over if you find it difficult," Andrew persisted. Sophie reluctantly took the reins. Sensing a change of hand, the horses quickened their pace. "Don't hold so tightly. Use a firm hand but don't pull at the reins." Sophie obeyed and the greys returned to their former pace. She kept her concentration on driving the curricle. When they came to the end of Rotten Row, Andrew took the reins from her and brought the curricle to a halt. He got down first and helped Sophie to alight. "How did I do?" Sophie demanded, almost skipping beside Andrew. "Very well indeed. I didn't need your help at all. You made me proud, Bella. You always do." Andrew looked around and found someone to hold the horses. He offered his arm to Sophie. "Shall we walk?" "Oh yes." Andrew noted with satisfaction that driving the curricle had taken Sophie's mind off her unpleasant thoughts. "Dear Bella, I gave permission to Henderson to court you. I was prepared to announce your betrothal." Sophie stiffened. Andrew drew her closer to his side. "He told me he would be very happy to make you his duchess, but the announcement would have to wait. He wanted to court you first. I thought he was being arrogant. I told him not to have too high an opinion of his charms. It would serve him right if you choose someone else. Do you want to hear what he said?" Sophie fixed her eyes on Andrew's face. "He said his confidence arose from the consistency of your affections. He trusts you, my dear. Should you also not trust him? He may have changed his mind. Lady Dorothea is so beautiful. So is a rattlesnake." Sophie chewed on her underlip and looked away. "I don't want to insult Henderson by asking him if there is any truth in the rumor. However, it is time he knew how dangerous Lady Dorothea is. Wimberley and I are looking into a business plan. We'll use it as a pretext to visit him." A rather flustered butler met Lord Nethercote and the Duke of Wimberley at Henderson House. "Is His Grace home?" Lord Nethercote asked. "My lord. Lord Barrington is here to see His Grace. So are Lady Egerton and Lady Heather." Instead of announcing them, Lister opened the door and stood aside. They found Lady Heather in an agitated state. "Where is my nephew?" she demanded as soon as she clapped eyes on them. "We are here to see him, ma'am. He gave me the slip yesterday. And this man," Lady Heather pointed at a cowering footman, "let him go." "Did he now?" the Duke of Wimberley drawled, his eyes glinting with humor. "This generation has no spine. Henderson is the head of the family but slipped out of the window like a schoolboy." Lady Egerton dismissed the servants and asked, in stricken tones, "Aunt Heather, do you believe Christopher has eloped with that creature?" "I doubt it," Lord Nethercote said. Lady Heather shot out of her chair with an alacrity that would have been commendable even in a woman half her age. She gripped Andrew's hand with bony fingers. "Why do you say that?" "Because he wants to wed my sister." Charlotte clasped her hands. "I was sure he was in love with Sophie. The beast! He led me on to believe that he had no interest in her. I don't know what to believe." Lady Heather sighed and shook her head. "The Mrs. Robins swear by their sainted mother that Henderson visits Lady Dorothea. They live right across her. They've seen him call on her late at night. I find that hard to believe." "Christopher avoids Lady Dorothea like the plague," Lord Barrington said. "The Mrs. Robins must be mistaken." "The Mrs. Robins are old, not blind," Lady Heather snapped. "I don't know what to believe," Charlotte said, crestfallen. "After the trick Lady Dorothea played last season, I thought Henderson had developed a disgust for her. And yet he was heard proposing to her at Lady Notley's." "Who heard him?" Lord Nethercote asked. "Lord Swinton." "Ha! That proves it's not true, Lord Barrington exclaimed. Swinton is little more than Baxter's lackey. Lady Morgan's daughter stood just outside the balcony. She heard him, Charlotte said in a despairing tone. The Duke of Wimberley frowned. Henderson told me he did not attend the rout. He had visited some property outside London. Lady Notley will know if Henderson was at her house. Shall I go speak to her? Charlotte asked, and immediately earned her aunt's ire. Not at all. Lady Notley will be crowing to have her rout the talk of the town. What does Henderson's valet say? Lord Nethercote asked. He has disappeared too. None of the servants saw him leave. Charlotte dabbed at her eyes. He may already be married. Is there nothing we can do? I don't want that creature to be my sister. Let's not jump to any conclusion. Lord Nethercote rose to take leave. Henderson has far too much sense to be taken in by Lady Dorothea. Chapter 34. Sophie was in the morning room with Laura and Fanny. Though her hands were occupied with embroidery, her thoughts were with Christopher. When her brother and the Duke of Wimberley came into the room, she half rose, expecting to see Christopher with them. Andrew dropped into the sofa beside her. You have a neat hand. Our mother used to do some fine needlework. Did you meet Henderson? Fanny asked. Henderson? He is out of town. He left yesterday on estate work. Crushed that Christopher had left without any attempt to see her, Sophie bent over her needlework even though sudden tears blurred her eyes. Henderson is very conscientious. Quite unlike other dukes, Andrew drawled. Laura hurled a small cushion at him. I shall not hear a word against Anthony. Neither will I, Fanny announced. Wife. Won't you take my side? Not if you see fit to disparage my oldest friend. Fanny, my dear. Don't let him take you for granted, Laura cried. Andrew set aside the embroidery and took Sophie's hand. Bella. I hope I have your loyalty. Will you let your brother ride roughshod over me? Fanny demanded. Before she could even think of an answer, Lord Nethercote told her she was bound to him by ties of blood and it had to be them against the rest. Laura and Fanny rubbished his claim. They insisted that being a woman, she ought to support them. Sophie, I have confidence in your good sense, the Duke of Wimberley said. Surely, you can see that Andrew is in the wrong. They went on in a similar vein, poking fun at each other. Lord Nethercote especially was outrageously funny. He had a gift of mimicking voices. He made Sophie laugh so much that she had a stitch in her side and begged him to stop. He proposed a visit to Kew Gardens after luncheon. The others agreed. At Sophie's suggestion, a note was sent to Amy requesting the Barrington family to join the party.
From the moment Stephen arrived at Kew Gardens, he latched on to Sophie. After walking for some time, he insisted that Sophie and none other carry him. Later, when they all stopped because the ladies wanted to sit for some time, Laura's girls started a game of tag. Stephen enthusiastically joined them. Sophie looked around her. A young couple obviously in love with each other strolled down a path, the lady blushing and smiling as the gentleman said something in her ear. If only Christopher was with her. The next morning, Sophie was surprised when her brother summoned her to the library. Is something amiss? She asked, seeing Fanny, Laura, and the Duke present. Andrew handed her a letter. Henderson has written to me. You may want to read it too. Sophie quickly perused the contents. All her fears and doubts were put to rest. Christopher had written that he was working to put an end to Lady Dorothea's games. He wants us to keep him informed about the gossip, to know what Lady Dorothea is planning, Andrew said. And also not to inform Lady Heather and Lady Egerton. He fears his well-meaning relatives are incapable of keeping a secret, Laura added. The Duke of Wimberley suggested that they split up and attend different events. That way we can meet more people. Bella, you can stay at home, Andrew said, anxious for his sister. Sophie disagreed. I should go. Lady Dorothea may speak to me or send a minion to poison my mind against Henderson.
That evening, the Duke of Wimberley attended a dinner and Andrew went to a card party. Lord Barrington spent the evening at White's while his lady accompanied Laura to a ball. Sophie and Fanny went to a soirée hosted by Lady Grey. Everywhere, talk was rife about Lady Dorothea and the Duke of Henderson. Neither had been seen after Lady Notley's rout. Speculation ran high as to whether a wedding had followed the secret engagement. Only a few refused remained steadfast in their opinion that the Duke of Henderson would not stoop so low as to marry the conniving Lady Dorothea. Sophie lingered at the fringe of a group furiously discussing the rumor. She quailed as a gentleman said, "His Grace is unable to announce his engagement even though he has loved Lady Dorothea for so long. I believe it is all due to an upstart who has recently come to England." So Lady Dorothea had upped the ante. How long before the upstart had a name? Isabella Nethercote. The next evening, Andrew received another note from Christopher. He immediately shared its contents with Lord Barrington and the Duke of Wimberley. They were all stunned at how Lady Dorothea had been fooling the Tawn. Her plan was both ingenious and audacious. The Duke of Wimberley whistled softly. The War Office should employ her. They shouldn't touch her with a barge pole. She won't have qualms about selling state secrets, Andrew said. Lord Barrington dipped a quill in the inkpot. We had better list out what each one of us is supposed to do. If we slip up, Henderson's plan will fail. The Theatre Royal, Drury Lane, was packed to the rafters. It was La Flora's last performance. Having accepted the protection of a Prussian nobleman, she was leaving England, or so the rumor mill said. And yet, midway through the last act, the audience turned away from her scintillating dance to gape at the Henderson box. Lady Dorothea had made a grand entry. Dressed in a shimmering gown of silver, with brilliant jewels around her neck and in her hair, seemingly unaware of the attention riveted on her, she leisurely arranged the folds of her gown and sat down. She stood again and half turned to speak to a gentleman. A collective gasp rose in the theatre. Though the gentleman held back and had his hat pulled low over his face, his identity could not be hidden. He was a well-known figure. Tall and well-formed, with broad shoulders, the planes of his cheeks prominent, and a determined cleft in his chin, he was none other than the Duke of Henderson. The Tawn knew him by association and the common gentry often saw his picture gracing news sheets. Everyone avidly watched the drama unfolding off stage. Lady Dorothea appeared to urge the Duke to stay. He shook his head and went out. The lady, petulant and cross, shrugged prettily and sat down. And then the Duke reappeared, bodily carried into the box. His captors were of the nobility. Lord Nethercote and the Duke of Wimberley held him by the arms while Lord Barrington followed close behind and grabbed him by the neckcloth. Pandemonium broke out. Peers of the realm, ladies, even matrons poured out into the passage, all in a mad scramble towards the Henderson box. Only a few succeeded in getting a ringside view. Mr. Beadle, blessed with longer legs than the rest and a voice to rival a trumpet, nobly took upon the task of regaling the lesser fortunate with a commentary on what was transpiring within. "He is an impostor. By Gad, that isn't the Duke of Henderson," Mr. Beadle cried, causing a veritable stampede. It took the theatre manager and the constables a quarter-hour to send the people outside. However, the onlookers were in no mood to leave so fine a spectacle. They gathered outside the entrance and clustered at the back door. Lord Nethercote led the pretender through the gawking crowd. Lady Dorothea tried to brazen her way out, but the mocking and jeering crowd would not let her pass. Lord Barrington and the Duke of Wimberley, by dint of a word here and another there, carved a way for her. They also saw her home, not out of chivalry but to make sure that she did not go elsewhere, as the next phase of the Duke of Henderson's plan was to unfold at her residence. Lady Dorothea went directly to the living room, to speak to Lord Baxter about the catastrophe, or rather to blame him for it. Lord Baxter was drunk and rather lachrymose. The moment he saw his sister, he burst into loud sobs and fell off the sofa in a crumpled heap at her feet. "I didn't mean to do it." "What did you do?" Lord Baxter blubbered that he didn't know what had come over him. "Don't grovel on the floor. Be a man, Baxter." Lord Baxter pulled himself off the carpet and resumed his seat. "Did you lose at cards?" Lady Dorothea grabbed his arm. "Speak up, will you? It is all your fault." "You made me do it," Lord Baxter muttered. "Have you lost your wits?" "What did I do?" A lackey knocked and nervously informed that two gentlemen were at the door. Lady Dorothea paled. "Not the Duke of Henderson?" Lord Baxter raised his finger. "My sister means the other bloke," he explained. "The one who looks like Henderson." "It isn't either of them, my lord." Voices raised in argument were heard before the door was flung open. Two men strode into the room even as a burly footman tried in vain to prevent their entry. Lord Baxter moaned aloud and collapsed into his chair. Lady Dorothea opened her mouth to order her servants to evict the visitors, but something in their manner gave her pause. "To what do I owe this intrusion?" she asked, standing tall and regal. "To him," Reuben said, pointing at the prostrate lord. "He owes me £20,000. I presume you are a moneylender." "That I am." Lady Dorothea inwardly bristled at the man's omission of her title. Moneylenders have a practice of lending against collateral or a surety. "My brother owns nothing in his name and I refuse to pay his debt. You should approach whoever was ill-advised as to stand guarantor." "There is no guarantor." "Your loss," Lady Dorothea pointed to the door. "Leave. Now. Your brother forged your signature on share certificates." "That's not possible. I keep my papers locked up in a safe." The moneylender bared his teeth. "It appears his lordship is a thief as well as a forger." Lady Dorothea shook her brother. "Is it true?" "I thought to increase the amount," Lord Baxter whined. "I was having such a winning streak you will not believe." "So you stole from me?" "It is my money," Lord Baxter retorted defiantly. "Uncle Albert left it to me." "You had no right to transfer it to your name." "I did it because money runs through your fingers." "You are a fool, Baxter. You don't have any skill at cards." Mr. Huxley, who until then was a silent spectator, said, "You do have a skill with dice, don't you, my lord? A forger, a thief, and a cheat." "The list of accomplishments grows, my lord," Reuben crowed. Seeing matters further deteriorate, Lady Dorothea said, "As my brother says, the money belongs to him and he is free to use it. I'm prepared to affix my signature. You may cash the bonds and recover the debt." "This isn't only about money," Reuben said. "Your brother tried to play me for a fool. I shall press charges against him." In vain Lady Dorothea tried to prevail upon the moneylender. She offered a sum higher to what her brother owed. But Reuben would not listen. "Your brother has committed fraud. He must be punished. If I let him off, he will cheat others. He has already ruined many young men by cheating at cards." Finally, he agreed on one condition. Let him sign a confession of his crime, and leave England. "If he is seen again, I shall make the confession public." "Why are you doing this? Why are you not satisfied with the payment of the debt?" And then comprehension dawned. "It is the Duke of Henderson, isn't it? He is behind all this." Lady Dorothea did not demur after that. She told her brother to write down a confession that he had cheated many young men using a loaded dice, and had submitted forged documents to Reuben. Reuben took her signature on the promissory note and on the share certificates. Business concluded, they exited the house. Mr. Huxley stopped at Henderson House. Lister was expecting him. Christopher received his visitor in his study. "It is done," Mr. Huxley said, and handed over Lord Baxter's confession. Christopher read it and nodded. "After today's debacle at Drury Lane, I don't expect Lady Dorothea to show herself in society. This letter would thwart any further attempts. Lady Dorothea's crimes were devious and ambiguous. If he pressed charges, a reasonably clever lawyer would have her acquitted in a court of law. The best he could do was to ruin the Baxters socially and financially. He had engaged men to watch the house and would be heartily relieved when they left England." Chapter 35. A mere 2 hours after Christopher retired, his valet woke him up. "Lady Heather and Lady Egerton want to see you, Your Grace," he informed his master apologetically. "Don't distress yourself, Williams. My aunt is a force of nature and Lady Egerton is fast becoming one." Lady Heather was none too pleased when Christopher came down. "What kept you so long? I've been waiting for an age." "Madam, I could not do you the discourtesy of appearing in a crumpled state." Lady Heather harumphed. "Where did you disappear to? Do you know that Lady Dorothea has been found out?" "You won't believe the half of it," Lady Egerton chortled. "She had the effrontery to appear in our theatre box with someone who was pretending to be you. Now everything is clear. Her appearances with you were all staged. I dropped in at the Mrs. Robin. They said they never saw you, or rather the man pretending to be you, face to face. They glimpsed him go up the stairs with Lady Dorothea on his arm. A servant in the Henderson livery followed in their wake. Mrs. Robins have admitted they shouldn't have jumped to the conclusion, especially as they have known you from the cradle. Lady Dorothea will not be able to live this down," Charlotte declared gleefully. "Everyone is furious that she tried such a base trick on them. My parlour maid has a sister who works for Lady Dorothea's aunt. I believe her aunt is mortified. She has decided to disown Lady Dorothea and her brother." Lady Heather cleared her throat. "That young man who impersonated you, he bears a striking resemblance to you. I hope he is not one of, I mean that your father." "His name is Peter," Christopher said. "Nethercote brought him to see me last night." "So you know what happened at the theatre?" "Of course I do." Lady Heather saw the smile hovering on her nephew's face and grew cross. "None of your games, young man. Do you know how worried we have been? We thought you had eloped with that hussy. Didn't your spies tell you my valet packed a valise for me?" "Henderson. I left London to set the stage for Lady Dorothea," Christopher said. "When I first heard the rumors, I dismissed them. But when the Mrs. Robins took me to task and people who I knew well insisted they had seen me with Lady Dorothea, I realized what her game was. She was using someone who looked like me to spread the rumors. I took help from a friend. He bribed Lady Dorothea's maid who was happy to divulge her mistress's secrets. I knew Lady Dorothea meant to appear at the theatre and set the trap to publicly expose her." Charlotte pouted. "Why didn't you tell us? I would have enjoyed the spectacle enormously." "I couldn't expose you to the danger," Christopher answered blandly. "So, who is the young man?" Lady Heather asked. He was rather evasive. "He said he grew up in an orphanage outside London and did odd jobs. Lady Dorothea spotted him when she was down at the docks. Peter, if that is his true name, agreed to work for her. She found lodgings for him and told him to keep low. He didn't know her game but was happy with what she paid him. She bought a couple of fancy suits for him and picked him up in her carriage 3 times. He isn't telling the truth." "Perhaps not. What are you going to do about it?" Lady Heather asked. "He may impersonate you again." "He won't. He is relieved not to wear such uncomfortable clothes again. He plans to sell the togs and go back to his old life. I still think he is a danger to you." Christopher stifled a yawn and checked the time. He wondered if it was too early to call on Sophie. And also if his aunt and sister would do the decent thing and leave him in peace. He should have known his aunt better by now. This is all your fault, she bristled. As long as you continue in your single state, young women will try outrageous means to gain your attention. A gleam came into Charlotte's eyes. I had hoped you would turn your attention to Sophie. She was quite in love with you. Alas! Now it is too late. What do you mean? I still think you should court Lady Priscilla, the Duke of Southal's daughter. For one terrifying moment, Christopher was fooled. But then he smiled. Good try, sis. The men watching Lady Dorothea's house reported that Lady Dorothea and Lord Baxter had left the house at the break of dawn. The servants had not been paid for months. They were fighting over the knickknacks that had been left behind even as the butler and the housekeeper were trying to keep the property safe. Lady Dorothea's maid did not think the Baxters would return. Lady Dorothea had emptied her safe and jewelry box and also packed as many of her costly gowns and furs as could fit the trunks. Christopher was impatient to go over to Wimberley House. Charlotte, don't you think you should be heading home? You too, Aunt. I would offer you breakfast but you always prefer your cook's fare. Poor boy. You must be hungry to think of breakfast at this early hour. Lady Heather summoned Lister and told him to rustle up some food for his grace. Christopher knew his staff was devoted to him. They would rustle up a spread whereas he could not stomach the idea let alone the food. My concern was for you, Aunt, he weakly remonstrated. You look pale. Peckish, actually. Lady Heather took some convincing before she countermanded her order. Tell cook to serve breakfast at the usual time. Lady Egerton and I shall be joining his grace. Christopher groaned inwardly and submitted to his sister's questions and his aunt's homilies. When breakfast was served, he finished his own with unholy haste and then sat through his aunt's slow mastication of toast, too hard, and sausages, too soft. As she accepted another cup of tea, a footman informed them that Lady Goodall was at the doorstep, requesting attendance in a most desperate manner. Lady Heather gleefully put down her cup. I knew Lady Goodall would be the first to call. Charlotte, my dear, we have a busy day ahead of us. Did you invite people? Christopher asked, annoyed. Don't be daft. After what took place last night, everyone will be calling here, Charlotte said. You know what, my dear? If you don't want your study invaded, now is the time to disappear, Lady Heather said. Chapter 36. Sophie. Sophie looked up at the dark shadow blocking out the sun. She slowly rose to her feet. Sophie, Christopher murmured and folded her in his embrace. Sophie clasped her arms around Christopher and pressed her cheek against his broad chest. Look at me, Sophie. Sophie heard him but her head felt heavy, languorous, and a perfect fit in the opening of his superfine coat. I'm sorry, Sophie. I should have taken better care of you. Poor waif. None of this would have happened if I'd told you about that woman. Sophie lay still, her face against Christopher's heart and the loose curls of her chignon tickling him. Sophie, say something. Sophie yawned. I didn't sleep at all, she murmured. Christopher wrapped his arm around her shoulders and took her to the bench. Sleep, he said, resting her head against his shoulder. Sophie shook her head. I'm better now. I think the sun made me drowsy. Why didn't you sleep last night? I waited up for Andrew to return. I knew your plan for unmasking Lady Dorothea. Andrew had shared your letter. By the time I went up to bed, it was dawn. I couldn't sleep because I was sure you would come to see me at the earliest possible time. Christopher, always succinct, never failing to have the right word in a situation, swallowed. Sophie's directness, her honesty in expressing her feelings, struck him momentarily dumb. Why didn't you come? Sophie asked. I wanted to. Very much. Christopher laced his fingers with Sophie's. My aunt and sister invaded my house before daybreak. They wouldn't leave. They were worried about you. You didn't tell them where you were going and why. I was worried about you. When you ran away from me at Barrington House, I knew someone had told you I was engaged. Lady Eliza told me. I was already upset because of what Lady Dorothea had told me at the inn. She was there at the inn. I suspected something had happened there. Where is she now? On the road to Dover. My men are keeping a watch on her. Sophie rested her head against Christopher's shoulder. She was not sleepy in the least, she only wanted to be closer to him. Christopher raised their joined hands and kissed her fingers. Sophie, will you marry me? Sophie didn't say anything. Christopher felt a frisson of alarm. Had he misjudged fondness and friendship for something more? He heard a small sob. Sophie was crying. She was upset by his proposal. Sophie, I didn't mean it. You don't have to marry me. Sophie looked up at him, tears glistening on long, curling lashes. Don't you want to marry me? Do you? Christopher cautiously asked. Of course I do. I've thought of nothing else since you kissed me. Christopher stared down at her face, looking rather foolish. Do you remember you kissed me? I don't, Christopher said, tenderness and mischief mingling in his voice. Was it like this?
20 minutes later, Fanny came up the path leading to the walled garden. She coughed and cleared her throat several times before going in. Why are you coughing? You were well some time ago, Sophie asked, decorously standing away from Christopher. It is nothing, Fanny said, looking questioningly at Christopher. She had sent him to the garden when he had come calling for Sophie. I suppose you may felicitate us, Christopher said. Suppose? How can I suppose that you are engaged? Sophie has yet to give me her answer. But I'm quite sure she will accept me. You do have an inflated sense of your own worth, don't you? Sophie teased. That will hold water if you mean to refuse me. Sophie wrinkled her brow. When she remained silent, Christopher said, Sophie, what is bothering you? Do you need time to decide whether you want to marry me? I do want to marry you. But I don't want to be a duchess, Sophie wailed. Christopher was perplexed, but Fanny understood. It is a daunting prospect, but you are equal to it. You have 10 more minutes with His Grace before your brother comes looking for you, she said and left. Christopher took Sophie's face in his hands. Don't worry about your responsibilities as Duchess of Henderson. I have excellent staff. My secretary Chambers is a marvel. He will guide you. And Aunt Heather will want to take you under her wing. You will be Duchess of Henderson and she will not allow you to make any misstep. You make it sound easy, Sophie said, looking anxiously into his eyes. It may be easy too, but I'm afraid of doing something silly. I don't want to shame you. Christopher did not laugh away her fears. He knew Bridget had planted them deep. Come and sit here. Did I tell you the terrible blunder I made at a party? And Charlotte? Charlotte can never remember names. She also has a terrible sense of fashion and will believe whatever the dressmaker tells her. Christopher proceeded to tell some told outrageous stories. You are making them up, Sophie said, laughing. I'm not. Charlotte addressed a bishop by the name of our host and told him it was because they were both bald. I'll marry you, Sophie said without a trace of laughter. I don't believe your stories, but I'll marry you because. Because? Sophie shyly brushed back a curl from Christopher's forehead. Because I want to. Christopher captured her hand and drew her closer. Wordlessly, Sophie raised her face.
Lord Nethercote enveloped Sophie in a long hug. Bella. I'm so happy for you. He only released her when Fanny told him to make way for their friends. Laura and Amy hugged Sophie as well, and Lord Barrington and the Duke of Wimberley offered felicitations. Christopher also received his share of congratulations. "You owe me an apology," Lord Barrington told Christopher. "Aunt Heather gave me a scold because you took off." "Where did you go? How did you know Lady Dorothea's game?" the Duke of Wimberley asked. Christopher was not inclined to talk about Lady Dorothea, but he had involved them all in his plan. The least he could do was satisfy their curiosity. The ladies moved to the sofas at the other end of the hall for a cozy chat. An hour later, Christopher asked Sophie to accompany him to Henderson House, to meet his sister and aunt as his betrothed. Sophie happily agreed. "My dear, you must change your gown. It will not do for a social visit," Lady Fanny said. Christopher thought the gown perfect and said so. To his chagrin, the women ignored him completely and whisked Sophie upstairs. 3/4 of an hour later, Sophie came down. Christopher decided that the ladies knew best, after all. Sophie was a vision in her blue patterned silk. But he was wrong. The dress and the ornaments and the hairstyle had enhanced Sophie's charm, but more than that, it was the glow on Sophie's face and the new confidence that his love had brought, they made her all the more beautiful. Christopher brought Sophie into the room without having her announced. Charlotte stared at their joined hands and sputtered. "I knew you were courting Miss Sophie, I mean, Lady Isabella." "I'm not courting her," Christopher replied, and added calmly, "we are engaged to be married." Charlotte did not bother to quibble with her brother and unceremoniously elbowed him aside. "My dear, I'm so happy you are to be my sister. I was afraid Henderson would put you off by being his cold and insufferable self." "That's enough, Charlotte," Lady Heather told Sophie to sit beside her. "We are happy with Henderson's choice, my dear. I could not have wished for a better match for him." Charlotte rang for refreshments and also sent for Alice and Lister, to impart the felicitous news. Alice was delighted and wiped a tear as she congratulated Sophie and the Duke. Lister looked a little abashed, no doubt remembering his instructions to Sophie not to sully the carpet. Sophie put him at ease by smiling at him and shaking his hand. Christopher knew the other servants would also want to greet Sophie. He told Alice to assemble them and he would bring Sophie to the servants' dining room. Jem came in, his face shining with excitement that his friend was to be the Duchess, and live in the same house as him. Christopher could not take his eyes away from Sophie's enchanting profile. They were in his carriage, with the maid Prudence acting as chaperone. "What are you looking at?" Sophie bashfully asked. "This," Christopher said, caressing the curve of her cheek. "Don't," Sophie mouthed, looking at Prudence. "She's sleeping," Christopher murmured, drawing closer. Sophie vehemently shook her head. Christopher sighed and moved back. Prudence always dozed off as soon as the carriage started. But she had a peculiar habit of keeping her eyes partially open even as she emitted soft snores, and her hooded gaze made Sophie uncomfortable. Christopher reminded himself of how fortunate he was. A week ago, Andrew had told him the engagement would be a long one. He wanted to take Sophie to Boston for some months, and host a grand wedding in London during the next season. Sophie did not want a long engagement or a grand wedding but was reluctant to speak to her brother. Christopher had pleaded their case to Fanny. Now the banns were to be called the next week. 1 month, Christopher said, looking into Sophie's eyes. "Have your way for another month." Sophie blushed. 29 days. Christopher brushed his lips against her cheek. How could he resist when she was counting days to their wedding? When she turned to protest, he silenced her with another kiss. Prudence obligingly let out a loud snore and Sophie happily nestled in Christopher's arms.
Sophie's engagement to the most eligible Duke of Henderson had everyone interested in her. Whenever she stepped out into society, she was under scrutiny. Her face, form, clothes, carriage, her manners, her voice, and even her footwear were discussed. Oblivious to what the town thought of her, Sophie lived and breathed the heady sensation of being with Christopher. Christopher escorted her to parties and balls. Except for her presentation to the Queen, she barely remembered the multitude of richly clad men and women she met. She smiled and curtsied and made appropriate replies. Sophie lacked the finesse of a well-bred lady. She looked up at Christopher and glowed at his compliments. When his eyes sought hers across a crowded room, and they often did, she colored and smiled. Unlike Christopher, who masked his feelings, she was helpless in hiding her love. Her heart was in her eyes. Some of the matrons were charmed. "Ah, young love," they said. But others thought that she showed an excess of sentiment and not the sign of a true lady. Only Lady Heather's approval saved her from being labeled gauche and ill-bred.
Chapter 37. Enjoying yourself? Christopher asked, drawing Sophie into the circle of his arms. Very much. I've never been to a masquerade before. Sophie had gone to a great deal of trouble over their costumes. Christopher had come dressed as a Spanish noble and Sophie was his lady. A silk mantilla covered her head. She carried a fan, but as more guests poured in, she perforce kept it shut. Christopher led her into an adjoining room that was less crowded. A couple entered, the lady in the costume of a shepherdess and the man in a smock. Both wore masks. Sophie eagerly turned to the lady. "Amy." Christopher stared at the masked face. "Is that Amy?" he asked. Sophie giggled. "Of course. We shopped for costumes together." Lord Barrington lifted his mask for a moment and looked ruefully at Christopher. "We had better not stay for long. I expect the crush will get worse." "Oh no. We must stay for an hour at least. I've never seen anything like this before." Sophie fanned herself. "Amy. Look at that woman. Her mermaid costume has real fish scales." Christopher smiled. The room was overwarm, but that was not stopping Sophie from enjoying herself. "Sophie, Amy, let me procure some lemonade for you." He shouldered his way out of the room but found it difficult to reach the refreshment tables. A juggler and a clown had a small crowd in splits as they tried to juggle glasses. Christopher decided to seek refreshment at the other end of the hall. When he came back, Amy and Barrington were talking to another couple. "Where's Sophie?" he asked Amy. "She went with you. I left her standing beside you." "You came again and took her to see something," Lord Barrington said. "It wasn't me. He was dressed exactly like you," Amy said worriedly. "We thought it was you." "Sophie is over there," Lord Barrington exclaimed. Christopher caught a glimpse of Sophie's gown through the crowd. But when he made his way to the door, she was walking down the passage. "Sophie," he called. To his amazement, she lifted her skirts and started to run. "Sophie. Wait. It's me." Head swiveled in his direction, but he had eyes only for Sophie. She darted between people and refused to stop. Christopher followed her through the passage, down the stairs, and into a deserted part of the garden. To his amazement, she stood with her back to him. "Sophie. What made you take off like that?" "Amy told me someone dressed like me took you with him." "Did he frighten you?" Even before she turned, Christopher knew the woman was not Sophie. When she came out of the shadows, unmasked, with the light of the lanterns shining on her flawless face, a chill went down his spine. What was Lady Dorothea doing there? What had she done to Sophie? "Your Grace," Lady Dorothea mocked. Swaying languorously, she leaned into Christopher and coiled her arms around his neck. "Where is Lady Isabella?" Lady Dorothea pressed closer. "What a fool you are, Your Grace. You could have had my love. Now you must contend with my hatred. What are you doing here? You left England. Your knaves are keeping watch over an empty house in Brittany. Not very clever of them to let the bird fly away." Christopher pried her clinging arms from around his neck. She smiled as she saw his eyes linger on the jeweled dagger in her right hand. Retribution, your grace, for ruining me. Christopher crossed his arms and lifted an eyebrow. Surely, you could have found a simpler method. You were always good at bribing servants. Poison would have been safer for you. I want to see your blood spill, your grace. Lady Dorothea's lips twisted as she lifted the dagger. Christopher felt the prick of cold steel on his neck. You are the foolish one, Christopher said, looking into Dorothea's glittering eyes. I would have married you last season. I was in love with you. But you ruined everything by trying to force my hand. Do you know, you have made me incapable of believing in love. For years I dreamt of making a love match. But your perfidy made me change my mind. When Lord Nethercote approached me, I accepted his proposal for an arranged match with his sister. I knew you couldn't love a nobody like her. Lady Dorothea's left hand fluttered to Christopher's shoulders and then to his face. Christopher allowed her to remove his mask. He held her gaze and then, with lightning speed, twisted her arm behind her. He took the dagger from her hand and pocketed it. Lady Dorothea struggled to free herself. She was strong but no match for Christopher. He tied her wrists behind her with his cravat and marched her back into the deserted passage. The lone couple he encountered thought Christopher was acting a part. The man who was dressed as a knight cried, "Unhand the damsel, you scoundrel," and brandished a sheathed sword in Christopher's face. With a muttered oath, Christopher pushed past him. As they crossed a door, Lady Dorothea stumbled and fell to the ground. When Christopher tried to lift her, she butted him and threw herself against the door. The door opened inwards. "Quick! Shut the door," she screeched at someone in the room. Christopher rushed after her. The room was dark. Someone fell heavily against him and wrapped his arm against his throat. Christopher grappled with him. His assailant was a man, and he was heavily built. Christopher lashed out with his fists. The man grunted and punched Christopher. He had been in the room for some time and his eyes had grown accustomed to the dark. Christopher fought back blindly. His fists connected with his opponent many times. The man's flesh was soft and he kept grunting. Christopher sensed he was not in fighting form. Christopher managed to get a grip on the man's arm and drag him out in the passage. Harris. Christopher was stunned. Lord Harris usually whiled away his time in inane activities and card games. "Why did you attack me? I didn't know it was you." Dorothea cried out. "I thought you had attacked her." Christopher noticed that Harris was dressed in clothes identical to his. "Where is Sophie?" "Who Sophie?" "Lady Isabella Nethercote. You pretended to be me and she went with you." Harris shook his head foolishly. "Don't deny it. You mean the young woman dressed as a Spanish lady?" Dorothea pointed her out to me. "She said it would be fun if I brought the woman to her as both were identically dressed." In a flash, Christopher realized that Dorothea had used the saphead for her nefarious plan. He rushed back into the room. Even in the dark, he made out a door that was wide open and displayed some lanterns that hung in the garden. Dorothea had made her escape. "What did that woman tell you?" Christopher demanded. Harris blinked. "Who?" "Dorothea. What did she do to the other woman? Did she hide her somewhere?" "She brought her to this room and sent me to procure drinks. When I returned, both were gone." Christopher's blood ran cold. Dorothea had tried to kill him. Did she have a similar fate planned for Sophie?
Chapter 38. "Your costume suits you," Amy said, fingering Sophie's lace mantilla. "I couldn't recognize myself," Sophie said. "Amy, are all masquerade balls so exciting?" "This is the first one I have attended," Amy said. "I didn't have a season, remember. It's quite warm in here. I hope His Grace brings us something cool to drink. There he is. And he is empty-handed." Sophie saw Christopher outside the door, gesturing to her. He wants me to go with him. Will you be here when we return? I'm not sure. Let us sit together at supper. Sophie agreed and hurried after Christopher. She was surprised when he did not slow down and she had to practically run to keep up with him. Where are we going? She asked, looking up at his masked face. What have you done to your costume? You look stouter, but she received no answer. Sophie didn't know what to make of it. The passage was perhaps to the servant quarters because it was quite deserted. Christopher, where are you going? Are you avoiding someone? A woman emerged from a room. Señorita, what a coincidence. We have identical costumes. So we do. You must rearrange your mantilla. It has a rather sloppy look. Sophie raised her hand to her head. It won't take a moment, the woman said. Do come in. The room has a vanity. She caught Sophie's hand. Be a dear and bring us something to drink, she added, looking at Christopher. To Sophie's surprise, Christopher turned on his heel. Suddenly uneasy, Sophie called after him. Your Grace. He isn't the Duke, the woman bit out and slammed the door shut. Sophie tried to free her hand, but the woman gripped it harder. Who are you? Why did you bring me here? The woman lit a candelabra and removed her mask. Lady Dorothea, Sophie cried out. You little impostor. I mistook you for a fool, but you are very clever. You passed yourself as the missing Lady Isabella. I would have admired your cunning had you not stolen Henderson. I am Isabella, Lord Nethercote's sister. I know all about you. And about your marriage settlement. Your promised husband awaits you eagerly. Who do you mean? Who else but Jeremy? Sophie ran to the door and wrestled with the bolt. It's locked. Lady Dorothea went across the room and opened another door. Come in and claim your prize. Sophie tried to rush past the man who stood framed in the doorway. He caught her easily enough. She sank her teeth into the palm of his hand. He swore and stuffed a smelly handkerchief into her mouth. He had come prepared with lengths of rope. He trussed her up and hefted her over his shoulder. If you tell anyone that I helped you, you are a dead man, Lady Dorothea warned him. Now go. Sophie dug her feet into Jeremy. He grunted but did not stop. Sophie hoped someone would see them, but Jeremy kept close to the house where it was dark. Sophie guessed they were behind the house. The servants would all be busy somewhere inside. She tried to scream and draw attention, but the gag muffled any sound that she made. Jeremy came to a well-lit stretch and started running. He threw her into a small waiting carriage. Someone was in the driver's seat, holding the reins. The carriage started immediately. Sophie heard someone calling her name. The carriage picked up speed. Whoever had called out to her seemed to be running after the carriage, but he couldn't keep up, and finally, Sophie heard him no more.
Christopher tried to curb his rising panic. Lord Harris did not have any information about Lady Dorothea and her whereabouts. The besotted fool had been thrilled when she had arrived at his lodgings the previous evening and commandeered his escort to the ball. When she had told him that she had picked out matching costumes for them, he had thought she was finally returning his regard. Now he stood blubbering, disclaiming all knowledge about her murderous plans and where she could have taken Sophie. Lord Barrington returned with a small posse of servants. We've combed the garden and checked all the rooms. The coachmen were all in the mews. They have no idea whether anyone took Sophie away from the house. Just then, Christopher's coachman, Walter, came in with a disheveled Jem. Your Grace, Jem saw someone abduct Lady Isabella. Speak up, Jem. What did you see? I think it was them, Jem said, panting. I was on the road, looking at the carriages. Walter said I might as long as I did not wander away. A man came running from the house. I couldn't see his face. He was carrying something on his shoulder. When he crossed me, I saw it was a lady. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't see her face properly, but she looked like Sophie, lady. Go on. He ran to a waiting carriage. I hadn't cared to look at it. It was small and dark and not grand like the other carriages. The man got into the carriage with Sophie. I didn't know what to do. I wanted to call Walter to help. But the carriage started immediately. When it crossed me, I saw the driver's face and recognized him. Who was he? The same man who had picked me up the last time Sophie was took. You did well, Jem. Barrington, if we are lucky, Jeremy would have taken Sophie to the same place as last time. Jem started sobbing. I ran after the carriage and followed it, but it was too fast. You did well, Jem. Don't worry, we'll find Sophie and it will be thanks to you.
Sophie was on the floor of the carriage. Faster, Jeremy cried, his head out the window. The carriage lurched wildly and Sophie hit some hard surface, most likely the side of the carriage. The carriage continued at a frantic pace. After some time, it slowed down a bit and an hour or so later, it almost crawled. Sophie guessed the road was crowded and perhaps narrow. The carriage stopped and a man opened the door. Jeremy told him to wait while he took out the blanket. Sophie was helpless as Jeremy and the other man rolled her into a blanket. Tightly wrapped and with her hands and feet tied, and her mouth gagged, Sophie could do nothing when the men carried her up a flight of stairs like a sack of meal. Panic rising into her throat, she fought against the feeling of suffocation and tried to breathe. The blanket came off not a moment too soon. The men dumped her on a bed and left, locking the door behind them. Luckily, all the movement caused the bandage on her mouth to slip a bit. Sophie gulped in mouthfuls of air. Feeling a little better, she rolled onto her side and pulled against her bonds. The ropes bit into her wrists and ankles. She looked around at her surroundings. In addition to the bed, the room had a small table. A tallow lamp gave a gloomy flickering light. She realized it was the same room in which Jeremy had held her before. The only addition was the furniture. The door opened and Jeremy came in. Sophie watched his every move. When he brought his hands close to her face, she squeezed her eyes shut. Instead of touching her, he undid the handkerchief. Immediately, she spat out the gag. "Where's your mother?" he snarled. She's dead." "You're lying. Bridget set you up nice and fine, didn't she? She must be in hiding, living off Lord Nethercote's bounty." "Oh, Bridget. Bridget isn't my mother. Don't try to pull a fast one on me. She told me you were her daughter. She signed papers, promising a marriage between us. Bridget isn't my mother. She lied to you. My name is Isabella. Her daughter is Sophie." Jeremy swore. "Enough. You are just like your mother, trying to fool a man." "What do you mean? Didn't Bridget tell you?" "She swindled me and ran away to India," Jeremy spat out. "Cleaned out my savings. She took your money but she took my whole life," Sophie said, and told Jeremy about Bridget depriving her of her family and birthright. "Bridget would have succeeded if I did not resemble my mother so much." "Where is she?" The shock proved too much for her. When she saw her plans so awry, she had a stroke. Her daughter moved her to the country. "I don't know anything more. Perhaps she is already dead." Jeremy appeared at a loss until a look of cunning came into his eyes. "I heard of a place that trades only in women of good birth. You will fetch a good price. You can get much more from my family. A ransom and jewels, perhaps. My brother is rich. So is my betrothed, the Duke of Henderson. I'll have no dealings with the knobs. Don't trust them. If you treat me well and return me to my family, I shall speak in your favor, Sophie said with a bravado she was far from feeling. The jewelry I have on itself will set you for life. Jeremy blinked. Untie me and I'll show you, Sophie said. Jeremy untied Sophie's wrists. Her hands shook, but she removed the jeweled combs from her hair. She was wearing a parure set of sapphire and diamonds. She slipped off the heavy rings from her fingers, and the gem-encrusted bracelets and necklace. Do you know how much my brother paid for these, Jeremy? Jeremy stared at the small glittering heap in front of him. 30,000 pounds, Sophie said, even though she had no inkling of the cost. Will anyone pay even half that amount for me? You may make a few thousand, but you will have to keep running all your life. My brother and the Duke are powerful men. They will find you wherever you go. They can't pin anything on me. Lady Buxley was the one who took you away from the party. Lady who? Lady Buxley. She found me when I was hiding in the docks. She knew that Bridget had signed the agreement and it wasn't fair I was on the run. Jeremy, that woman used you. Her name is Lady Dorothea Baxter. She doesn't care what happens to you. In fact, you will not be able to pin anything on her. She left London a few weeks ago under a cloud of scandal. She isn't received at all. Then why did she seek me out? She used you as a tool of revenge. The Duke of Henderson chose me over her. I have heard that she has a way of getting information. She must have found out about Bridget and your interest in Sophie. Once again, Jeremy stared at the jewels. Slowly, he lifted the necklace and took it to the lamp. Sophie watched his face. When he smiled, she felt a rush of hope. How much will your brother pay for you? He asked. You will be rich, Jeremy. Perhaps you can start a new life in America. My brother has contacts there. Jeremy nodded. He pocketed the jewelry. My lady, I'll go out and speak to my pal, Cocker. I told him to bring a preacher. You will be safe enough. I shall lock the room, and also the door at the bottom of the stairs. Oh no. She couldn't let him leave. He might change his mind. She had to think of something that would make him take her back home. She had already untied the rope from around her feet. To gain time to think, she stood up and swayed, and raised a hand to her head. Do you have anything to eat in the house? I feel faint. I'll see what I can find. Jeremy picked up the lamp and left. The darkness rushed at Sophie, frightening her with memories of what it was like to be locked up in the room, at the mercy of Jeremy. She could not stay in there. Slowly, she came out of the room. Jeremy was in the adjoining room. The faint light spilling out showed Sophie she was on a landing at the top of a staircase. She pressed into the closed doorway beside the room and waited, a plan forming in her head. Jeremy emerged from the room with a plate in one hand and the lamp in the other. He did not look to his right or left. As soon as he went in, Sophie darted out of her hiding place and pulled the door shut. She managed to slide the bolt just as Jeremy banged on the door. She stood trembling in the passage. She had done it. She had locked Jeremy in. As Jeremy kicked the door, she panicked that the door would not hold for long. She carefully went down the stairs in the dark. Only a door stood between her and the street. But she was afraid to open it. The street in that part of London wouldn't be safe. She might get into greater trouble. Torn between her fear of the world outside and her terror of Jeremy breaking down the door, she wavered. A loud crash from the room upstairs decided her. She opened the door an inch and looked out. Some drunks were arguing and the women on their arm were taking swings from a bottle and laughing raucously. One of them said something and the group moved on. A moment later, a constable appeared. Sophie guessed the group had left on seeing him approach. "Excuse me, sir," she said, "I need your help." The constable looked askance. "Please, I'm Lady Isabella, Lord Nethercote's sister." I'm engaged to the Duke of Henderson. A man abducted me from Lady Holmes' ball. I managed to lock him in the room upstairs, but he might break down the door any moment. Just then a group of men burst upon the scene. Sophie! Thank God you are safe. Sophie flung herself into Christopher's arms. The constable and Lord Barrington, along with the footmen, went into the building. Minutes later, they brought Jeremy out. My lady, you said you would speak for me, Jeremy called out. Before Sophie could say anything, Jem cried, Sammy. You told me my pa was dead. Is he the one who sold you to that harridan? Christopher asked. Jem vigorously nodded his head. My lady, Jeremy pleaded. Sophie turned her back to him. She wasn't going to take pity on the cretin who sold children and women. At a word from her, the constable retrieved her jewels and marched Jeremy off. Lord Barrington went along, to ensure that Jeremy got his just dues.
Chapter 39. Christopher barely slept that night. He kept worrying about Sophie as there was no telling what Lady Dorothea would do next. Lady Heather arrived with Charlotte in an exceedingly agitated state. Is it true? She asked, raising a trembling hand to his cheek. The town is abuzz with wild stories of attempted murder and kidnapping, Charlotte added. Briefly, Christopher told them what had transpired. I'm off to see Nethercote. We must stop that demented woman before she strikes again. Christopher found Andrew and the Duke of Wimberley in the library. The ladies were not yet down. Have a look at this, Andrew said, handing him a freshly ironed news sheet. Christopher glanced at an item in the center of the page, attempt on the Duke of Henderson's life. I know of it, he said, laying aside the news sheet. The newspaperman was waiting when I reached home. He wanted to know if it was true that I had been attacked and Lady Isabella abducted. I told him the first part was true. As to Lady Isabella's kidnapping, Lady Dorothea had tried to have her abducted, but we had chased the miscreant and rescued Lady Isabella before he could go far. Andrew nodded. If word got around that Sophie had been in the man's custody, there would be speculation and scandal. I've sent for the chief of police, the Duke of Wimberley said. Aunt Heather will inform the Queen, Christopher said. And I shall speak to the Prime Minister. You should also meet Prinny. He will not like it if he isn't told, the Duke of Wimberley pointed out. Christopher agreed. A lackey came in with Lord Harris's card. He wanted to speak to Christopher. Show his lordship in here, the Duke of Wimberley said. Lord Harris appeared to be harboring under a great deal of strain. His eyes were dark-rimmed and his skin deathly pale. Lady Heather informed me that you were here, he explained, shooting anxious glances at Lord Nethercote and the Duke of Wimberley. You can speak openly, Christopher narrowed his eyes. Have you come to plead Lady Dorothea's case? No. Never. I was a fool all these years. I did not look beyond her beauty. She had only to snap her fingers at me and I obeyed. Why are you here? To apologize for my part. I had no idea she wanted to murder you or harm Lady Isabella. I shall not rest until I see her punished. I can give you the list of places the Baxters are most likely to use to lie low. Lord Baxter liked to talk when he was in his cups. I know of a cousin who lives on the moors. Baxter told me Dorothea always turned to him. I can even recollect the name of the village. The chief of police also arrived. He remained closeted in the library for 2 hours. Lord Harris also stayed on. Determined to make amends for the trouble he had caused, he spent the rest of the morning with the inspector, recollecting every scrap of information that Lord Baxter had let slip.
Sophie woke up at noon. Fanny insisted that she breakfast in bed. Now my dear, she said after Sophie had eaten, you must wear a pretty gown and accompany me to the drawing room. Are there callers? Must I see them? It is necessary to crush the wild stories that are going around. We've told everyone that Henderson rescued you before you were taken someplace. Even though you did not suffer any harm, you were naturally frightened and upset. Don't worry. I shall be by your side and you needn't stay in the drawing room for above 10 minutes. Sophie chose a yellow sprigged muslin of a plain cut. Her maid braided her hair and pinned it up in a simple style. Fanny nodded. You look neither too pale nor too bright. Let's go. A hush fell in the drawing room when they entered. Lady Heather reached her with surprising agility and hugged her. You poor dear. It was indeed fortunate that Henderson acted fast, she said, her voice pitched loud enough for everyone to hear. You must have been so frightened, Lady Malloy exclaimed. I'm surprised you are able to leave your bed, Lady Goodall said with a sniff. She has backbone. She'll make a wonderful duchess, Lady Heather smirked, putting Lady Goodall's nose out of joint. Sophie was surprised when Lady Eliza sat down beside her. She fidgeted with her reticule and murmured, I'm so sorry. I didn't know His Grace was courting you. I must have caused you a lot of pain when I told that falsehood to you. Why did you do it? She threatened me. Who? Lady Dorothea. Lady Eliza nodded. She knew I was meeting Mr. Temple. He is our vicar's son. We are engaged, but we must keep it a secret because Mother doesn't approve. Sophie assured her that she was forgiven but suspected it would take some time for Lady Eliza to overcome her feeling of guilt. The butler discreetly informed Sophie that she had a visitor. She followed him out of the drawing room. Lady Isabella, the gentleman says you will see him, but he doesn't look respectable enough. Did he give a name? Captain Hastings. Captain Hastings. Of course I'll see him. Show him into the small parlor. Christopher came out of the library. I was sure I heard your voice. He took her hand in his and gently pushed up the sleeve to trace the bruise on her wrist. Sophie placed her hand on his fingers. It's over. I am safe. Christopher looked grim. You will remain safe. The chief of police is here. We will take steps to protect you. Sophie nodded. I must go. Captain Hastings is here to see me. May I come with you? I would like to meet him. Sophie went to the captain with outstretched arms. Captain Hastings. How did you know where to find me? Captain Hastings took Sophie's hands in his large calloused ones. Isabella wrote to me after the truth came out. I'm sorry, I shouldn't call her Isabella. That's all right. I think of her as Isabella too. And I like my old friends to call me Sophie. Sophie introduced the captain to Christopher. It pleased her to see that meeting a duke did not fluster the old sea captain. Christopher thanked him for making Sophie's life easier. I wish I had done more. Sophie used to watch Bridget with such longing in her eyes. I couldn't understand why my wife did not show affection to her own daughter. Christopher's jaw hardened at mention of Bridget. Sophie asked, How is Bridget? Is she better? She is capable of slow speech and is able to move a bit with the aid of a crutch. One would say the illness is her just punishment, but her real punishment is that Isabella refuses to forgive her. And you, do you condone what she has done? Christopher asked. I pity her. She is my lawfully wedded wife, it is my duty to look after her. Christopher stayed for a few more minutes and left Captain Hastings to visit with Sophie. A footman came in with refreshments. Sophie told him she would serve the guest herself. Please inform my brother and Lady Nethercote that Captain Hastings is here. Lord Nethercote and Fanny were delighted to meet the captain and thanked him for all that he had done. You will always be a welcome guest at our home, they repeatedly told him, and along with Sophie, saw him to the carriage that would convey him to the village outside London where he was staying with Bridget and Isabella.
Chapter 40. I want to show you the terrace garden, Christopher told Sophie after dinner. Sophie was at Henderson House. Lady Heather had invited them all to dinner before they left for their country home, to prepare for the wedding. The garden is better viewed during the day, Charlotte teased. But the moon from the terrace can only be admired at night, Christopher answered blandly. I think we should all come with you, Charlotte said. Christopher refused to take the bait. He ignored her and offered Sophie his arm. Aren't we going up to the terrace? Sophie asked when Christopher led her past the staircase. I thought we might spend some time here, Christopher said, opening the door to his study. The place where we met for the first time. With a laugh, Sophie held up her gown by a few inches and walked into the room with mincing steps. But when she tried to curtsy, Christopher gently took hold of her wrists and pulled her into his arms. Sophie, he murmured, breathing in her soft, floral scent. I think we should at least look at the moon. Charlotte will want us to describe it in great detail. Christopher stroked the nape of Sophie's neck. His fingers moved to the curve of her cheek and traced her soft lips. What did you say? He whispered. I said, the moon. Christopher curved his hand behind Sophie's head and looked down into her eyes. Sophie captured his gaze. A smile quivered on her lips as she circled her arms around his neck. Christopher kissed her softly. Sophie, I love you. My darling Sophie, I'm going to miss you so much. How will I manage to keep away for 13 days? 12 days, Your Grace. Christopher kissed her again. My love, 12 days until I see you again, but 13 days until we are man and wife. Sophie blushed and pressed her face against Christopher's chest. A moment later, she rubbed her cheek. What have you kept in your pocket? Christopher smiled and retrieved a small, square box. Open it. Sophie gasped. It is beautiful. Christopher gently slipped the ring on Sophie's finger. I haven't seen anything like this, Sophie exclaimed, holding her hand away to admire the cluster of diamonds around a sapphire in a most unusual shade of blue. Do you like it? I love it. Christopher waggled his eyebrows. Do you love it as much as the famed Henderson rubies? Sophie opened her mouth to speak. Christopher placed a finger under her chin and raised her face. You don't have to do anything that you don't like. And that includes wearing the family heirlooms. Aunt Heather will not like it. She gave them to me after the betrothal. She expects me to wear them for my wedding. She told me it was a tradition that started some generations ago. All Henderson brides wore the rubies on their wedding day. You are Sophie. Christopher's bride. You will do whatever makes you happy.
Sophie entered the small church on Andrew's arm. This was the church where her parents were married. She wished she could remember them. All she knew of them was the portrait and the stories that Andrew had told her. As she walked down the aisle, she took heart from her dear friends, people who had recently come into her life but meant so much to her. Christopher watched her, a vision in ivory satin, coming to demurely stand in front of him. He thought she looked a little serious for the happy occasion. When the priest took his time to find the page in his well-thumbed prayer book, he winked, making her blush and smile. But when the priest said, "Dearly beloved, we are gathered together here in the sight of God," Sophie looked at Christopher reprovingly. The ceremony was quite long. The priest often paused and cleared his throat. Halfway through, Lady Heather, dressed to the hilt in a silk gown and an enormous turban, started fanning herself. But Sophie and Christopher did not appear distracted. They made their vows, Sophie in a soft voice while Christopher in a most determined tone. The wedding breakfast was a most agreeable affair, especially as the children were allowed to join. Young Lord Bingley, all dressed up in a dark suit, made quick work of unpinning Sophie's veil. When Sophie and Christopher left for Ivy Lodge, where they would spend the night, he enthusiastically joined the adults in showering rice grains on the newlyweds until it dawned on him that Sophie had left, and then he started bawling for her. So, married at last, Christopher smiled as he carried Sophie over the threshold. He lit the candelabra the housekeeper had kept ready before leaving the lodge. The other servants were also given the evening off. Sophie threw her arms around Christopher. At last, we are alone. And once again the Duke was disarmed by his honest and adorable bride. Epilogue. A short note about two ladies. Lady Dorothea met what can only be called her just deserts. Lord Harris, the indolent and easygoing lord, tracked her down with the tenacity of a bulldog. At first, Lady Dorothea denied the charges, but the evidence against her was too strong. The only concession that was granted to her was a private trial. She was transported to Australia along with her brother. During the long voyage, another prisoner by the name of Jeremy, who was convicted for selling children, attacked Lady Dorothea with a sharp object. The resulting scar left her face hideously distorted. The lady with no name, Miss Hastings, after making Mr. Nicholson jump through numerous figurative loops, finally allowed herself to be courted by the gentleman. She married him and moved to Jamaica. She also forgave her mother. Thank you for listening. Never Silly Sophie is book 4 of the Sisters by Marriage series. The other books in the series are Not So Sweet Maria, Not Just Lovely Laura, and No Longer Flighty Fanny. Please like and subscribe to my channel for more clean Regency romances.